Chapter 89, Petty Vengeance. Do you think I should forgive them, Kuro? Tsu, the real one, this time asks at lunch. Unlike yesterday, she's sitting with me and Shoko, and the rest of the class are keeping their distance. Not surprising, since she's been giving them all the cold shoulder since she showed up to class and revealed that Himi replaced her without any of them noticing. Shoko somehow managed to miss the entire thing and just looked confused when she eventually returned to class with Aizawa-san's Kakan. Though before they returned, Mirko extracted a promise from me to try and intern with her first next week, then headed off to Recovery Girl's office to get her leg healed up. At that point I felt like it was time to address the elephant in the room before my watcher returned. If any of you breathe a word about what Aries Quirk did to the pervert, I will skin you alive, dump you in a pit of salt, and light it on fire. I can keep you alive like that for a full week. They made objecting noises, but I ignored them in favor of continuing my promise. Then, for the boys, I will castrate you, cook all 3 pieces along with your skin, then feed you all of it. I turned to the girls while all the guys paled and started shivering, clapping my hands at the same time. Now, since I am a villain with standards, and I consistently drink my respect women juice, I will not have the lot of you drugged and forced into prostitution. Instead, I will turn you into blood angels. You might think that's better than what I'd do to the boys, but I can keep you alive like that for 17 hours. Alive and conscious. So look it up later and decide if you want your last day of life to be composed solely of mind-shattering suffering. When 2 of the 3 missing members of the class returned, they saw everyone pale and shivering. Though Aizawa gave me a suspicious glare, he could do nothing without proof or at least a complaint. Getting none, he'd simply moved on to class. Like the terrible teacher he is. Which is why Tsu and Shoko are the only ones not avoiding me. Shoko because she's absolutely clueless about everything that happened, and Tsu because she didn't meet Eri or see her quirk in action. Not to mention her anger. It's died down a bit after I explained just how good Himi is at impersonating people, without mentioning her quirk, obviously, but is still simmering below the surface. Which is probably what prompted her question. I shrug. I mean, it's up to you. She's pretty, skilled, and dangerous, so a grudge wouldn't be very smart. Then again, neither are our classmates. I personally wouldn't mind, but I've been with Himi for a year, so I'm pretty biased. I shiver when Shoko's right hand chills her bowl of cold soba, a few small icicles sprouting from the table aimed at my beef bowl. Weird, she usually has much better control when using her quirk for menial tasks. Tsu's eyes bounce between us for a moment but doesn't voice her thoughts. Instead she hums in consideration. She was pretty gentle when she kidnapped me, Kuro. And when she let me go. She even suggested getting petty vengeance for them not realizing, Kuro. I chuckle. Hat, sounds like her. I wave a piece of meat on top of a pinch of rice between my chopsticks. But yet, petty vengeance. Go for it. The rest of the lunch period goes by in silence, Tsu obviously trying to think of what she can do to make 1A do to make it up to her, and Shoko staring at me with an unreadable expression. At the end of the day, Tsu stands in front of the class. If you all let me kick you once, I'll forgive you, Kuro. The class reacts to the frog girl's statement with surprise before a majority start glaring at me, so I return it with a sneer. What? You mad, bruz? Fight me. Before things can escalate into an all-out brawl, Izumi steps in. Calm down, everyone. She looks at Tsu, though I notice her eyes dart over briefly to me. Were you the one who decided on how you'd forgive us, or did someone suggest it to you? I was recommended petty vengeance, Kuro. I just think that kicking you all will make me feel better. She nods and turns to the class with a raised eyebrow. Hearing that I did not tell their classmate to hurt them for forgiveness, they calm down and huddle around to discuss it. All except for Izumi, who stands in front of Tsu calmly. I want to make things right. Go ahead. Tsu stares into her eyes for a moment before nodding. She pulls her leg back, and I watch with a gleeful smile as she brings it forward. The only thing that dampens my imminent enjoyment about Izumi being 2 seconds away from being in pain is the determined expression on her face as she looks straight at me for the first time. Go to hell. Sue's foot makes contact and taps gently against Izumi's leg. I scowl as the frog girl puts her hands on Izumi's shoulders, looking into her white eyes. Thank you for understanding my decision and going along with it, Kuro. Ashui pulls the slightly taller girl into a hug that she hesitantly returns. I, meanwhile, turn around and march to the door while ignoring the others who are getting up to let the apparently soft-hearted girl kick them, only to come to a stop when I hear a shout of pain. Turning around I see Kirishima hopping on one foot while holding his knee with both hands. Whhhhyyy. Sue tilts her head and stares at him with her tongue poking out, resting a finger on her cheek as she answers. What do you mean, Kuro? I told you I was going to kick you. I snort, now understanding her reasoning. I wish she didn't use Izumi to lower everyone else's guard, but I can appreciate the thought put into the trick. The rest of the now much warier class take their turns, and I decide to lean back against the wall and watch. Some get a small kick, like Tokoyami, while others get a hard kick. Yaeorozu gets something special in the form of Psu jumping and doing a spin kick to her side. I'm not sure if the loud thump I hear is her ribs bruising or the pillows that fall out of her legs. I click my tongue disappointedly at her for trying to get out of her punishment, and to her credit she does look sheepish and pained. She should probably swing by Recovery Girl's office. Contrary to everyone else, Kaminari gets a kiss on the cheek. She gives him a small smile after the act. Thank you for noticing, Kuro. It turns out that overusing his quirk isn't the only way for the blonde to short-circuit, and he has to be led away with his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. As if determined to have equality across the range of experiences her classmates get from her, Sue punts Mineta from the front of the classroom to the back. Then she repeats it when he bounces back. I'm pretty sure she's going for a third, but Zero decides to allow the grape mercy and pulls him from the air using his tape. I'll just ignore the nearly silent tongue click the frog girl makes. Her expression hasn't changed at all except for the smile she gave Kaminari, and I think she's using the opportunity to establish her dominance over the other students. None of the others are notable, but by the end the only ones who aren't holding their knees, or side in Yaeorozu's case, are Izumi and Kaminari. Well, Mineta too, but I'm pretty sure he got knocked out. Feel better? I ask with a raised eyebrow. She tilts her head as she thinks for a moment before giving me a firm nod. I think I do, Kuro. Violence is cathartic. I point at her with both of my index fingers. See? You get it. I open my mouth to expound upon the glory of violence, but stop and tilt my head as I hear a sound. I turn to the door and tap my chin with a finger as I try to listen closer. Wouldn't work, say, clearly, 1B. I'm pretty sure someone is standing outside the classroom door preparing a speech. Am I going to let them have the time to prepare and enjoy the show? Of course not. I'm gonna crash it. I turn to Tsu to find out just how strong her legs are. Niyoto Minoma heard an interesting bit of news in the lunchroom today. Apparently the villain who made a show of the sports festival and claimed to be the son of All Might is now attending classes at the school. Not only that, but he's in the hero course. While he can understand the desire to see if he can be rehabilitated and the reason for it to be attempted at UA, given every teacher is a licensed pro-hero in the top 100, not counting the underground homeroom teacher for his rival class, he can't help but feel concerned. Which is why he's come to 1A to investigate the boy. Now, obviously he isn't alone. He has no idea what the villain's mental state is, so he has Tetsu with him as well as having copied his quirk. He's also copied Setsuna and Kamikiri's quirk. If he activates those two in tandem, then the villain wouldn't stand a chance. Of course such a combination is far too dangerous to typically be used against others, especially against his fellow first years. even the ones from Class A. Which is why he'll only use it if the villain attacks and manages to get through the copied steel quirk. Finally deciding on his opening speech declaring how 1B will not be overshadowed by the hero class that seems to have all the unusual occurrences, he reaches out to open the door. This action gets stalled when a green-haired boy comes flying through it with arms outstretched in a classic Lupin dive. But what makes a shiver run through Monoma's spine and causes him to instinctively use Tetsu's quirk is the kissy face the boy is making. Give daddy some shuga. He barely manages to drop under him, which lets him fly behind him and through a conveniently opened window. The steel-coated blonde looks up at his sharp-toothed classmate with wide, confused eyes, getting an equally befuddled expression in return. After getting helped to his feet, the girl with the frog quirk exits and looks around the hall before her eyes come to rest on the open window. Whoops, Kuro. Just a second later, Aizawa returns with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He looks at his student. He looks at Vlad's students. He looks at the open window. He turns on his heel to head back to the teacher's lounge. Nope. The three students are left in silence that's eventually broken by Tsu's voice. I can understand why Usagi wonders how he's a teacher, Kuro. Chapter 90, What to Do. Meeting. I'm telling you, trying to falsify test results is a terrible idea. What if they come back positive? Think of the backlash. We're already dealing with backlash. Making sure we're honest here will make sure the public regains the trust they've lost in us and the hero system. All they have are the ravings of a madman. A positive DNA match would just cement the thought that heroes can't be trusted in their minds. That's the kind of thinking that put us in this situation in the first place. Oh please. If you're referring to the quirkless. Enough. The firm female voice is not raised. It is not nearly as loud as some of the people in the room shouting their arguments with red faces, as if that would make them seem more convincing. No, the voice of the president of the HPSC is spoken with the same calm cadence that she always speaks with. Even so, it manages to cut through the repetitive and circular words. Really, for all the shouting, all the meetings they've held, all the long hours spent throwing out ideas, everything really boils down to one simple question. Would attempting to disprove Mitasagi's claim about being the son of All Might result in stability for Japan, or anarchy? At the moment, there are doubts. People aren't sure what to think. Even with the video where he pointed out his scars, the public's previously unflappable faith in All Might prevents them from believing that the man they've looked up to for decades, is just as human as they are. But the longer his claim goes unanswered, unchallenged, the more the country doubts. They start to wonder if the symbol of peace is really who he says he is. They wonder, if even All Might can be a bad parent, a bad person, how many of the other heroes are no better? How many of them are worse? How many of the heroes society venerates, are actually no better than villains? The HPSC knows that Mitasagi's claim needs to be addressed, but they can't decide on how. Yes, falsifying a test to prove the lie is certainly an option, but if it were to ever get out, the blowback from the attempt would cripple faith in the hero system and the government. Especially if Mitosagi proves it to be true afterwards. Simply doing the test themselves and then deciding what to reveal to the public is another option, but the problem is that they would need to get Mitosagi to conduct it. Or at least obtain an uncorrupted sample of his DNA. But over the course of his villainous career he's proven surprisingly adept at ensuring no one can get a hold of it. The glitter bomb used against Hawks is simply one tool in his arsenal that he's used to contaminate what they could retrieve. Even if they did somehow manage to get him to run the test though, they wouldn't be able to keep it from the public for long. Not with how high profile he is at the moment. Especially while he's under the watchful eye of Nizu and Yue. Not even All Might knows what to do about the situation. When they asked the man about whether or not Mitosagi is his son, and what he thinks should be done, he was uncertain about both. He admits to there being a possibility of Mitosagi being his son, though his face looked pained when he said it, but that all previous evidence points to his son being dead. The fact that a body was never found muddles the waters though. The number one hero is as unsettled by the whole thing as everyone else is, throwing himself into hero work and dodging the press to the best of his ability. Which is surprisingly good. Especially when considering that knowledge of his second form has begun to spread thanks to some especially bloodthirsty journalists. Regardless of anything else though, the fact of the matter is that no matter what they decide to do, Japan will feel its effects. They can only hope to minimize the damage. The president sighs. How long do we have before people start making noticeable waves? She holds up a hand to stop the immediate reply from one of the men promoting faking a negative. Not the uncertainty that's plaguing the public right now. How long before someone acts on it? There's a frown from the man as he sits down, a man on the opposite side standing instead and clearing his throat. Our analysts are giving us a month before the first protest. That doesn't account for an unstable or overly disgruntled individual making things even more of a mess. The president hums in thought. So, we have at least until after UA's internship week. There are a few confused glances while others perk up. That's correct, but why that time frame, exactly? One of the confused people voices the question. Because Mirko has managed to secure Mitosagi as an intern for the first 2 days. If we're going to be getting a sample of his blood to test, it's going to be then. There's silence at her proclamation for a few minutes, each of her council thinking over the fact that a villain will be apprenticing under one of the top 10 heroes. It's a laughably ironic thing to be thankful for. And, what if she fails? Or it tests as positive? The president sighs. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But, we might just have to face the music and do a publicized test. She holds up a hand to quiet the sudden outraged shouting. I don't like it any more than all of you. But regardless of the result, we're going to have people on both sides of the argument crying out that anything else is a ploy we're trying to pull. Unless we make it public and ensure there's no doubt about the results, someone is going to be causing problems. Hell, even if we do everything we can, there's still going to be problems. That's just how people are. Then, why even bother with trying to find out the truth beforehand? The entire room looks at the speaker like he's an idiot, causing him to hunch low in his seat. After a few moments of judgmental staring, the president explains slowly, as if to a child. Knowing the truth in advance will allow us to prepare statements and anticipate the public's reaction. Leaning against the wall in a shadowed corner of the room, the number 3 hero, Hawks, watches everything with a thoughtful look on his face. He recalls his own encounter with Mitosagi, when the boy made his debut as a villain. No matter how much the commission prepares, he doubts that anyone will be able to anticipate what Mitosagi will do. But Hawks is sure of one thing. Mitosagi knows how to adapt, and that's one of his most dangerous qualities. I sneeze and rub at my mouth with the back of my hand. I guess someone is talking about me. I tap my chin and look up. But is it a woman praising my amazing skills in bed or a man cursing me for spending a night with his wife? Where the hell did that come from? I shrug my shoulders at the baffled look Nyotomonoma gives me. It wouldn't be the first time and it wouldn't be the last. Though they might be mistaking me for Himiko again. I wave it off. But that's a problem for future me, probably. Where were we? The blonde continues to stare at me for a moment before sighing. We were talking about the hero students underutilizing their quirks. I snap my fingers. Oh yeah. I shake my head sadly. It's such a shame that Yae Orozu is so set on being a hero. She could be such an amazing villain. Send her to an all-you-can-eat buffet and boom. Instant armory. You are aware that I'm sitting right next to you, correct? I give the ponytailed rich girl a nod. Yep. So. She sighs. Once again, I am not joining the League of Villains. I pout at her and open my mouth, only to close it as she answers before I can even say anything. Nor will I be making you anything that doesn't currently exist. But you can make lightsabers. No, she refuses firmly once again. I give Monoma a pleading look only for him to raise his hands up in a "don't look at me" gesture. I am fully aware of my limits, and her quirk falls rather far outside of them. My pout deepens, but I can understand what he means. He already does a ton of quirk research so that he can fully utilize any quirks he copies. He doesn't have the time to learn the molecular composition of things on the off chance he'll have access to Yaoyorozu's quirk. Well, if he implements the change to his hero costume that I suggested, then that might change. But it would still mean he'd have to devote too much time to it. Much better to deepen his understanding of other quirks. I have to say though, it's so much fun doing quirk analysis with people who can understand it. Sure, I have to make sure not to get stuck in one of my mutter storms since they can't follow along with how fast I end up talking, but just having the chance to analyze and theorize about quirks with other people is such a rarity. Well, I've had a few discussions with All for One, but he doesn't really know all the capabilities of the quirks he possesses due to having so many. Ironic considering he has a longevity quirk and can devote more time to studying them. But he's more of a collector than a scientist or analyst. So long as he can use any interesting quirks he finds himself, he's happy. Sure, I'm helping my future enemies become stronger, but what does that matter in the face of quirk study? Nothing can ruin this. Usagi, can I talk to you? Alone. Spoke too soon, because Izumi is standing in front of me now, staring at the ground and shuffling her feet. Chapter 91, One for All. I lean against the wall and cross my arms over my chest as I glare at my sister, a frown on my face. To her credit, she looks about as happy as I am about whatever she has to talk about, staring at the floor and shuffling her feet while her fingers play nervously with each other. She shoots small, furtive glances up at me only to just as quickly look back down. This continues on for several minutes, during which I shoot a glare at our eavesdroppers. Ashido flinches, as do Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. The three retreat, presumably out of hearing range, but I can't be certain of that. Izumi shoots another glance at me before looking back down again, and I catch sight of a pink hand shooting back around the corner of the hallway and grabbing something solid in the air before it vanishes back out of sight. Hagakure must have been there, then. Finally, Izumi takes a deep breath and looks up at me, throat bobbing as she swallows nervously. How have you been? Small talk. She's trying to build up to whatever she actually wants to talk to me about. I suppose I can play her little game for a bit. I reply in a carefully blank tone, keeping a tight rein on my emotions. For now. Better. It turns out that having a home filled with love and support does wonders for someone's well-being. She flinches hard at that, looking down while her hand twitches towards her skirt before she takes a deep breath and clenches it into a fist. I'm sorry. Her voice is no more than a whisper, but I'm close enough that I can still hear it. I don't even bother to respond, the apology meaningless without any true honesty backing it up. Even then, what would I do with it? A genuine apology won't erase the years of abuse. It won't fix my admittedly abysmal mental state. It won't give me back all the time that we were supposed to spend as a family. Nor will it erase the suffocating fear and worry that were my constant companions growing up. It won't erase the scars. After a few minutes of silence, she seems to realize that I won't be responding. She swallows as she tries to look directly at me again, but her eyes are darting all over the place. So, you're happy? With the League of Villains? Is she seriously going to keep trying to maintain her pathetic attempts at small talk? Of trying to catch up with what's been going on in my life? Honestly, I thought she would have tried to figure out what went down at the USJ by now. What with the whole dying in front of her after my doppelganger guilt-tripped her. Did she just write it off as a trick? As neither of them being me? Whatever. It's not like it really matters anyways. As long as she's suffering, I'm not really going to complain. And if the way she's acting is any indication, she's definitely suffering. So I decide to answer with complete, 100% honesty. I am more happy with the Lovi than I have ever been in my entire life. I have real friends who care about me. A family who doesn't neglect or belittle me whenever we're in the same vicinity. A loving girlfriend that I know will always be there for me, just like I will for her. A place where quirks aren't what decide a person's. Hold the fuck up. She holds her hand up and cuts me off, for the first time not looking nervous or unsure of herself. Instead she looks like she has no idea what's going on. Repeat what you just said. Hey. Her surprise is enough for me to be surprised, wondering which part of what I said caught her attention. You mean the Lovie not caring about quirks? Before that, the League of Villains calling ourselves Lovie. After, how we're basically a family. That point makes her wince, but she pushes past it. No. Not that either. What could she wait? You mean me having a girlfriend? I ask flatly. She stares at me for a moment with wide eyes. You have a girlfriend? This bitch. Why is that the most surprising thing about what I just said? I throw my hands up in disbelief while I glare at her. I mean, seriously? That's what she seems to have a problem with? Seeming to realize how she sounds, she rapidly waves her hands in front of herself. No, no. Not like that. It's just that you've always been denser than a brick. I always thought it would take years for you to ever realize that a girl has feelings for you. I would say that's incredibly rude, but she did have to tell me that we've been dating for me to realize that. I trail off with a pout, huffing out an irritated breath. Sounds right, Izumi nods to herself before she gets wide-eyed again, her nervous swallow making its return. Todoroki can never learn of this. I tilt my head as I raise an eyebrow, looking at her quizzically. Why not? Midnight turns around to question the student sitting in detention with her after a lengthy lecture on why freezing a classmate in a block of ice before they start trouble is a big no-no without permission, only to freeze herself when an overwhelming wave of murderous intent washes over her. She instinctively lets off with her quirk as she turns to face the threat, only to take a step back when she sees Todoroki with empty eyes and a small smile on her lips. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like there's a threat I need to eliminate. Like you're one to talk. Luckily for Midnight, her gas does its job and knocks out the half-hot half-cold girl before anything dangerous can happen. The R18 hero wipes the beads of sweat off her forehead with her arm before pausing and replaying the last few seconds over in her mind. Her brows furrow. Did I just see a pair of shrine maidens behind her? It's just better for everyone that way. I hum skeptically, but it's not like I really feel the need to go around announcing to the whole school that I have a girlfriend. Well, not unless Mineta is still a creepy little grapist after the internships. In that case it will tie in nicely with what I plan to do. It's then that I realize that, in my offense, that she didn't think I could get a girlfriend. Izumi and I have been interacting differently. Not with the strained air we were before, but like siblings. I don't know how to feel about that. Why did you want to talk to me, Yagi? I force my voice back into the same cold detachment that it had when she first brought me out here. I pointedly don't react in any way when she pulls back, seeming to have realized the same thing I did. She takes a deep breath as she closes her eyes, taking several deep, slow breaths before they open again. They're filled with resolve as she meets my own. I need to tell you about Dad's quirk. I raise an eyebrow. Well, that's certainly interesting. What about it? He's never once announced what his quirk is. It's even more of a secret than his injury and skeleton form. Well, his injury at least. His skeleton form is common knowledge at this point. Even on the HPSC hero and quirk registries, they only record his quirk as being confidential. Though I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise that he told Izumi. The favored child. I wonder if he told Inko as well? It's called One for All, and he wasn't born with it. I stiffen at that, my mind stuttering only to grind to a complete halt when she continues. It was given to him. What? My voice is blank. She swallows. He was born quirkless, and he has a quirk that he can choose to pass on to someone. Anyone. Regardless of who it is. Why are you telling me this? I need time to process this. And sure, maybe she has more world-shattering things to tell me, but it's better to get them all out of the way right now instead of later. This way I can process everything at once instead of acting on whatever emotion overpowers me at this hypothetical future point. He offered it to me. Because of course he would. Why give the quirkless son what he needs to be accepted in the world when you can give it to the normal child? And with that name. All for one has some explaining to do. So you have 2 quirks now. Funny. I thought she had convinced herself that she feels guilty about what she did. I should have known better. Gloating about. No, I refused it. Again, my thoughts grind to a halt. I can do nothing but stare at her. She didn't take it. Why? Why? The question slips past my lips, barely even more than a whisper. I don't know how to react to this. She looks back at the ground, her nerves failing her. She hides her face behind her hair as she explains. It made me sick. That power, he should have given it to you. He should have told us, all of us. So much could have changed if we had just known. Tears begin to dot the ground between her feet. I let Bakugo convince me that you needed a quirk. I looked at Mom and Dad's actions and thought that they were just doing the same. I. Her shoulders shake as she starts to sob. I didn't deserve power when all I did was hurt you with it. I didn't deserve to take what should have been yours. I didn't deserve. She trails off, not finishing the sentence out loud. Her hands bunch up her skirt as she tries to force out more, but it seems her body doesn't want to listen to her. I know how that feels. I wish I knew how to feel right now. I stare at her for a few more minutes as she falls to her knees as her sobs overtake her, not moving a muscle even when her arms come up to wrap around herself. It's only when the bell rings announcing the end of lunch that I move from my position against the wall. I step past her, forcefully shoving my hands in my pockets. I stop a few feet away and take a deep breath as I look up at the ceiling. Letting it out slowly, I speak, not turning back. Tell me, Izumi. When did you first think that I was still alive? Her sobs continue for a moment before she manages to choke them off. At the USJ. When you. She doesn't finish the sentence, but we both know what she's referring to. I hum consideringly. That's rather curious. I resume walking, heading towards the sounds of other students on their way to class. Because, you see, Inko has known since the day I left. I turn the corner without waiting for a response, letting a new problem occupy all the space in my mind. I can think about, whatever that was, later. For now. If Toshinori was born officially quirkless and the strength quirk was given to him, then what kind of power does he actually have? Chapter 92, Trust, Deceit. Izumi. I stare after Izuku with wide eyes, unable to react enough to chase after him and ask for answers. Not that I have any right to do that in the first place. But Mom knew? She's known all this time that Izuku has been alive? I swallow with a suddenly dry throat, closing my eyes as I take deep, slow breaths in an effort to stop the hallway from spinning. I let them out just as slowly, then repeat. After a few minutes of doing this in silence, I open my eyes and try to think about this. I won't make the same mistake as when I pushed Izuku away. Yes, I want to believe him. Yes, I want to think that he wouldn't lie about something like this. But despite what I wish otherwise, he is a villain. He could be trying to drive a wedge between Mom and I, except he doesn't have to. What would he even get out of it? We already don't talk all that much, so there's really not anything he could accomplish by trying to worsen our relationships. But, if he is telling the truth. Mom. Where's Izuku? I ask my mom while she's making dinner. I'm so excited to tell him about the idea Katsuki and I came up with so that we can all still be heroes together. Even if other people won't call him a hero, I know that he will be. When I ask my question though, Mom's face twitches. Not into a smile though, and it's kind of like she's trying to hide whatever her expression is. It's kind of. I don't think I like it. But then she gives me a smile and I tell myself that I was just imagining things. He's out with your father at the moment. You seem excited though, so why don't you share whatever it with me instead? I pout at her and cross my arms at her. No. I need to tell Izuku how Katsuki and him and me can all be heroes together. Mom's mouth turns down into a frown, but it's a bit different from a frown. She's scowling. Why? Well sweetie, dinner is almost ready and then you'll have to go to bed. Toji and Izuku won't be back until after you're asleep, so how about you tell me what you were thinking and I'll let him know when he gets here. I look up while I think. Because I do like going to bed at the same time every night. But I also want to be the one who tells him about our idea. But this is Mom. I nod and give Mom a happy smile. Okay. So, we decided that. Remembering it now, was she actually listening to me back then? After that night I never tried to bring it up to him, so did she ever actually tell him? And then he told me about those notebooks, which I told Bakugo about. I frown as my brows furrow, another memory of my mother coming to me. I fidget with the edge of the gold-colored sundress Mom is having me try on at the clothing store. She was very particular about it being gold instead of just yellow. I look up and see her coming back with even more clothes for me to try on and hold back a wince. I don't like this. I don't like how she's so excited to get me new things to wear when she forgot to bring Izuku with us for our birthday. We left so early that day that I slept the whole drive there. Then Dad wandered off so it ended up being just Mom and I at the amusement park the whole day. I don't know why I didn't notice that Izuku wasn't with us the whole day. Maybe I was just too excited about meeting All Might and having him shake my hand? Maybe until we got home, I just thought that he chose to spend our birthday with Dad because Katsuki and I had been ignoring him. I don't think it really matters what the reason is that he wasn't there with us that day. What matters is that he wasn't. Just like he isn't with us now even though I'm pretty sure he would like new clothes too. Why isn't he here? Dad is busy with work today. So who's with Izuku? Izumi. You'll look adorable in this skirt. Mom holds up a skirt the same shade of green as my hair, and I like it. I really do. But the smile I give her must not let her know that because she frowns and drops it into the pile before coming into the changing room with me, pulling the curtain closed to give us privacy. Izumi, what's wrong? Do you not like any of the clothes? Do you want to go do something else? I look at the ground, watching as my bare feet shuffle in place. It's not that. It's just. I trail off, not sure how to say it. Well, I do know. But something about Mom whenever I bring up Izuku makes me hesitate to do so. Before long Mom wraps me in her arms, hugging me tightly against her. I let the side of my head lay against her chest, listening to the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. Izumi. No matter what's wrong, you know you can always talk to me about it, right? Her voice is sweet, kind, and I let myself melt into the hug, wrapping my own arms around her. Yet. I do. Thanks Mom. I feel her nod before asking me again what the problem is. This time, I answer. Well. Why isn't Izuku here? I can feel her body tense and her heartbeat changes a bit but I continue on. After all, I can talk to her about anything. She doesn't reply for a bit, and I start to wonder if she's not going to tell me. Is it a secret? Eventually she does speak, though, but with a question. Why do you think your brother isn't here? I frown at the question she answers me with. Is it my fault? I wonder. And with that single thought, I know why he isn't here with us. And it is my fault. Mine and Katsuki's. Is it because I've been ignoring him? I've been feeling bad about it ever since I started doing it, never seeing Izuku with anyone else. He's always alone whenever we're at school, writing in his quirk analysis notebook or drawing something in his sketchpad. I want to talk like we used to, but Katsuki is always reminding me about the plan and how it will never work if we can't keep it up. Sometimes I wonder if I like being Katsuki's friend like when we were a trio instead of a duo. Izuku would always joke about us being a lettuce sandwich with Katsuki being a piece of chicken in the middle. His reaction to that was always funny. But without Izuku it doesn't work. Mom hums without answering my question, responding with her own question instead. Again. Why have you been ignoring him? I don't like that she won't answer me, but she's my mom so I answer her anyways. After telling her about Katsuki's plan and how I think it's stupid now, she just hums again before pulling away. She gives me a small smile, but it doesn't feel like a nice smile. It's important to keep your promises, Izumi. I shiver and look down before glancing up again. But what about? Her hands tighten on my shoulders and I wince. Her smile looks mean now. Keep your promises, she states in a clipped tone. I don't like it. I've never heard Mom talk like this. It's scary. So to get her back to normal as soon as possible I nod rapidly, my head bouncing up and down. She smiles at that, letting go of my shoulders before grabbing the skirt she was showing me earlier. That's a good girl, Izumi. You're going to grow up to be an amazing hero. I don't like listening to her heartbeat after that. I tried talking to her about what was going on a few more times after that, while growing up. But she always just gave me a tense smile and told me to keep my promise. Why? I whisper to myself as I draw my knees up against my chest, surprised to find that I'm sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. Why would she tell me that? Siblings. Twins are supposed to support each other. The hypocritical words burn as they leave my throat, or maybe that's the bile that covers the floor next to me. I shouldn't have done it. It was a bad thing to do. Then we started hurting him. Why? When? When did I stop trying to tell her and Dad about it? When? I draw in a sharp breath as another memory forces itself to the front of my mind. A memory of a present. A treatment? The doctor said that listening to something will help you sleep, Mom says as she puts a pair of All Might themed headphones over my head, leaving one side off so that we can still talk. She's careful to make sure they don't get caught on the bandages, or are too tight. Once she's sure they won't fall off, she gives me a worried look. Do you need anything else? I wave my left hand in the negative, my dominant right stuck in a cast. I can't shake my head either since it hurts to do so. Apparently Dad knows someone who knows recovery girl though, so I won't have to stay in the hospital for more than a few days. The doctors told me that I'd still have some burn scars though. Thankfully they at least won't be visible while I'm just living my life. As long as I don't wear anything that shows off my back, then nobody will even know they're there. Mom sighs, shaking her head in a way that makes me feel sheepish. Honestly, Izumi, what were you even doing in a place like that? I frown. I honestly don't know, I answer. Apparently the beam that fell on my head knocked the memory right out of me. Must have been jealous. She swats at my hand reproachfully, causing me to giggle. I might never remember what happened, but as Mom puts on the other side of the headphone and turns it on, All Might's motivating words of me being a future pro drifting through my ears, I have to wonder. I barely notice All Might's voice changing a bit as I drift off to sleep, painkillers making me brush off how it sounds like the symbol of peace is saying something else. If I never remember, does the reason really matter? The headphones, I whisper breathlessly, feeling like I'm swaying slightly. Like I'm on a boat. I hear someone hum, the sound reverberating through me somehow. What about the headphones, Izumi? A familiar voice asks, but I'm too focused on what I can remember. Because the headphones are where I stopped trying to bring things up with my parents. When I stopped fighting Bakugu as much when I thought he was going too far in our goal. Those damned headphones that I smashed against a wall after I woke up from a nightmare after Izuku disappeared. At the time I brushed what I heard off as my guilty mind poking at me again, but using All Might's voice this time. But the quirkless are relics of a bygone era with no place in modern society. Heroes? Ha! Without quirks, they aren't even fit to live. The quirkless. That's all I heard before I smashed it. I mentioned it to Mom afterwards, but she just brushed it off and said, "You don't need that anymore." I was confused at the time because guilt was eating away at me. I was doing that. But what if it was something more? What, Mom? I shake my head, my mind focusing on why she gave me those headphones in the first place. What was it? Why was I there? Where, Izumi? Where were you? That familiar voice talks again, and I like it. It's relaxing. So I answer absently while I try to think. The hospital. I was there. She gave them to me there. But why was I there? If I can remember, maybe I can know. Why? Why did Mom give me headphones that said that about the quirkless when Izuku is quirkless? I clench my eyes and use my hands to cover my ears, feeling a pang of regret as I block out the nice voice. I need to remember. I need to remember. I need to remember. And flashes come to me. Fire. Screaming. I push open a flaming door, thankful that the numerous holes mean I don't have to worry about the flames within rushing out at me. I hold my jacket over my mouth with my other hand as the stinging smoke forces tears from my eyes. It would be better to keep them narrowed to hopefully prevent damage. But instead they're wide open while I scramble through every room, searching. I use my quirk to force my arm still, whimpering at the pain and how it bends the wrong way. But I push past it as I struggle to my feet. I scream his name as the roof caves in. Izuku. I barely even feel it when a needle breaks my skin, moments before darkness claims me and I remember nothing more. Chapter 93, Power Loader Fucks Up. WHHHHYYYYY. I whine from my place between Jiro and Kaminari where I'm being dragged. Limply, of course. No point in making this easy on the two traitors. Because you need a costume, Jiro points out reasonably. And we don't want to deal with Aizawa-sensei making a big deal about how you can't use your villain costume because it's a villain costume, Kaminari points out just as reasonably. But I don't want I whine in a high-pitched voice, determined to make this as difficult for the two as possible. Even if me needing a hero costume is understandable, it doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm perfectly happy using my villain costume for hero work as well. Just think about how confused people will be. Although it's possible that it would mess with my reputation as Mitosegi, I guess. So that's one point towards letting myself be dragged to the support studio. But is it really that easy for UA to make a hero student's costume? Wouldn't it have made more sense for me to swing by and get measured and tell them what kind of costume I'd like closer to the start of the week? It's already Thursday, so will they really have enough time to get it put together before internships start on Sunday? Or is Nizu hoping to kill me off next week because he doesn't want to deal with me anymore? Nah, my first session with Hound Dog is tomorrow, so I doubt that he's already tired of the quality entertainment I provide for him. So it's either that UA's support department actually can work that fast, or not much effort is put into the costumes for the first-year hero students. Not that either option really matters for me. You know, because I can undie myself. Might as well make conversation while they drag me to my doom. So did the two of you talk about how Jiro is always ragging on Kaminari? My sudden question causes the girl to stumble a step and her face to go red, though Kaminari manages to adjust without too much trouble and prevent himself from stumbling as well. And being the chill sort of guy he is, he just readjusts his grip and answers the question. Yeah, we talked about it. I don't really mind as long as she stops calling me dumb all the time and stops implying that I can't control my quirk. I nod. Understandable. But why'd she start doing it in the first place? Because you were hitting on her all the time and she's a tsundere. The two of us ignore Jiro's red-faced sputtering, perfectly content to bypass her embarrassment. Well, yes but actually no, the blonde shrugs. Mainly it was that she's gay and didn't know that I'm asexual, so she thought I was only interested in her sexually instead of romantically. Another nod. Makes sense. Communication is important in all relationships, even the ones where you aren't dating each other. I look over at the Violet, who's studiously ignoring us after getting her face back to its normal shade. So, any girls catch your eye? 1A? 1B? Whichever of the support classrooms it is we're going to now. She flushes once again, letting go of my arm and letting that side of me drop. Which ends up with Kaminari letting out a yelp of surprise and dropping the side of me that he's supporting and causing me to drop to the floor, my head making a dull thump sound when it hits the ground. Ow, I deadpan. I have fallen and cannot get up. Go on without me, but erect a statue in the name of my heroic sacrifice. No, Jiro says flatly before digging inside her pockets for a moment before pulling out a pair of earplugs. At my raised eyebrow she explains while putting them in. The support course is loud. She grimaces. The crazy girl especially. She's like a nicer, more excitable version of Bakugu. Lovely, I respond dryly before putting my palms flat on the ground above my head and pushing myself into position to crab walk the rest of the way to our destination. So I'm guessing she isn't the one you're interested in. So, 1A? I haven't really met anyone other than Monoma from 1B so I can't make a guess there, but I think you'd make a cute couple with Yaeorozu or Tsu. Neither of them are particularly loud, so there wouldn't be any concern for your hearing either. My blatant shipping gets a cute blush to rise to her cheeks, but before she can respond the door we were just about to walk past gets blown out of its frame and slams into the wall on the other side of the hallway. The sound of a man shouting and a girl cackling comes from within while I use only my legs to pull myself back into a standing position, then walk over to examine the door. Contrary to what one might think, the door is not actually leaning against the wall. Instead it's crumpled in the center around what looks like a cannonball made out of some kind of silvery metal. Weirdly shaped, too. Now that I'm taking a closer look, it actually seems more along the lines of a bullet than a cannonball. No guns. The sudden confirmation of what I suspected pulls me out of my thoughts, and I turn around and purposefully stride into the room with a smile on my face. Meanwhile, the two hero students exchange glances before doing a 180 and walking back the way we came. Not our business, not our problem, Kaminari shouts before I step into the room. No idea what he's talking about, but I think I'll apply what he said to whatever it is. But think of all the ways they can be used by heroes. A girl shouts, though I can't really see her due to the cloud of black smoke filling the air. I wonder if that's a regular occurrence or something that only happens rarely. But as Melissa likes to say, good inventors blow up something at least once a week. Guns don't make civilians feel safe. The male voice shouts back, and I start walking in that direction. We aren't in America. Snipe uses guns. And who cares about feelings? Feelings are stupid. Snipe only uses guns because of his quirk. You don't see any other heroes using guns. Heroes use their quirks to make people feel safe, not weapons. But quirks are so inefficient. I take offense to that. It's not the quirk's fault that the person using it is an idiot who can't bother experimenting with what it can do. My babies can make it so that when a quirk fails, heroes won't just stand around sucking on their thumbs. I'm pretty sure that babies suck on their thumbs too, but maybe she's talking about mechanical robot babies? Or infant AI. No guns. The words come out just a bit more shrill just as I exit the smoke. I blink my eyes clear enough to see the hero power loader waving his finger at a shorter person, probably the girl, angrily. If I find out you made any kind of firearm after today, you're expelled. The man turns around and storms away, not even seeming to notice me as he grumbles under his breath about mad geniuses. After I can finally see everything, I focus on the source of the man's ire and see a first-year girl with pink dreadlocks standing there with her gloved fists clenched and teeth bared in a snarl at her teacher's back. A pair of steampunk-like goggles rest on her forehead, presumably put there after the explosion given that the area around her eyes is clear of soot. Her eyes themselves are a dark yellow with a black crosshair pattern around the pupils, which are narrowed at the support hero's back. I can't resist the smile that pulls at my lips, because oh do I know what it's like for someone to reject a person's passion. To threaten their dream. To tell them to give up, that it's useless. And I know how inventors get when someone tells them that something can't be done. Especially when they're excited to try it. That's how Melissa got her quirk-enhancing device made. The other scientists told her that there was no way she could make something that could boost any quirk without being made specifically for it, and she obviously took that personally. But this girl? Well, let's see just what she can do. After putting a sympathetic look on my face, I walk up and put my hand on her shoulder, pulling her out of probably murderous thoughts, which I do feel bad about, but I want to get to know a bit about her. Sucks to be him, what was that about? She huffs as she looks at me, her eyes, dilating, a bit as she peers at me for a moment before deciding to answer. I made a gun, baby, that shoots different kinds of bullets. Power loader. She practically spits the man's name out and I feel my smile make its return. Got mad because guns are dangerous. Her air quotes perfectly illustrate what she thinks of that line of thinking. There's someone in the hero course who literally has blades coming out of his body. How is a gun more dangerous than that? She throws her hands up in frustration before abruptly turning and walking towards what I would presume to be her table, given the gun resting on it. Well, gun, given that it looks more like one of those bulky confetti cannon guns, with a large barrel and small handle. Though as I watch she pops the front off and lets it drop, revealing that it's built similar to a revolver, but instead of traditional bullets there's instead fist-sized balls within, about 20 of them, though there's a clear spot where one is missing. What I find interesting is that the bullet embedded in the door is much larger than the bullets in the gun. What kind of bullets have you made? I ask curiously. She looks surprised at the question, like she's never had anyone ask about her inventions before, but she quickly grows excited and starts rambling about how the gun works and what the different colored bullets do. According to her, the silver ones grow after leaving the chamber, the purple ones are essentially Midnight's quirk compressed and contained for a ranged sleeping gas, the brown ones expand into a net, and the red ones cause an eruption of flames. Quite frankly, it's amazing. To get such a variety of uses out of a single weapon is something any villain would love to get their hands on. Yes, they'd require a constant supply of bullets, something that knives will never need, as Himi always says, but these are only the start of what this girl can do. If she can figure out something similar that will work for knives, I can see her being Himi's third favorite person. After Eri and me, of course. I shoot out my hand, interrupting her gushing over what other kinds of bullets she can make. I don't think we've been properly introduced. What's your name? She blinks at me blankly for a moment before looking down at my hand, then shrugs as she shakes it. May Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, patent pending. I chuckle at the confidence in her voice. It's the kind of confidence that tells me that there's absolutely no doubt in her mind that she'll get there one day, regardless of what anyone else has to say. But, well, there's nothing wrong with Hatsum Industries being a bit more morally grey than she first intended, is there? Izuku Usagi, also known as Midosegi of the League of Villains. I give her a wide smile. How would you like to make a deal? Chapter 94, Therapy? I stare at the door in front of me, trepidation filling my stomach. Or maybe that's the grenade Hatsum threw together for me yesterday. The fact that it only took her 5 minutes to build something that she could confidently say would collapse a room should probably be a bit concerning for the heroes. Then again, they clearly see her as a problem child who doesn't have enough restraint for her ideas, and are trying to stifle her potential. Poor heroes. They have no idea just how brilliant that girl is. She's wasted here at UA. I truly hope that she accepts my offer, when the time comes. The Lovi would be so much better for her to spread her wings and soar to greatness. Or, rather, they would allow her explosions to reach a force she never imagined before. Where now she can destroy a room, staying at UA would lead her to being able to destroy a building by the time she graduates. If she joins the Lovi, she could destroy a city before the year is out. But that's a consideration for later, if she wishes to accept. For now I need to prepare myself to deal with this latest challenge. Something that I considered, every once in a while, but always discarded as not worth the time investment. Therapy. I can honestly say that I have no idea how this is going to go, which is a rarity. Normally I'd have at least some sort of view as to how whatever I do will end, even if I end up being wrong. But here? Nothing. It's unsettling. Is this how other people feel whenever I start a mutter spree? Well, other than Melissa and Himi. Melissa because she'll go on her own spree whenever talking about one of her inventions, and Himi because she thinks it's cute. After what feels like an eternity of standing there but is most likely no more than a few minutes, I sigh. Best to just get this over with, I mutter to myself and raise my hand to knock on the door. Just because I'm a villain doesn't mean I have to be rude. But just before my hand can make contact with the wood it swings open, and the person on the other side walks right into my fist. Ow! They say and take a step back while bringing their hand up to rub at their nose, though probably more from surprise than actual pain. I wasn't going to put much force into my knock, after all. I really hope that this encounter isn't an omen for how my therapy session will go, because the person I just accidentally hit in the face is Izumi. I stand there and stare at her for a moment, studying her. After the reveal of One for All, we haven't talked again, which I'm more than happy with being the case. Other than speculating about what Toshinorai's actual quirk is, I've done my best to put the whole interaction out of my mind. I still don't know what my feelings about it are, and at this point I think I need to talk to Himi to work through them. But maybe my session with Hound Dog will be productive, somehow? Maybe? It seems like Izumi can't say the same for being outwardly affected by our talk, though. Huge bags under her eyes, messy hair, and medical patches covering her cheeks that stretch all the way to her jawline. Speaking plainly, she looks like shit. Not that I care, obviously. As shown by how I simply step aside after she pulls her hand away from her nose and opens her eyes, making eye contact with me. We stand there in a tense silence before she dips her head towards me and takes her leave, neither of us speaking a word. I stare after her retreating back until she turns the corner before shaking my head and stepping through the cleared doorway into Hound Dog's office. It's not particularly large or small, just an average size. Neither is it cluttered with therapy stuff. Apart from the desk holding a computer and some personal items, the only furniture are a couch and chair sitting across from each other in the middle of the room, and a few beanbag chairs scattered around. There are also a bunch of plus-highs scattered around the room for some reason. Hound Dog himself is sitting in the chair, staring at me with a raised eyebrow. "Mr. Usagi," he says in a neutral tone that causes my hand to twitch towards the knife strapped to my thigh. "I wasn't expecting news so soon. Your appointment isn't for another 45 minutes. I shrug, trying my best to seem casual. Ugh, why is this so stressful? We haven't even started yet. I dislike the possibility of being late. I shoot a quick glance over my shoulder. Didn't expect to run into another patient. The dog person hums. In acknowledgement? Doubt? Curiosity? He hums and that's all I can say about it. Well, since you're already here, would you like to take a seat? So he says, but he doesn't gesture to either the couch across from him or one of the bean bags. Is this a test? Something that will tell him about my personality? Why did I never do any research into how therapists operate? But I can't just stand here, I do have an agreement with Nizu, after all. So I snatch a surprisingly soft cat plushie off of the couch and carry it with me to a dark green beanbag in front of his desk. I let myself drop into it, sinking in comfortably before I look back at him. He's just staring, menacingly. Or not. He can easily intimidate someone if he wants though, given his size and appearance. And he does use it to great effect whenever he's out doing hero work. He could probably give Ashido a few tips if she's determined to keep Alien Queen as her hero name. Though I never bothered to learn if she actually does want to be an intimidation type hero, so if she's plans to go more in line with a cutesy or casual Alien Queen, then her best bet would be getting tutelage under someone like Selkie. Though obviously she'd be able to get a more positive reaction than him, given that she's female and doesn't have a naturally intimidating appearance. But if she decides to be a Twilight or Underground hero, then she'd be perfect for jump scares. Which would really tie in well with her allusion to the movie series. Furthermore, I'm pulled from my thoughts by the hero/therapist clearing his throat, and my teeth clack together at the realization that I started muttering at some point. I hold back a grimace as I wait for him to say something, and after staring at me for a few moments, he does. Are there any topics you'd like to avoid? I blink in surprise, taken aback by the question. Things I'd like to avoid. Hound Dog dips his head in a slow nod. Yes, I find that it is easier for people to talk about things if they know that I will make an effort to avoid sensitive topics. Hey! That's interesting. I thought therapists are supposed to get you to talk about things that you don't want to talk about. Isn't that kind of the point? You won't get better if you don't talk about what's bothering you? Or maybe it's a stage thing. Talk about the thing that bothers you the least and then build up to what bothers you the most? I really want to research the kinds of methods therapists use during their sessions, but I know myself enough to realize that if I do, I'll just do my best to give him the correct answers instead of the true ones. Not that the correct answers wouldn't be true, but some things are more true than others. I shrug, squeezing the cat plushie in my lap. The Yagis, I guess. Middle school. Hound Dog nods easily. That's perfectly fine. If things get too uncomfortable for you while we're talking, just say so and we can move on to a different topic. I nod hesitantly, eyeing him warily. So far, this has not been going as I expected. A quick surreptitious glance at the clock tells me that I've only been here for a few minutes. And since I showed up so early, I technically have more than 2 hours before the scheduled end of the session. This is going to be a long 2 hours. But then he asks the first question, and all my worries are pushed to the back of my mind. So, I heard that you like quirk analysis. I perk up at the mention of one of my favorite topics. Which means that with enough practice, Mandalay can probably share memories, or even her sight with other people. And let's not forget that Pixie Bob is literally a one-woman army. No, a one-woman special forces. If she carries even just a bucket of dirt around a city with her, she can easily be the most effective underground hero. Really, the only reason that the Wild Pussycats as a whole aren't ranked in the top 10 is because they're so focused on rescue work as opposed to apprehension. I finally take a breath, finishing my explanation on why the Pussycats are some of the best heroes in Japan and some of the only ones I like and respect. Not to mention how effective their quirks could be if they thought about them differently. I blame the quirk counselors they had as children. Not that I know who those were, but I can still blame them. Hound Dog shakes his head in bemusement, which I can understand. The Lovi still can't keep up with my mutter sprees, and even though I try to slow them down to the best of my abilities, sometimes I just have to go full speed ahead. Well, that was certainly informative. Yep, I lost him somewhere along the way. Oh well, I had fun at least. Then I blink at that thought. I had fun? At my mandatory therapy? Is that supposed to happen? A quick glance at the clock has me jerking in surprise, jostling off of the beanbag in surprise when I see the time. We've been here 3 hours. Hound Dog blinks and looks at the clock as well. So we have, he says with his own sense of bemusement. He shakes his head to clear whatever thoughts are filling it before he looks at me. Well, luckily for me I don't have any appointments after you. We can end the day's session here if you'd like, or I have another hour to spare before I need to get started on some paperwork that needs to get done. The question is clear in his tone, and for a moment I think about it. It has been nice to let loose and get some old-fashioned quirk analysis. Sure, bouncing things around with Yaoyorozu and Monoma is fun, but it's just not the same when I have to slow things down so others can understand me. In fact, I don't think I've been this relaxed since I took Nizu's deal. But no, I think that's enough for the day, and I tell the man as much. He just nods understandingly and tells me that his office is always open if I ever want to talk. And as I head to the dorms, I can't help but think that I'll be taking him up on that offer sometime. Much to my surprise. Chapter 95, Mirko. So, this is your place? I ask from where I'm sitting on the granite countertop, leaning on the leg I've pulled up while the other idly sways. Yep. Now get your ass off the counter, I eat there. I chuckle and do as Mirko asks, bouncing in place after I get both feet on the ground. Like we agreed last week, I'll be interning with her for the first 2 days of the internships. Then on the 3rd day I'll switch to Endeavor, 2 days after that I go with someone called Gran Torino, then I'll spend the rest of the time with Sir Nightai. I am definitely not looking forward to that particular team-up. Still, Mirko and Endeavor will be fun. Especially since Shoko is interning with her dad. I wonder if she wants me to help her arrange an accident for him while on patrol? They seem to have a better relationship now, so I better check with her before I do anything. So, I ask, what's the plan for today? Patrol? Paperwork? Blow it off for some fun? I call Himi for some real fun. Mirko rolls her eyes and smirks at me. As fun as that would be, unfortunately it's paperwork today. I sigh and bring the back of my hand to my forehead. Woe is me, that my old foe makes its return. I had thought them slain, given I never had to deal with them in the first place. Mirko raises an eyebrow. If you never dealt with them in the first place, how could they be an old foe? I shrug. I've got people to figure that out for me. In the love space, one sneezes, earning himself a scowl from Skyfall. Nasty, cover your mouth. One apologizes while rubbing a finger under his nose. Sorry. But I'm pretty sure that Mitosagi is planning to make me do something ridiculous again. Skyfall rolls her eyes before turning back to her workbook. Whatever. A few minutes later, frustrated with how her lowercase g looks too much like an 8, she turns back to the senior villain. I've been wonderin', why choose one as your villain name? One gives her an unimpressed look. We both know that accent is fake. Why do you insist on sticking with it? Skyfall shrugs. I like it. She smiles. Plus, I'm hopin' it'll annoy Mitosagi. One thinks about it for a moment before nodding. Fair. Then he sighs. Essentially, I couldn't think of anything, and Mitosagi and Toga were already calling me one, so. So you were too lazy to come up with something yourself. I suppose. Skyfall just stares at him for a moment before sighing and going back to her writing practice. Toga says that writing and reading are part of the same coin, and both will help her with thinking things through. Especially if she ever decides to write a journal, she refuses to call it a diary, she's not nearly girly enough for something like that. Plus, if it helps her avoid becoming like one. Her enthusiasm for her lessons has never been so high. Anyways, I clap my hands and spin on my heels so I'm facing the table where 2 stacks of papers rest. What kind of paperwork are we doing? Mirko lets out a loud groan while dropping into her seat. Damage and injury claims. I raise an eyebrow at that before shrugging it off and plopping into the seat on the other side of the table. I mean, sure, injury claims from the people the rabbit hero apprehends are reasonable given how much she loves to fight, but damage claims? Other than putting holes in things when her attacks miss, there shouldn't be many of those. How would you feel about turning villain? I ask the rabbit heroine from where I'm slumped over on the floor. Tempting, Mirko responds blankly, her ears twitching as she writes down yet another rejection for the injury claim. Seeing her on patrol and getting slapped by your girlfriend for staring is not Mirko's fault. No, it does not entitle you to monetary recompense. No, it does not entitle you the right to cop a feel either. Even if your girlfriend broke up with you for being a lecherous scumbag. A lot of those damage reports aren't much better. Oh, her metal shoe scuffed the wall of your building when she jumped off of it to dropkick a villain? Suck it up. A villain threw her through your store's window? Not her fault, file it with your insurance company. We don't have to do any paperwork, I point out in the face of her rejection, which actually causes her to stop writing for a moment and actually consider it. Which I sort of expected but also not really. I don't really have a problem if she does decide to switch sides, and it would be funny if it were to end up being because of how much she hates paperwork, but Himi might complain about corrupting our rabbit. So, in order to stop our booty call from losing her license to beat people into the ground, I interrupt her thoughts. How do I accomplish this? By jumping up and flicking a knife at her tit. Fortunately it works, even though it looks like she mostly grabbed it out of the air on instinct more than anything. The action doesn't even get more than a raised eyebrow out of her. I'm bored, let's go on patrol. Seriously, paperwork sucks. Can't, she grunts, the condition to forego your chaperone from UA was that you spend the whole first day inside, to show that you have the patience and ability to restrain yourself. Not to mention the fact that you'll be showing that you're actually determined to change. I give her a deadpan look. But I'm not determined to change. She shrugs. Not my problem, that's the justification that the higher-ups decided to use to agree with your request. I hum and nod along with her explanation, though that doesn't mean I have to like it. Stated as such through the groan I let out while doing some stretches. Fine. In that case, wanna spar? She stops writing again, giving me a considering look while her ear twitches thoughtfully. Of course I do. But I need to get these forms filled out by the end of the day, she sighs, looking at the stack of paper that's shrunk to half its size. Though mine is in the same boat, and we've been at this for hours. I let out a louder groan and drape myself dramatically over my chair. But most of these are from stupid people complaining about stupid things because they're stupid enough to think that the HPSC stupid enough to give them money for stupid reasons. Yep, she agrees easily, putting another paper on the finished pile. We stay like that for a while, me being dramatic and Mirko filling out paperwork. Not sure how long, honestly I'm pretty sure I dozed off at some point, but long enough that Mirko finally gets exasperated enough to talk to me again. Look, the sooner you help with this shit the sooner we can do something actually fun. So get off your ass and do your half. I pretend to think about it for a moment before letting myself fall forward over the back of the chair and onto the seat. Face first. Not getting any kind of reaction from the hero, I reluctantly turn myself right side up and snatch a paper off the pile with a grumble. I should have just stabbed Izumi at the sports festival and called it a day. But no, I had to go all dramatic villain origin story about it. Haven't even gotten laid in the past week because Himi said I'm not allowed to do it with the students or teachers. I continue to grumble under my breath while filling out rejection after rejection, and I know that Mirko can hear me because of the way her ears and lips are twitching, but she doesn't say anything. At least until I address her directly. So, what shady stuff is the HPSC trying to get you to do with me? She chokes on nothing at the sudden question, coughing violently with a hand in front of her mouth while I watch with no small amount of amusement. I really wasn't trying to do anything, but I can't say I don't appreciate the result. Nothing. I don't do shady shit. Wow. She is really bad at lying. Wonder what it is that they asked her to do? I'd usually agree that you don't do anything shady, if only because you're the very definition of the opposite of subtlety. But, that... I kind of waved vaguely at her to indicate her abysmal attempt at lying. That was very clearly an attempt by an unsubtle person to be subtle. She grimaces, unable to really deny it. Though I'm kind of interested in how she would deny it, if she tried. It would probably be funny. After a few moments though she sighs. Fine, yes. They want me to do shady shit. Fucking stupid shady shit too. I nod along understandingly. Yet, dealing with people who refuse to understand your capabilities is really annoying. For some reason, it feels like someone is glaring at me, but I'm sure that's just my imagination. Mirko and I are the only ones here after all. She slumps in her chair dejectedly. You have no idea. I kick back and balance on the back legs of the chair while looking at her appraisingly. So, I'm guessing it has something to do with me. Her ear slightly twitches, though she doesn't otherwise react. I'm not sure if that was an acknowledgement or a natural movement. Either way, I'll assume I'm right. I'm guessing murder attempt? No? Poison, medically induced coma style? Maybe lead me into a trap so you can honestly say that you aren't the one who killed me? Ooh, maybe they want you to. They want a DNA test. Mirko shouts before I can even get to the even wilder theories about her acting as a spy. I mean, that's completely ridiculous. Just look at her. Only an idiot would think that someone who loves violence would make a good spy for the Lovi regardless of occupation. Well, that's random. Why a DNA test? Do they not believe that I'm Yagi's son? They want to find out if you're actually related to All Might before they decide what they want to do about your announcement. Well, shouldn't there be hospital records for this? Or they could, just ask? What made them think that asking Mirko to try and get something to use as a DNA sample would be a good idea? No, how do they think she could have pulled something like that off without me knowing? It's not like she uses blades to fight, so an accident in training wouldn't have worked. I shrug. I don't mind. I let a smirk play over my lips. In fact, we can have fun with you getting them their DNA sample. At the end of the first day of Mitasagai's hero internships, Mirko stands in front of her contact at the HPSC with slightly wobbly legs, holding out a transparent container, the contents of which are obscured by her hand. Here's the DNA. The man blinks at her, surprised at how quickly she got what they needed. He reaches out and takes hold of the container just under the lid while giving her a curious look. Ah, thank you. How did? Before he can even ask how she got it so quick, she turns on her heel and speed walks out of the room. He thinks that odd but doesn't question it. At least until he holds the container up to get a look at what they'll be testing. Is this fucking sperm? Chapter 96, Endeavor. Hi, Shoko. I wave excitedly at my dual-haired friend, who returns it with a more demure one, but the joy lighting up her eyes and the slight upturn of her lips tells me that she's just as excited for this internship as I am. And I am excited. I didn't really do much with Mirko on the second day except have sex. Well, there was one patrol, but that was mainly us hopping across rooftops for a couple hours. No one caused any trouble, so I didn't get to stab anyone. Non-lethally, I am required to add. Stupid Nizu and his stupid no-murder rule. Ijuwamido Sajai, Endeavor nods coolly at me, his expression carefully neutral. Hard to say if he's actually happy or annoyed that I'm interning with him. Which is particularly odd considering he requested me. But maybe he just did it because Shoko and I are friends. Hard to say, really. Endeavor, I nod back with just as much gravitas. Then I tilt my head while staring at his flaming facial hair. I've always wondered, how long can you hold the flames on your face before they start becoming uncomfortable? Because you're fire resistant, not fireproof. But you're also known to go a full day out in public with it constantly active, which means either the flames are weak or you take consistent breaks to ensure you have a minimal chance of overheating should you need to fight. The man stares down at me, making me consciously aware that I am in fact on the shorter side. Stupid Inko and her stupid height. Why couldn't I have gotten Toshinori's tall jeans? After several moments of silence, he speaks. I can see why my daughter holds your intelligence in such high regards. I suppose this explains why Nizu was so insistent on having you stay at UA. I shrug disinterestedly as I turn away from him, walking over to Shoko's side and throwing an arm around her shoulders. Well, we all make mistakes. For example, we're in Hosoa because you're hoping to hunt down the hero killer, Stain. Right. He startles a bit, his composure much harder to break than his usual temperament would have people believe. Or maybe it's a result of the therapy sessions Shoko mentioned that he's been going to. Either way, it's not much of a reaction to my words, but it's enough for me to know that I'm on the mark. Seeming to realize that, he glowers at me. How do you know that? He demands, as if I would ever fear any threat he could make towards me. He should know that I have a very not secret weapon, given that she's currently leaning against me. Which is a bit odd, I'll admit. Is she cold or something? That shouldn't be possible because of how her quirk auto-regulates herself as long as she doesn't overuse one side and neglects the other. Which I'm pretty sure we talked about not doing back in middle school. Whatever. To answer Endeavor's question, I smirk at him. Oh, the Lovi has been monitoring his movements ever since we agreed that we don't like each other. He always maims 2 heroes in a city before killing a third and moving on. Ingenium was number 2 in Hosu, which means that he's going to be looking for a fake to kill before he moves on. I pause to think about that for a moment. Well, that was his MO before the sports festival. He basically idolized All Might, so I'm not sure about whether or not that's changed after my big reveal. Then again, he didn't believe me when I first told him, so who's to say he believes it now? Again, Shoko's father stares at me silently. Really, it's kind of getting ridiculous. At this rate he'll develop a reputation for brooding, or maybe the media will spin it as him becoming more introspective as he continues on his journey to becoming officially old. While I wait for the, almost, old man to gather his thoughts and say whatever it is he wants to say, I turn to Shoko. So, how's your internship been so far? Didn't really get to do anything with Mirko except some parkour, stamina, and flexibility practice. I grimace, staring off into the distance with a haunted look in my eyes. Oh, and paperwork. So much paperwork. She hums in thought before answering. We've mainly been patrolling in Hosu. Not specifically looking for Stain, though we have been making excursions into some of the alleyways we pass by. I froze a purse snatcher's feet to the ground and he broke his nose when he fell. I have to laugh at that, patting her on the head when I do. Ha! Sounds like you've had a more exciting start to the week than I have. She leans into my touch like she always does. She's really touch-starved for positive attention, so I always make sure to give her lots. I do have to pull away eventually though, much to her annoyance if the wine she gives me is any indication. And Endeavor is glaring at me now. Did he decide to be annoyed at the fact that me and the Lovi didn't kill Stain when we met? Makes sense, it would mean that the heroes he's killed afterwards wouldn't have been killed. Well, not by him at least. The pro clears his throat to get my attention, and once it's clear he's got it he starts speaking. Seeing as you have some familiarity with the villain, what information can you provide on him? I hum while tapping my chin. This is actually an interesting situation for me. On one hand, helping the heroes capture Stain will be a significant accomplishment for them. It would reaffirm the public's faith in heroes as well as give credence to the fact that villains can, in fact, be rehabilitated into upstanding citizens, thus granting the HPSC more support and shoring up the cracks my reveal caused in their power base. On the other hand, I really fucking hate Stain for being a self-righteous delusional bastard. Don't know what his quirk is actually called, but if he gets your blood on his tongue he can paralyze you. I'm not sure what kind of time limit it has, nor if it scales depending on how much blood he gets from his target. It might also scale depending on blood type, but, again, I don't have enough information to say for certain. He's quick on his feet and exceptionally skilled with blades which, interestingly enough, isn't part of his quirk but just a result of his training. Which honestly makes it pretty impressive despite the fact that I personally don't like him due to how he idolizes a false symbol in our clashing ideologies. Obviously he prefers ambush tactics as opposed to a straight fight though, due to his obsession with his so-called mission in culling fake heroes, can't keep doing what he does if he gets crippled and all that. I'd assume his blades are reinforced, oh. And while he has blades hidden all over his body in varying sizes and shapes, his main weapon is a katana which is just so extra but really fits his aesthetic. His tongue is super long as well, probably 2. My analysis is interrupted when Shoko puts her right hand over my mouth, which is absolutely freezing since it's her ice side. When I turn my head to raise an eyebrow at her, she nods her head towards her father. I apologize for interrupting, but you lost him. I look at Endeavor and do indeed see a familiar glazed look in his eyes. I guess I started mumbling again? Whoops. I glance back at Shoko. You understood me though, right? She listened closely enough that she could understand my mumbles before I turned to villainy, but has she managed to retain the skill despite not needing it for a year? Thankfully she nods. I'll break it down for him while we're on patrol. She holds out her hand and focuses on it for a moment, using her quirk to make an ice funnel that bulges out to either side a bit. She slightly raises an eyebrow. Water. It's so nice that she remembers the little things like this. Even if I can't feel pain from the slight cramp in my tongue or jaw anymore, I'm sure that it would have messed with my ability to talk for a while. Having some nice cool water will soothe them though. At my nod she conjures a few decently sized ice cubes, big enough that they won't slide down the tube but small enough that she can fit a number of them inside. Using her left hand she puts out a low heat that will melt the ice but not cause the resulting water to heat up. It takes a lot more of a delicate touch than most people would expect and really shows how dedicated she is to training her quirk. I have no idea how the idiots, and company, of 1A can possibly think she never shows her emotions. They're so obvious. Really, I can't complain about how accommodating she is all the time. But there is one thing in this specific instance that's, well, not bad exactly, just a bit inconvenient. Will you make me a cup? I ask my friend who's raised the funnel so that the bottom part comes to a stop almost out of reach of my mouth. To actually get the water from it to my mouth I'd either have to crouch a bit and keep my mouth wide open so the stream pours in, or tilt my head fairly far back and wrap my lips around the tip. It's kind of embarrassing, though not enough to get me to blush. More of a vague sense of oh, people are definitely going to be watching me do this and thinking dirty things. She shakes her head slowly, her eyes twinkling with amusement. No, I don't think I will. I huff at her continuously odd sense of humor before shrugging and going with option 2. Latching my lips around the tip just in time for the water to start getting past its frozen counterpart. It kind of makes me feel like a hamster as I sort of suckle on it. After drinking my fill she flares her flames to completely melt the funnel, letting the resulting water drop to the ground. A glance around does show a few people staring, and a few others who seem to be pointedly not staring. I send a wave to Sky, who keeps blinking at me for some reason, before raising an eyebrow at Endeavor. The man's face is redder than usual, his flames competing with his skin while he glares furiously at me. It's a good thing that he doesn't have a passive aspect to his quirk that lets him shoot flames from his eyes, because at this moment I have no doubt that if he could, he would. He doesn't say anything about what made him angry though, instead grumbling about how we need to get going and shoving himself between us. I can agree with Shoko's look of annoyance, but it's not a big deal. I just hope that today won't be boring. Chapter 97, Hosu. The door to the Love's bar slams open as Skyfall rushes in, out of breath. She leans over with her hands on her knees, gasping for air. Of all the days for Kurogiri to decide to take a personal day. Her entrance does not go unnoticed, though she'd rather it wasn't this person noticing her. A tall man in an overcoat and a low-pulled fedora towers over her, the only signs of life on his completely black face, the whites of his teeth, as he gives her a wide smile. "Hello, dear. This is not the..." Not interested in hearing whatever the clearly sleazy man has to say, Skyfall does a backflip, shooting her foot up into his stomach before catching herself on her hands. From most people, the recipient might stumble back from that sort of impact, maybe groan and clutch their stomach in pain. But from Skyfall? The man is launched upwards into the ceiling, his head going through the wood with a loud crack. He hangs there, swaying limply, while Skyfall gets herself right side up and goes looking for the other members of the Lovi. Seriously, how'd the prick even get in here, she mutters to herself as she climbs the stairs. Bar's supposed to be closed, frickin' lazy ass security system. Shitty fucking squatter. Failing to find either one or Shigaraki outside of their rooms, which she has been strictly forbidden from entering, she sighs and reluctantly goes to Toga's room. Well, hers and Midasagi's, but since he's off playing student at UA, it's just hers for now. Eri has her own room instead of theirs, despite really wanting to sleep in her parents' arms since she's scared of her quirk activating in her sleep and apparently rewinding them out of existence. How the hell did Midosegi figure out her quirk after only seeing it once and then also slip them a note explaining everything while in front of a whole class of hero students? Not to mention that he somehow had enough time to make another note that he used to threaten that he'd torture them to death if they informed All for One without him here to do damage control. She doesn't even know who that is, or why he would need to do damage control. It's times like that she understands why one is so scared of him. Though when she knocks and pushes open the door to Toga's room, she reaffirms her belief in the blonde being much, much scarier. Said scary blonde is sitting on her bed happily humming to herself while doing something to the chest of a red version of Midasagi's jacket. Which isn't in itself really something to be scared of. No, what makes the scene scary is when she reaches over to the tied-up woman with a rabbit mutation, takes her heavily bleeding arm, and uses it to dye a patch of green red. Is she seriously dyeing one of Midasagi's rabbit jackets red with the blood of a literal rabbit woman? She has to hold herself back from being sick at the sight of so much blood. What the fuck? Apparently having said those words out loud, Toga looks up, and Skyfall has to suppress a shudder that crawls up her spine. Her instincts honed from her time living on the streets screaming at her to run the fuck away from the manic gleam in the girl's eyes. Before she can listen to them in a futile effort to get away from the maniac, she's tried, it doesn't work, just makes her more excited, she blinks and the gleam vanishes. She tilts her head at her fellow Lovi member. "Oh, Sky? Why are you here? I thought you were going to meet up with one of your old bum buddies in Hosu." It would take either a colossal amount of patience, Kurogiri, a distinct lack of fucks to give, Shigaraki, or immense density, Midosegi, to miss the clear innuendo she uses to describe one of the people Skyfall used to associate with. But she has something way more important to deal with than trying to use her quirk to kick her through a wall. Not to mention that, from what she heard, her associate got arrested by a hero after using his quirk to try and rob a convenience store. Midosegi is in Hosu. Toga falls unnaturally still at her words, her eyes narrowing into slits as she focuses on the smaller girl. She doesn't move for a moment, content with pinning Skyfall in place with her intense focus alone. When she does speak, her voice is disturbingly even, unsettling to hear when it comes from someone who's usually bursting with excitement in every action, every word. "Are you sure? Remember, if we mess this up then there are good odds on him being restricted from leaving UA. Even more than he already is." Skyfall knows, the meeting they had made it clear that they couldn't just drop her from orbit on the school then grab Midasagi's remains and call it a day. Even if she doesn't understand why they can't break the game as Shigaraki put it, she can appreciate the fact that grabbing him from out of the heroes' noses will screw with their image worse than if they just killed everyone in their way. Not that she personally wants to kill people, blood makes her uncomfortable. But, well, as long as she doesn't literally get her hands dirty, she's fine with it. Not opposed, at least. Society never gave a fuck about her, why should she give a fuck about it? In answer to Toga's question though, I'm sure, fucker even waved at me. Seriously, does he not know what Toga gets like when he's gone for more than a day? Exhibit A, the rabbit girl bleeding to death on their bed. Aren't they in a relationship with Mirko? She would think that they would leave rabbit quirk people alone out of, like, some kind of solidarity or something. After another moment of staring, said Psycho starts giggling. And giggling. And giggling. She's literally rolling on the blood-soaked bed giggling. If she was full on laughing, at least it would sound evil or some shit. But giggling? She sounds just like the go-lucky schoolgirl she likes to dress as. It's fucking creepy. Eventually though she does get control of herself, abruptly sitting up and turning to the tied-up woman, whose eyes are unfocused. Probably on the verge of passing out from blood loss. Thanks for all the help, Lin Chan. I finished just in time. Tears dot her eyes as she holds the, still bloody, hands of the woman up to her chest. I'll never forget you. And then she lunges forward and buries her teeth in the woman's neck, blood flooding out to soak her face and shirt. What the fuck? Skyfall says for the second time, her stomach finally unable to take what's happening in the room, she turns around and stumbles out, forcibly swallowing to keep her lunch down. As much as she liked that sandwich, she does not want to taste it a second time. It takes a few minutes, but she manages to fight back her nausea by the time Toga leaves the room. Well, Toga with the appearance of Lin Chan wearing the blood-dyed rabbit jacket. Because why the fuck not? Toga excitedly hops down the hall towards Shigeriki's I don't care if we're getting raided by heroes, don't bother me room, while Skyfall reluctantly follows, wondering if she made a mistake telling the Lovi about Mitasagai's location. Oh well, what's the worst that can happen? I let out a long, low whistle at the sight of Endeavor's flames driving back a flying Noma with what looks like a gas mask grafted onto its face while Shoko uses her right side to create an arch of ice that protects a group of civilians from the debris blown out of the top corner of a building. That's impressive. I thought that it would be another few months until any more of those would be combat ready. Guess the doc went plus ultra on production. Endeavor turns his scowl aimed at the retreating Nomua towards me instead, accompanied by a threatening step that causes Shoko's eyes to narrow, which the man fails to notice through his anger. Did you know of this? He gestures to the destruction that's been dealt to the city around us in the few short minutes since the flying Nomua showed up. Not that I think that's the only one, considering that it was flying and there's plenty of destruction on the ground. So at least one more. The hero takes another step towards me, and I see Shoko's hand lifting slightly, a frosty air wafting off of it, but nothing else. Tell me what you know of this attack. I shrug off the man's shout easily. Nothing. Haven't been in contact with the Lovi since I got tossed into UA. I tap my chin while looking at the winged Nomua crash into a distant building, though I have no idea if that was intentional or not. Given a severe lack of heroes around it, I would say it was, but I couldn't say what it was thinking. If Nomua are said to think at all. As far as I'm aware, there weren't any plans to launch any indiscriminate attacks, or an attack on Hosa specifically. So either this is them attempting to rescue me, or... I pause dramatically before leveling a slightly mocking look at Japan's Eternal Number 2. They're here for Erstein. He looks taken aback by that, blinking in shock before his brows furrow and his scowl returns. So the hero killer is a part of the League of Villains. No idea how he came to that conclusion, but I have no reason to correct him. Might be better for people to assume that instead of the reality of most of us not liking him. Himiko is an exception, but mainly because she thinks it would be cute to have his bloodied head mounted on our bedroom wall. Which I'm not really opposed to, but it might give Eri nightmares, so I need to veto it. Maybe in the sex dungeon? I'll think about it. After shaking himself back into the present, Endeavor glares at me, an appraising gleam in his eyes. Can you lead us to the hero killer? I snort and latch my hands behind my head while crossing my ankles. Now, why would I go and do a thing like that? I drawl lazily, completely ignoring the question of whether or not I actually can. Technically I don't have to help any of the heroes, even if I am interning with them. Though, beating Stain to a pulp/killing him would be a nice stress reliever, maybe even more than helping Mirko collect samples. Plural because a lot of them ended up in places that they couldn't be gotten out of easily, or without contamination. Endeavor opens his mouth, probably to threaten/demand I tell him what I know, but before he can the hero manual runs up to us with panic clear on his face. Endeavor. These monsters are healing any injuries that are dealt to them. We need your firepower to put them down. The fire hero hesitates a moment during which the water hero shakes his head and mutters to himself, likely not aware that he's not quiet. Of all the times for Ida to run off. I can't help but snort, which draws their attention. Well, the best time to be a murderous vigilante is in the middle of chaos like this. At Manuel's dumbfounded look I obviously have no choice but to roll my eyes. He's the brother of Ingenium, he could have gotten an internship with much more impressive heroes than you, mild offense intended. The only reason he would have to choose you is because you're based in Hosu, which is where Stain currently is. While his expression shifts from offended, good, and horrified realization, Endeavor growls before whirling on Shoko, causing me to tense and glare. Frozen Torch. You are hereby given permission to utilize your quirk as you see fit to defend whoever you find in danger. Whoever you find, he barks out, really enunciating whoever. Now go. He points off into the distance. I'm not sure what he's intending with find your classmate and stop him from getting himself killed. She hesitates a moment and glances at me, but given I'm too shocked by the absolute idiocy her father's just displayed, she doesn't get a reaction. Which she seems to take as permission to leave, given she runs off into an alley, the hem of her dress swishing dramatically. I stare after her for a moment before glaring at the number 2 and drawing my teeth back in a snarl, intense enough that he takes a step back, without breaking eye contact, but still. He just stares back with a sort of smug expectancy. You absolute fucking bastard, I ground out through gritted teeth fully understanding what he's expecting to happen. And it pisses me off that I have to give him what he wants since I have no intention of letting Shoko get herself killed. I have no doubt that she can at least hold Stain off, maybe even beat him. But that's a tentative maybe, and if she doesn't, I turn on my heel and chase after her, silently cursing myself for freezing at the man's damnable disregard for her safety. Hopefully she doesn't manage to find Stain before I catch up. Or even at all, that would be best. Himiko Toga crouches on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at her lover chasing after another woman through the fire-lit alleyways. She doesn't move for a moment, then nods to herself and gets up to follow them. I figured as much. She giggles as she hops onto the next rooftop. He's always so dense in these situations. Chapter 98, Stain. Unfortunately, Shoko does in fact manage to find Stain before I catch up to her. Stupid alleys having so many branching pathways. I intentionally ignore the fact that Himi and I have played many enjoyable games of what kind of jerk can we hunt wandering down alleys very similar to these. But that's not the point right now. I look down on the scene from the edge of the rooftop I'm crouched on, Stain aiming his sword at my friend, who's standing in front of the downed form of a mini Ingenium Sans helmet, revealing the face of said hero's younger brother. Oh, and Native is leaning against the wall with blood staining his side, but I don't care about him at all. A sentiment that seems to be shared by the heroes and villain below. Tell me, girl, Stain says with narrowed eyes, why do you protect these fakes? Should they survive this day, they will simply go on to further sully what the term hero means. The world will be better off with them gone. Shoko, face impassive, answers his question as bluntly as I expect her to. Because a hero protects people. The fact that I don't like Ida doesn't change that. Everyone ignores the glasses-wearing idiot yelling about how Shoko has no right to be here and that Stain is his. Which, yet, not really helping his case. Sure, vengeance isn't really a bad thing to want, but rushing into a situation with almost no training, no support, and with absolutely no regard for his own safety? If it was up to me, I would have let Stain finish him off. But that's why Shoko is the hero and I'm the villain. Though the smug smirk that slowly grows on Stain's face is annoying me for some reason, the gleam in his eyes while staring at Shoko makes his face seem even more punchable than it already was. So, when he opens his mouth and looks to the sky, probably to monologue about her being a true hero or whatever his deal is, he's quickly met with a metal-shod boot planted where his nose would be. I click my tongue in annoyance while using his face as a springboard to flip in front of Native. Stupid noseless prick. I wanted to break something. Then again, I probably shouldn't use noseless as an insult given the fact that All For One also just so happens to be noseless. Then again, after calling him the inspiration for Mr. Potato Head, I don't think I can really stoop any lower for insults without coming off as crass or insulting the function of his genitals. I could insult his sexual preferences, but I personally feel that sort of thing is in poor taste. Love is love and nobody has the right to tell you otherwise. If they do, feel free to stab them. What was I doing? Oh yeah, ignoring Stain's ranting about how he won't fall for my lies about All Might and that I won't get away with endorsing the fakes. Brew, take a chill pill. Get a life. All that stuff. Oh wait, I should probably say some of this out loud, huh? Sorry, what was that? I make a show of leaning forward and cupping my ear in his direction, a mocking smile on my face. I couldn't hear you clearly with your lips planted so firmly against All Might's ass. I get an amused snort from Shoko and an enraged yell from Stain, quickly followed by a lunge with his sword that I'm quick to sidestep. Which causes the sword to embed itself into the fallen native's head. Whoops. Sorry not sorry, sucks to be you. Oh no. I deadpan while hopping backwards to avoid Stain's backswing, blood and brain matter splattering across the green jumpsuit they stuck me with as a hero outfit. It's pretty ugly, but if they'd at least put a hood with rabbit ears on it I could make do. But no, that's too much like my villain outfit. Jerks. A hero has died, killed by a prolific hero killer. I am so disheartened by this development. Really? Look at my face. I duck under a thrown knife before transitioning into a side roll to avoid a spiked boot to the completely unimpressed face, which I point to after popping back up. This is my sad face. Look at what you've done. He brings his sword down on me from an overhead strike, so I flick my wrist to get my knife in my hand and bring it up to deflect the serrated blade, but it's unnecessary because Shoko throws an ice wall between us, forcing Stain to jump back to avoid being engulfed. He glares at the hero applicant and points his sword at her, snarling. Why are you protecting him? He's a villain. As well as allowing the one you wished to protect to die. If you are a true hero, then you should be attempting to arrest him. Shoko gives the man a casual shrug. I told you, a hero protects. But heroes are only human, and you can't save everyone. She gestures down to Ida, who she's frozen to the floor with a strip of ice covering his mouth. Boy, he looks angry. If I'd gone to try and protect Native, you would have had the chance to kill Ida, and there's no guarantee that I would have been able to get to him in time anyways, leaving the possibility that both of them might have died. I made a choice to prioritize the life of the person I could save, just as I would in any other situation. Stain shakes in rage at her declaration, his sword rattling in his hand. You. He lunges forward, cutting through the initial wave of ice she sends at him in an effort to freeze him in place, barely even slowing. You are no hero. He doesn't dodge the flames she sends at him, allowing himself to burn in an effort to get to her, shocking Shoko long enough that he manages to get close enough to slice at her. Thankfully she manages to lean out of the way, a shallow cut opening on her cheek as he rushes past. The man whirls on his heel to face her once again while he brings his sword to his face, quirk elongated tongue slithering from his mouth towards the blade. From the one meeting the Lovi had with him, I know that he has a type of paralysis quirk. And now my previous suspicion is confirmed about it being blood activated. That only leaves one thing to do. My thrown knife separates an inch of his tongue before he can lick Shoko's blood from the blade, causing him to scream while it zips back into his mouth. He glares at me while blood flows from his lips. An injury like that will need serious medical attention, though it won't be fatal if he doesn't get it due to the amount of tongue he actually has. Still, it's a distraction that will inhibit him until we manage to take him down. Stubborn bastard. Said stubborn bastard spits out the blood pooling in his mouth before dodging another shot of flames from Shoko's hand, though she does manage to get rid of her blood on his blade, making him scowl. His eyes dart between the two of us, me with my knives and Shoko with her quirk. It should be clear to him that he's outmatched. He's not stupid, after all, apart from being a zealot religiously devoted to All Might. But he won't be able to leave either. Yes, Shoko's wound is small, barely enough to really call it a wound, but I still find it aggravating that he dared to harm my first real friend. So I'll be hounding him the entire night simply for that, if nothing else. Seeming to come to that realization, he snarls and stabs his sword into the ground, his hands grabbing knives and whipping them through the air at us. Sadly for him, knives are a specialty of mine and I simply parry them from the air and let them clatter to the floor while slowly walking towards him. Meanwhile Shoko makes a shield of ice on her arm that she uses to block them, though a few do end up stuck inside it. Regrettably, Shoko is, in fact, a hero, which means that when Stain aims a knife at Ida, who hasn't been able to break free of Shoko's ice still freezing him to the floor despite Stain's paralysis wearing off on him, she drops to a knee to cover him with her shield, leaving her upper half unprotected. The hero killer takes the opportunity to switch his target from me to her and picking up the pace, more knives flying at her at even faster speeds. It only takes a moment for me to readjust, but by the time I do he's already launched half a dozen knives at her and Ida. The unexpectedness of the action manages to also take her off guard, though it takes longer for her to adjust due to less familiarity in real-life combat situations. Meaning when she expands her shield horizontally to fully cover Ida, she's left with a pair of knives burying themselves in her shoulders. But she doesn't react to the pain other than gritting her teeth and bringing her shield up into a full wall of ice to catch the follow-up knives. Full dome! I shout at her, hoping that she'll listen, while glaring at Stain. I lazily lift my knife to point at him, the grip held loosely, almost arrogantly, in my hand. I say my next words plainly, like they are nothing more than a simple fact. Because, really, what else can they be? He hurt my friend. I am going to kill you tonight. The man sneers as he pulls his sword from the alley floor and flicks it free of the gravel sticking to it before spitting more blood to the side. Bold words for someone lacking conviction. I sneer back. You don't have conviction, you have faith. Faith in heroes. Faith in what they can be. Me. I draw a second knife, crouching into position with them held out in front of me with a reverse grip. I suppose that if I lowered myself to your level, my conviction would be that I will live for myself and those I care about. Something that you've never had, nor will ever know. He stares at me for a moment, silent except for the blood continuing to pour from his open mouth. Then it grows into a wide, bloody grin, red-stained teeth glistening in the flames from the burning city. So, you do have convictions. I snort, my legs tensing. You talk too much. Stain has the nerve to laugh. And then he darts forward, sword aiming to take my head from my shoulders. I duck down under it, feeling it catch some of my hair as I push forward and slash at his side, which he dodges just as easily as I did. Then things move too fast for conscious thought to be a real consideration. Blades flash around us, blood staining both of our clothing from close calls without either of us landing a decisive blow. Sparks fly as blades clash, blood drops flying through the air, sweat from drenching our clothes. Dodging, slicing, deflecting. We both act on instinct alone in an effort to put an end to the other. But I have an advantage. Despite how little I think of the heroes or the situation I'm in with currently being a student of UA, it does come with the advantage that I know I'll be getting medical attention after this. Stain doesn't have that privilege. Gradually, I start to overcome him, intentionally taking injuries that I could have avoided to deliver worse ones to him. He's being forced back, his steps heavy, becoming unsteady from blood loss. It's compounded by the distraction of needing to empty his mouth of the blood constantly filling it, which is also preventing him from simply disengaging to use his quirk on me. Not that I would allow him the opportunity anyways. He isn't going to get away. And then, he stumbles, unaware that we'd gotten so close to where he killed Native. His sword wavers and I take the opportunity presented, lunging forward with my knife aimed at his face. He manages to lean his head away enough to keep me from burying my knife in his brain, though at the cost of his left eye. He screams as he twists, his sword arcing down at me at an awkward angle but powered by his will to live. It buries itself into my shoulder, cutting deep into my collarbone, maybe severing it entirely. I drop my knife and grab the blade, keeping it there while bringing my other hand up, noting with surprise that I somehow lost the knife it wielded before punching him in the stomach. He leans forward, blood pouring out of him in a mockery of All Might's condition, which strikes me as a delicious bit of irony. We stand there, both panting from the exertion of our fierce battle. We reach for one of the knives on his belt at the same time. Whoever gets there first is the one who kills the other, but before we can, we're both engulfed in ice from the neck down. Out of the corner of my eye I see Shoko with an expression on her face equal parts worried and exasperated. Men. I suppose I can agree with that sentiment. Chapter 99, Execution. Jingle bells, All Might smells, Ida is an idiot. I sing while dragging an ice sled loaded with 2 passengers. MGRHM. Said idiot tries to object to my completely accurate claim despite the incredibly clear evidence supporting it as fact. Exhibit A, running off to hunt a serial killer who'd proven more than a match for people much stronger and better trained than him. Exhibit B, ignoring the injured hero in front of him while shouting at said serial killer about how he's a terrible person and that he should feel guilty for crippling Ingenium. Nothing about all the other heroes Stain had killed or maimed, just a rant about how Ingenium was a true hero who had his career cut short. I know all this both due to his ranting while I watched from the rooftop, and because Ida started ranting at me about how Stain was his to defeat, that only by his own hands could his family honor be restored during the few short minutes we tried to leave him UNGA dead. Sounded an awful lot like one of those old period dramas, honestly. It was really hard to take him seriously like that. Anyways, that's why he's currently tied/frozen in ice restraints alongside the man he tried to kill, which obviously does nothing for his temper. I do find it funny how he can't seem to decide whether he'd rather spend time glaring at me or kicking his fellow unconscious passenger though, so bonus points to Shoko for the idea. But since we don't have any prizes to award for those points, I give her head pats instead. She seems happy with them, so I'll count it as a success. I have to admit, we probably make for quite an interesting sight. A UA hero in training walking alongside a villain/rehabilitation applicant, LOL, with said villain holding onto a rope tied to an ice sled carrying another hero in training restrained by more ice alongside the hero killer tied up in regular rope. Why is Ida restrained with ice and Stain with rope? Because, as loath as I am to say it, I trust the established killer to be smarter than the glasses-wearing idiot. Plus I'm pretty sure we got all his knives. Which of course means that he definitely has 1 or 2 more that we couldn't find hidden somewhere on him. So says the rules of Himi. Back to the point, I think that it's fairly understandable that the reaction of the heroes we stumble upon after exiting the alley is one of shock. I mean, a couple of teenagers took down the hero killer, one of whom's injuries look minimal. Sure, I have blood staining my outfit and it's covered in cuts, but most of my injuries are pretty minor despite looking serious. You know, except for the one that nearly killed me, but Shoko covered that one with ice, along with the ones in her shoulders, so I wouldn't bleed out, which was sweet. Not necessary since I would have just come back to life later, but sweet nonetheless. Plus it means I can keep that secret for a bit longer. Is that the hero killer? I snap my fingers and point at the crowd of odd heroes. That's correct, random citizen. For stating the obvious, you get diddly squat. Redeemable only at participating vendors. I pause a moment before remembering that heroes in general are idiots. Just to be clear, I'm mocking you. There is in fact no store that I'm aware of which takes diddly squat as a currency. Well, unless you're stealing from them. So, you know. I ignore their glares with great skill and practice, choosing instead to shoot a well-deserved scowl at the fiery form of the bastard that incited his daughter to hunt down a serial killer, parting the crowd with his mere presence. And his flames. Mostly his flames. Endeavor comes to a stop in front of us, his gaze scanning over my various injuries and resting for a moment longer on the serious one before he switches to Shoko. Seeing the 2 patches of ice and the shallow cut on her cheek, he at least has the good grace to grimace. He doesn't say anything about them though, instead electing to give her a nod of respect. You have done well to capture hero killer Stain. His mad slaughter has ended, thanks to you. The crowd of heroes start murmuring to each other at this significant event. Never before has Endeavor publicly endorsed the skills of another hero, not even All Might. In the case of the Symbol of Lies, he admits to his superior strength, but never says anything other than that on the subject. Yes, Shoko is his daughter, but she's also still only a first year at UA, meaning that she's had minimal official training. It's an event that causes the heroes and news crew both to fall still in shock. Which is why none of them are able to react when someone with a very familiar figure wearing a red version of my rabbit hoodie jumps down from a rooftop, stomps on Endeavor's face reminiscent of what I did to Stain, flips next to me, picks me up in a bridal carry, and books it into the crowd. Even I'm stunned by the rapid series of events. But once I shake off my shock, I can't help but cackle. Hello again, my little vampire. Himi doesn't respond, too focused on weaving through the crowd without losing her hold on me, but I do feel her hold tighten around me and hug me closer to her, causing me to smile warmly at her. If I knew you were watching, I would have put on a better show. Maybe I can show my appreciation for my bloody rescuer once we're back at home. Bad Izuku, you're going to be sent to horny jail. Her eyes shine with amusement in the brief moment she meets my eyes before looking up and holding a hand above her. I hear a high-pitched screech and catch sight of the flying Noma from earlier swooping down on us, letting Himi grab onto its leg before rapidly beating its wings to rise into the air. Narrowly dodging the streak of ice that would have frozen her feet to the ground. I look down, hugged close to Himi and supported with the one arm around my chest alongside my own arms hugging her tight. Both to prevent me from falling, and also because it's been far too long since I've held her. We didn't get to spend nearly enough time together the one time she snuck into UA last week, and certainly couldn't be as close as we are now. On the ground, Shoko is glaring up at us, her right foot coated in a light layer of frost from her previous attack. I give her a small wave, feeling sorry about not properly being able to say a goodbye but reassure myself with the fact that I can always call her later since I got her new phone number. Unfortunately, it seems someone else has other ideas. Well, Shoko doesn't like this idea either, given how she creates an ice pillar that she expands to rapidly climb to our level, but the other person manages to get to us first. Somehow. One of the knives we couldn't find on Stain stabs into my hip, with said villain still attached to the other end. The weight of a second person proves too much for Himi to handle one-armed, most likely two-armed as well. She yells as the Nomo continues to fly away, taking her to safety away from the heroes while Stain and I plummet to the ground together. Unlike the hero killer, who slams into the ground with a loud thud, Shoko leaps from her ice pillar to catch me in yet another bridal carry. Should I be concerned that this is the second time that's happened in as many minutes? Because it kind of feels like that's something I should be concerned about. She shoots off flames from her left foot powerful enough to nudge us a bit to the side, but that's all. Thankfully that's all she needed. Her right foot makes contact with a lamp post and she lets loose a wave of ice that fully encases the light, as well as creates a steep ramp that we slide down to safety. Relatively, given that we do crash into a couple of the police who happen to be here to take statements and formally arrest Stain. Still, she saved us from going splat. I swoon dramatically with the back of my hand on my head, using the dramatics to hide the fact that I'm looking sadly at Himi's retreating figure. So close. My hero. She blushes from where she's splayed out on the ground looking up at me. The ice that was covering my wound broke in the tumble, but it's cold enough that the blood isn't flowing much, so I'll get to the hospital in time before I bleed out. Well, I would if I didn't have a giant gash in my side from where the knife was dragged out in the fall. That is definitely something to be concerned about. How is he standing? Because I have the power of anime on my side. I shout at the rude person who decided to question my capabilities, only to realize that all eyes are actually on a different figure. Stain stands firm despite having enough accumulated injuries that any normal person would have long passed out. Hell, most abnormal people should have passed out at this point. Yet here he stands, red mask falling from his eyes as his bloodlust flares. It's strong, stronger than the time I felt it back in the bar our first meeting. Strong enough that they're all frozen. I have conviction. The man takes a heavy step forward, his footing sure despite the way his upper body sways and the blood pouring in a river from his mouth. Something you fakes lack. Another step. I will make things right. Dye myself in blood. In order to take back what it means to be a hero. Every sentence is punctuated by another step, another flinch stolen from the gathered crowd. Even Shoko, still on the ground, seems enraptured by the sheer surety of the man. Even with the madness shining brightly in his eyes. So come. Try to get me, you fakes. For I'll only let a true hero kill me. Yes, all might. He alone is worthy. I take a final step of my own, now standing beside him, my journey unopposed and unnoticed by all with Stain holding their attention. I raise my hand. I thought I told you. And I pull the trigger on the gun I stole from the officer I crashed into. That you talk too much. The only sound in the aftermath of the gunshot is the hero killer's body falling to the ground, a bullet in his head. Chapter 100, Politics. You killed him. I look at the hero wannabe lying in the hospital bed next to me like he's an idiot, which he is. Yet? Pretty sure that was obvious given the bullet going in his head and coming out the other side, along with a decent amount of his brain, blood, and the skull fragments. Not that it's impossible for someone to survive that, given how utterly ridiculous some quirks can be, like mine, but without some kind of miracle healing quirk, Stain is most assuredly dead. I muse aloud. Stain said that he'd only allow a true hero to kill him, and since I'm the one who did the deed, do you think that makes me a true hero in his eyes? On Ida's other side Shoko gives me a firm nod. Of course you are. I was already aware of that, of course, but it's nice to see that others are coming to the same realization. Ida gives her a look that screams a question of her sanity, which I won't vocally admit is valid, what with me being a casual killer and all, but all the same don't appreciate it being directed at my friend. A shame I can't do anything about it strapped to the bed as I am. Which is another thing that's valid. I did injure a ton of heroes/police after I fired the gun, after all. Who knew that executing a serial killer on live national television would get so many people's underwear all twisted up? And yes, I apparently did kill the man on live national television. That news crew that was on site was apparently one of the very few ones that were still capable of recording everything in Hosu. So basically everyone was tuned into their station to keep on top of the events that were going on, and they were broadcasting Stain's speech before I shot it short. Someone in the lobby better have recorded that. I wanna see how badass I looked. Anyways, back to the point, since all my knives were confiscated and I can't move more beyond a few wiggles and moving my head, I can't really punish the glasses-wearing failed murderer for giving Shoko a look that should by all rights be consistently directed at me instead. Well, I can do this. Ida makes noises of disgust while wiping at his face, and I have never been more thankful for my dedication towards learning how to annoy people while I have no arms. It's a very useful skill that everyone should learn. Especially if they spend any amount of time around Shigaraki. Did you just spit on me? Day, I say with a look that should make it clear that I'm questioning his intelligence. Speaking of his questionable intelligence. Why do you sound so shocked that I killed him? It's not like you weren't planning to do the same thing. The hero aspirant grimaces. I can admit that I did not go looking for him with good intentions. I know a number of people who would argue that murder is a good intention. At least when it's directed at other people. He opens his mouth to, probably, lecture me about how villains aren't role models, but closes it without saying anything. Visibly swallowing back the retort, he continues as if he hadn't heard me. I was overwhelmed by my anger at what Stain had done to my brother, at how he crippled the person I look up to the most. His hands crumple the blanket across his legs in his fists, one bandaged where Stain had pierced through it, and he stares down at them. I wasn't thinking, beyond that I had a duty to put a stop to the monster. No matter the cost, I was convinced that Stain needed to be stopped. Permanently, if necessary. I can't help but snort. Yet, I drawl, because a high schooler in their first couple of months at a hero school totally has the power and skills necessary to take down a person that had proven more dangerous than a number of actual pro-heroes. I pause then amend my statement. Well, just because they hold the title doesn't mean that they're any good at their job. The teen currently lacking glasses to hide his eyes behind glares at me with gritted teeth, and there's a not insignificant amount of anger in them. Amusingly enough, only most of it is directed at me. There's a good amount directed at himself. I'm aware that there's nothing I could have done, he admits in a hissed breath. But I came to that realization far too late, and because of it. He sighs. My foolish desire for revenge ensured that whatever chance Native had to live, it was squandered. He's dead because I didn't think for a single moment about trying to get him away from the murderer. He starts to shake. As wrong as Stain was about his targets being false heroes, he was right about one thing. His voice comes out as a croak, the admittance paining him. I do not have what it takes to become a hero. The door of the hospital room opens. You're right, Tina, you don't. A man in a wheelchair rolls himself in, an expression of profound disappointment on a face that resembles the blue-haired failure in the bed next to mine. He's quickly followed by a man with what's clearly a beagle dog mutation quirk and the esteemed principal of UA himself, Nizu. Ida gasps. Be brother. I. Said brother raises a hand and brings the younger's words to a halt. You and I have a lot to talk about, Tina, but not here, not now. He wheels himself to the side and gives the dog man a nod, which he returns. Stepping forward, he clears his throat before he speaks. This is a delicate situation, rough. Rough? Oh. A quirk tick, never mind. The three of you searched out and engaged the hero killer despite having not received permission. Shoko and I actually did have permission, I correct the man. Which he should know. Did he not read Endeavor's, bastard, report before coming here? He also gave Shoko permission to utilize her quirk during the situation. The man gets a consternated look on his face before looking at Nizu, who returns to him a smile showing off a lot of sharp teeth. According to Endeavor's report of the Hosu incident, these two did receive permission for their actions. At least in regards to the events that occurred before Mitasagai's near kidnapping. Oh, and isn't that something that ruffles the rodent's fur? The fact that the Lovi very nearly managed to get me out of his grasp and he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. The best part? It's only been 3 days since I left the grounds of UA. There were no announcements, no publicity stunts, no possibility that the Lovi could have known I would be at Hosa with Endeavor at any point before I'd gotten there. Which means that this attack, if it wasn't intended to deal with Stain, the Lovi nearly managed to win our game against him at the first opportunity. If they'd actually managed to get a plan to rescue me, I think it's safe to say that this has been a rather decent blow to the rat's pride. It's a shame that it also means he'll be more on guard from this point forward to prevent our game from ending too soon. The dog's eyes flicker over to Ida, and I'm filled with the overwhelming certainty that there's more to him not reading Endeavor's report than I first thought. I see, rough. Be that as it may, from what Manuel has reported, you, Mr. Ida, were explicitly told to help evacuate civilians. Instead of doing this incredibly important task, rough, and possibly saving dozens of lives, you instead went off in search for hero killer Stain. Is that a correct summarization of events, rough? The boy looks down in shame and gives a shallow nod of his head. The dog man continues with a heavy voice. What you did is vigilantism, and it is heavily punished by the law. The boy looks up, staring at what I can only imagine is the local police chief due to a lack of introductions. Due in part to your age, you will not be placed under arrest, rough, but... Nizu picks up where the dog trails off, his words said with the utmost solemnity. Tinya Ida, it is with sincere regret that I must inform you that you are expelled from UA High School. Of everything that Ingenium's planned successor might have expected, it clearly wasn't this. Buletin but I must maintain Ingenium's legacy. Nizu remains silent and slowly shakes his head in disappointment, leaving the former Ingenium himself to speak, his eyes dark. Tinya, you made an active effort to search out and kill a man in cold blood. This isn't something that can be overlooked. Even if Nizu wasn't expelling you, Mom and Dad would have pulled you out the moment they could. The younger Ida looks absolutely heartbroken by the revelation, which is pretty funny. I mean, he just admitted that he doesn't have what it takes to be a hero, and now he's upset that he's losing the chance to be one? Well, one from UA, at least. I didn't notice them say anything about him being blacklisted from any other hero schools, nor about him being from becoming a hero at all. Not that I expect him to be enrolled in a hero course wherever he transfers anyway, he needs to lay low for at least his remaining time at high school. No, he can still become a hero, but it definitely won't be for a few years, at the minimum. Still, I have to laugh at how dejected he is. My amusement at his situation, evidently, is enough for him to finally put his brain to use, and he points an accusatory finger at me. Midoseki is the one who actually murdered Stain. Why must I suffer such a punishment in his stead? I snort through my laughter. Isn't it obvious? I ask rhetorically. It's because I put an end to a threat to both the heroes and the public, one which had proven itself to be so great that, even surrounded by heroes and half-dead, could have escaped and continued its mission of blood and death if they had chosen not to try and kill me due to their personal vendetta. I did what no other could do and put an end to the hero killer Stain, despite my origins as a villain. I tilt my head up proudly, well, my chin, given the whole strapped to the bed thing, before twisting my head to sneer at Nizu. Or at least, that's the story that's going to be fed to the public, isn't it? The rat doesn't even have the good grace to deny my claim, simply taking a calm sip from a teacup I'm fairly certain he didn't have when he walked in. I snort again. In other words, oh failed killer, the reason you are receiving punishment and I am not can be summed up in a single word. I make sure to put as much derision as possible into the absolutely nasty word that can send shivers down the spines of any respectable, and many on the other side of the spectrum, citizen. Politics. Chapter 101, Waves. I cross my arms and grumble quietly to myself. It's not like there's much else to do locked in my room as I am. Seriously. Sure, I killed a man, and I liked it, but that doesn't mean that Nizu is allowed to just cut my internships short and put me on house arrest. It's degrading. Especially since Mirko came over for the express purpose of laughing at me. That's literally all she came to UA for. See if I do that thing with your ear next time. Humph. Still, I suppose it could be worse. Apparently me and Stain have cults now? At the very least, people have been dressing up as the two of us and going around spouting about our ideals. Which honestly makes no sense given all I said in public was that he talks too much. And executed him? How the hell have people come to the conclusion that I was upset about him not doing enough to clean Japan of fake heroes? And people say I'm crazy. Not that I disagree, but you know. At least I didn't decide that killing someone means that you share their beliefs. I sigh as I flop back onto my bed and stare up at the same ceiling I've been staring at for 2 days. What makes the situation even worse is that if I kill myself, Nizu and the staff will find out I can come back to life, and I want to hold on to that trick for a bit longer. May knows, obviously, since I had to cut myself open to give her the gun I'd used to replace my spleen for an emergency. Not that she seemed to care about me bleeding out in front of her. After I came back from visiting receptionist, she was hard at work studying the disassembled pieces in front of her and muttering fast enough to rival myself. I'm pretty sure she hadn't moved since I died, and it would have taken hours for me to regenerate enough to come back to life. Inventors are scary. I knew that already, of course, because of Melissa, but it's been so long since I've been present for one of her inventing sprees that I suppose my memory toned down the intensity of it. Still, that death meant the lead that was in my bones oozed out of me, which means that I am no longer suffering from lead poisoning. It also dealt with the memory problems I was having, and I finally remembered where I got the second knife. You would think the bloody bandage I had wrapped around my arm would have tipped me off, but oh well. Thankfully I remembered to restuff myself with everything that fell out after I healed. Wouldn't want my emergency grenade to be stuck outside my body where it could get lost. Maybe I should blow up the building, I mused to myself in an effort to think of something to do. Unfortunately I'm sure that Nizu has cameras in here and he'd probably stop me. Then again, he might not because he wants to see if I can actually do it. But then that would be entertainment for him, and since I'm mad at the rat I don't want him to be entertained. Decisions. Shigaraki can't help but grimace at the noise as he takes a seat at the bar, shooting a glance at where Toga is alternatively ranting about the frigid bitch who wouldn't let her take back her man, then spouting nonsense about how clearly said frigid bitch's love burns for him with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns, and that's the bare minimum her man deserves from anyone wanting to be in a relationship with him. Kurogiri clearly shouldn't have let her drink so much, especially when Jiren is bringing him a recruit. A look at Kurogiri gets the message across and the misty bartender warps the drunk blonde to her room, causing the leader of the League of Villains to let out a sigh of relief. Just like we practiced, he tells the man who's been by his side since he was a child, not bothering to look at him. He knows they'll pull it off smoothly. All that's left is to wait. Thankfully it doesn't take long. It's only 20 minutes before the front door opens and the broker swaggers in with his smug smirk and a cigarette pinched between his teeth. He opens his arms wide at the sight of his client waiting for him, despite the clear irritation in his posture. There's the man I wanted to see. You're famous. Shigaraki snorts at the newspaper the man tosses in front of him, a picture of Midosegi holding a gun to Stain's head the moment before he ended, the bastard taking up most of the page, leaving only the headline to share the space. Fake heroes, what are they? He dusts the paper with a disdainful flick of his hand. Don't go spouting crap like that, Jiren. You know why Segi killed the prick just as well as I do. Like he told the self-righteous serial killer all those months ago, why shouldn't they destroy the things they hate? He's glad that Midosegi showed the world that he agrees with him. Jiren's smirk doesn't drop. Ah, but no one else does, now do they? Everyone is assuming that you guys took him out because he wasn't doing enough to get rid of fake heroes. He chuckles. Did you know that there was a riot inside Ingenium's hospital, right outside his room? Apparently the people want to know what heinous acts he's had covered up that labeled him as a fake hero. His smirk grows wider. Business is booming for all the heroes' dirty little secrets. Hell, the police were called to All Might's house because someone found a group of 3 hanging dead from the tree in his backyard. Shigaraki just gives him an unamused look. You need to check your sources if you believe something like that. Jiren just shrugs and Shigaraki stares at him for a moment longer before dismissing the rumor and getting back to the more important business. So, where's this recruit you were supposed to bring me? They better be worth the wait. Of course they are. The man breathes a cloud of smoke from between his teeth before shooting a text to his guests on his phone. I also picked up a fanboy since I know you have a soft spot for those. The younger man glares at the older and holds up a hand threateningly. Luckily for Jiren, his recruits choose that moment to walk in, and Shigaraki's mind stutters. He doesn't even notice the glass of gin Kurogiri slides towards him that tips over the edge of the bar and splatters across his pants. Decidedly not like they practiced. The woman looks around his age, with messy, wild black hair trailing down past her neck with random longer strands swept around her. Burn scars stretch from her fingertips to her shoulders, from her lower lip to the cleavage exposed from her ragged midnight blue shirt. A sleeveless pitch black trench coat the same shade as her hair is thrown on as the only acknowledgement towards the fact that it's the middle of the night, and therefore cold, if you don't count the tear-covered black jeans tucked into her calf-height combat boots. At this moment, all of Shigaraki's plans to come off as a confidently competent leader are thrown from his mind and replaced with a single phrase. Fuck, you're hot. The woman snorts, flicking her wrist and causing blue flames to burn in the palm of her hand. No shit, Sherlock. Her voice is snarky, but amusement dances in her pale blue eyes. Call me Dabby. The president of the HPSC is not having a good day. Well, it would be more accurate to say that, apart from the first 2 days, she's not having a good week. So, explain to me, again, how the public came to the decision that Midosegi and hero killer Stain were allies. Her dry voice cuts through the arguing debates of her gathered advisors to get to the point she still has trouble understanding. If the public were putting one or the other on a pedestal, she could understand. She wouldn't like it, but she would understand. But putting the killer and, in an incredibly loose use of the word, victim on the same pedestal? That's idiocy several degrees removed from what she's used to dealing with. One of said idiots she's unfortunately ended up hiring speaks up. Clearly the League of Villains were upset over the fact that Stain wouldn't kill all of his victims, which is why they decided to get rid of him. What the president finds sad is how proud the man looks at his claim, like there's no doubt in his mind that his theory is correct. She'll make sure to fire the imbecile by the end of the day. One of her smarter advisors snorts derisively. Please, clearly the League of Villains were at odds with Stain. Did you not pay attention to his rant? The man idolized All Might. It's clear to everyone that's why Midosegi killed him. He leans forward and sneers at the other man. Obviously Stain had a close relationship with All Might, so Midosegi killed him to hurt All Might by proxy. Smarter does not mean smart, regrettably. She makes another mental note to fire the second man as well before addressing one of the sensible people in the room. Explain. The woman nods, and the president is immediately hit by a major wave of regret as she goes into a 30-minute lecture about how Midosegi was an object of obsession for Stain, due to being All Might's son. According to her, the man kidnapped the child so he would have a symbol of peace to hold him strong to his convictions, but Midosegi hated the man. After eventually escaping his imprisonment, he swore revenge on the hero killer, and finally achieved it on the night of the Hosa disaster. It's said that the president's composure never cracks, no matter what adversity she faces. She proves this to be nothing more than a rumor when she lets her head fall to the table and a groan of frustration slips past her lips. Please tell me that all of you were affected by a quirk before the meeting, or that you are attempting to lessen the seriousness of the situation by trying to be amusing. Hawks snorts beside her. Actually, he says, amused, they startled an intern and caused their quirk to go off. Apparently it's called nonsense, and prompts nonsensical thought processes in those affected. The president turns her head on the table and glares at the number 3 hero for not informing her of that sooner. She sighs as she sits back up in her chair and looks disappointedly at the people gathered in front of her, who have gone back to arguing. She doesn't have time to wait for the quirk's effects to dissipate with how urgent the situation is, so she'll have to come to a decision herself. Alone, Stain's speech about fake heroes could be mostly swept under the rug, except for the malcontents of the country, but paired with what Mitosagi revealed about being raised under All Might's care? She breathes out heavily through her nose, her eyes taking on a steely look before she looks at Hawks. Get people to start setting things up for a public blood test. We need something other than Stain's ideology circulating through the media. The truth about Mitosagi and All Might's relationship is the only card we have to play. Chapter 102, DNA Test. I use both hands to give enthusiastic waves to the assembled crowd as I walk onto the temporarily constructed stage and am surprised to actually get a few scattered cheers. Wow, has All Might's reputation really tanked this much since I came out at the sports festival? Internships have technically ended, but since it's Saturday UA had apparently decided to allow the students to stay with their families until school starts again on Monday. Meaning that there's no issue with the HPSC holding the public blood test right outside of the Hero School's gates. All the teachers are in attendance, of course, as is the HPSC president and her pet Hawks, along with the crowd. All Might's presence is a given of course, in his skinny form, not much use in trying to hold up appearances after it became common knowledge, though he looks delightfully terrible. Huge bags under his eyes, his cheeks more sunken than when he left me on a roof, and his clothes hanging off of his stick-like frame so much that his shirt is almost slipping off one of his shoulders. I've never been happier seeing someone in such a horrible state. I am surprised to see Inko and Izumi standing beside him, though. The former glaring at me with murder in her eyes and the later shuffling uncertainly and leaning away from her mother. Ah, trouble among the Yagis. What a wonderful sight. To make sure there's no mistake about how happy I am to see that my efforts haven't been for naught, I give the matriarch a bright smile. Then I have to hold back a chuckle at the audible grinding of her teeth and the twitch of her hand, the incredibly faint glow in her eyes briefly signaling the activation of her quirk before almost immediately fading away. This woman was really about to attack me in front of a crowd of witnesses. Hell, an entire nation of witnesses given how many news crews have their cameras focused on us. She must be more upset at losing social status than I thought. Too bad that the HPSC president steps forward with 3 doctors and a single scientist before I can properly taunt them. Hello everyone, she starts with a completely unoriginal greeting. After several weeks of deliberation, we have come to the decision that the rumors about Japan's symbol of peace need to be put to rest. She ignores both heckling and questions from the assembled audience with great poise and rationality, continuing on as if none had spoken in the first place. To ensure that there are no accusations of foul play, we've requested the presence of a doctor each from Europe, Japan, and Russia. Additionally, we've obtained permission to utilize the invention of one of I-Island's top scientists to conduct the test, leaving no room for sabotage from anyone who might want to alter the results to reflect an outcome favorable to them. At this she glares at both me and Inko. Yes, I'm a villain so the glare is deserved, but did Inko seriously try something before anyone even showed up for this? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. She did let everyone think I was dead back then. All for one hums happily to himself as Dr. Ujiko removes the respirator covering his mouth, pointedly ignoring the man's grumbling. Yes, he is aware that removing his breathing support even for such a short time as this is ill-advised, but he must celebrate. Why, the sight of his nemesis in such a pathetic state alone would be worth opening the 50-year-old whiskey he'd stored away. For the public obtaining confirmation that their symbol is no better than a deadbeat dad, at best? Well, his 150-year-old whiskey will remain sealed for its intended purpose of one for all returning to him, but the 100-year-old whiskey is perfect for the occasion. And he can't very well drink it with his mouth covered, now can he? He glories in the first sip, letting the richness of the aged drink linger on his tongue before swallowing, ear canals focused on the scientist's explanation of his machine. Not that it is complicated, simply being a more capable blood testing machine. Not only will it be able to confirm that those who insert their hands within the machine are related, regardless of supposed relationship, but it will also be able to accurately state how they are related. Which means that if one of the parents is a twin of the same gender, there will be no misunderstandings regarding which of the two is truly the uncle. The 200-year-old man does recall this being an issue back during the dawn of quirks, where for some unfathomable reason one twin would be born with a quirk but the other wouldn't, then one of their children would be born the opposite of their parents' status, causing accusations of infidelity to skyrocket. If he recalls correctly, he'd orchestrated such a situation for the fourth user of his brother's quirk. The man disappeared after that, and the next he knew of the quirk it was being wielded by a large bald man who was an extremely vocal advocate for the LGBTQ community. All for One actually fully supported the community himself, and as such simply kept an eye on the man without antagonizing him. At least until the hero nearly got himself killed without having chosen a successor that he could identify, after which he resumed his previous policy of throwing problem after problem accompanied by taunts at the hero, ensuring the entire time that there would be no doubt that it was in fact All for One who was responsible. The supervillain shakes his head free of the memories, settling back into the luxuriously comfortable armchair he's chosen to watch the show from and taking another sip of his whiskey and letting out a satisfied sigh. Really, the only thing that could make what he's about to witness any better would be being able to view the event with his own eyes rather than a quirk. I smirk at the man I would happily murder as I stick my hand in the machine and it prickles as it's scanned. Toshinori just looks resigned as he resolutely inserts his own hand, working very hard to avoid looking at me. 60 seconds later the doctors are examining the initial results and nodding to each other. Then the machine does whatever process it does and 60 seconds later once more they're consulting on the second batch of results, taken only to make sure that they're consistent. Evidently they are, since they step forward and the European clears her throat while Toshinori and I pull our hands out of the machine. We've examined the results, and we can confirm that everything seems to be correct. She pauses and the crowd immediately starts screaming at her to reveal them, looking absolutely deranged. She's clearly unsettled by the fervor that they're showing for the truth, which only highlights her lack of connection to Japan and raises how honest she'll be, in my own estimation. After pushing away whatever nasty feeling she has about the near-religious worship of All Might, she opens her mouth and gives them the answer they've been waiting for. The results are conclusive: All Might is not Midasaji's father. 100-year-old whiskey flies across the room, All for One's splendid spit take somehow causing a rainbow to form in the liquid. Most likely the result of a quirk he'd stolen and forgotten about at some point. What? My mouth drops open in shock and I stare at the female doctor, who evidently is not as honest as I was expecting, in disbelief. Bullshit. My head tilts and I reach out to catch the frying pan that bounces off my head with the ease of practice. I was there, I know who I'm related to. The two foreign doctors look at me with disinterest, the local one is sneering at me, before the Russian man speaks. Z results say otherwise. You have no blood relation zozis man, he points to Toshinori, who has an expression of abject relief and vindication on his face before he shifts to glaring at me with even more murder in his eyes than Inko earlier. Speaking of her, she doesn't look relieved, just vindicated. Izumi though. Well, she's looking at me like I betrayed her, but the expression is clearly mixed with confusion. My mind whirls rapidly as I try to figure out why the foreign doctors would lie about this. I ignore whatever speech the president is giving to the crowd, probably something along the lines of not believing what a villain says just because they seem sympathetic or whatever, blah blah blah. It just doesn't make sense for the foreigners to lie, and with how important this is, there's no way the HPSC would have risked it being found out that they bribed them. Not that I wouldn't have expected some kind of attempt at subverting the results. Like how that bitchinko. Bitchinko. I would like another test. I step forward and shout, ignoring Hawks gathering his feathers into a sword and holding it against my throat as I stare into the president's eyes. She quirks an eyebrow at me before moving her shoulders into a slight shrug. I have no objection to that, though I fail to see the point. The results will be the same. The scientist is confidently nodding his head next to her. I let a smile spread across my face. Good, though I think the results will be different, I say as I turn towards the green-haired girl on the stage. Because I want to do my test with Izumi instead of Toshinori. My declaration silences the crowd, and I see confusion flood the expressions of all the yagis, though Hawks looks more wary than anything else, none of them understanding my intentions. Except maybe Inko, seeing as she scoffs and crosses her arms. Please, why should we cater to the delusions of a villain? We've already gotten what we came for, there's no more reason to waste our time here. Some of us have jobs to do. I smirk and see her confidence falter for a moment. Oh? Is someone scared of me doing the test with their daughter? What's the harm in spending another 5 minutes doing something that you think is worthless? If anything, wouldn't it just further showcase that I'm nothing more than a delusional villain? I see her expression twisting for a moment, but it's really not her that I need to agree. No, that honor belongs to I'll do it. The assembled turn to look at Izumi, but she ignores them, firmly moving to the machine and shoving her hand in one of the 2 holes before meeting my eyes with a confidence that's been completely absent since I've been at UA. I need to know for sure. Well, looks like someone has come to a similar conclusion. I don't bother responding, stepping forward and sticking my hand in the other hole. When the results spit out a minute later, the Russian doctor takes them before either of the other 2 have the chance, peering down at them and nodding his head before passing them off. The European and Japanese have vastly different reactions, the woman merely raising an eyebrow and the man physically blanching, before glaring at Inko. The woman shifts uneasily and Yagi's brows furrow in confusion, looking between everyone in an attempt to understand. Something that he has no hope of accomplishing, judging by the sheer bafflement his face is filled with when the Russian man speaks. Mitoseki and Izumi Yagi. RZWIN siblings. The crowd has a moment of confusion at his continued difficulties with the letter T in Japanese, but when the realization hits, it hits hard. All for One frowns as he takes another sip of his whiskey, thinking through the implications of this announcement. Before he gets far, though, Dr. Ujiko speaks. Sir, do you really not remember? The Lord of the Underworld makes a questioning sound, only giving the man part of his attention. Because All Might not being the boy's father means that he's not the girl's father either. Which means, as I feared, your injury did have complications, Dr. Ujiko sighs, getting All for One's attention. My injury? He questions, his frown deepening. He'd thought that all the complications of having All Might smash his skull had been taken care of. What could the doctor have missed that he's only realizing now? The doctor grimaces. Well, I say complications, but it might simply be that you don't remember. You were quite drunk at the time. Stop playing games and come out with it, All for One growls, and takes a sip of his whiskey to calm himself. Only to do a repeat of his earlier spit take at the doctor's answer. All Might isn't the twins' birth father. You are. Chapter 103, End of Internships. I'm sitting in the classroom bright and early, my face sporting the presence of a smile that hasn't faded at all ever since the events of the DNA test. Not only did I find out that Toshinori isn't my biological father, but I also horribly embarrassed both of the Yagi adults. They don't even have the excuse that they were tricked since both Izumi and I were tested and came out as, unfortunately, being confirmed to be Inko's children. Which means that not only is Inko a 2-timing whore, but that Toshinori Yagi, All Might, the symbol of peace, got cooped. And it was announced on national television. I hadn't thought that the situation could get any better, but apparently they were only dating at the time, and it was Inko's announcement that she was pregnant that prompted them to get married in the first place. Judging by how much the 2 were yelling at each other on that stage, I think it's a safe bet that they'll be divorced before too long. Maybe if they had one child who cared about them there would be a chance to mend the relationship, but Izumi's reaction to the announcements doesn't inspire much confidence on that front. She was shocked when she found out that she wasn't related to All Might, obviously, but when it was announced that she is related to Inko. I searched up one of the recordings posted online, zoomed in on her face, and saved the abject disappointment and despair present there as the screensaver for my phone. So, overall, even with my internships being cut short, I have had a very good, very productive week. I wonder how all the other members of the class have been doing? At the very least, I'm hopeful that the alternate internship I proposed to Yaoyorozu worked out better than it would have if she'd gone through with her initial choice of Owabami. They don't call him the bullshit hero, pack rat for nothing. The door opens and, speak of the devil, Yaoyorozu is the first to walk through. Seeing me, her first reaction is both baffling and completely understandable. She manifests a gun in her hand, takes aim, and shoots a paintball right at my throat. I dutifully make the expected noises of pain while gagging, holding my throat and falling sideways off my chair while trying to catch my breath. Meanwhile, the heiress nods in satisfaction before making some kind of liquid in the palm of her hand and, did she just melt her paintball gun? I shoot to my feet and try to question her about how the hell she did that, but am stymied by a violent coughing fit since I still can't get enough air into my stupid lungs. Curse you human biology, why must you require an adequate amount of air before I can interrogate my Vic cough friends? Thankfully she's nice enough to talk to me before I regain the ability to talk. I would like to thank you for your input on who would provide me the best benefit to learn under, however I would also like to curse your name and bloodline for suggesting I intern under. The raven-haired girl is racked by a full-body shudder, that man. She shakes her head to clear whatever memories were prompted at the reference to pack rat. Suffice to say that I hope to never see a hero such as that ever again. Without another word she goes to her seat and sits down, putting a glowing finger in her mouth and, judging by the way her throat is moving, she's making something to drink? Hey! That's an interesting concept. Depending on who you ask, it would probably be considered an idiotic use of her quirk, or a brilliant one. Sure, her body is using resources that are literally regained in the same moment, essentially doing nothing, but she's still getting the taste of whatever it is she's drinking, and most likely any superfluous effects like she'd get from drinking something like coffee or tea from another source. Suffice to say that the moment I gain enough air to speak, I immediately devolve into a muttering rant about the possibilities. I'm only broken from theorizing about the possibilities by someone throwing an arm around my shoulder, accompanied by a tingle of electricity. I don't even have to turn my head to know that it's Kaminari. Usagi. Thanks for writing that letter for me. I had no idea that Static Shock was in Japan. I can't help but chuckle, reassuring the joyful blonde that it was no issue. It's not exactly unknown for foreign heroes to show up in person to watch UA's sports festival, but it is that they can take the students as interns the same as any local hero. Of course, the caveat is that they aren't allowed to make offers, so the student would have to not only have an interest in interning with them, know that they can intern with them, but also ask themselves if they can intern with the hero, which they would need to get a meeting with them to accomplish. The HPSC probably made it so difficult to do so in an effort to make sure their future heroes don't get tempted to work for another country based on what the foreign heroes might tell the students. Dude, did you know that the hero system in Japan is kind of, like, really fucked up? Which is a valid concern considering that other countries treat their heroes as more of a peacekeeping force than as celebrities. Even countries that maintain a ranking system, like in America, hold heroes to a higher accountability than Japan. Sure, there are people like Captain Celebrity, but even with him being a terrible womanizer, he does his job effectively. Basically, the ranking system there is more about effectiveness than popularity. So, I say, redirecting his attention to the reason I suggested the American hero in the first place, could he help you with your problem? He beams at me with a volt-filled smile, literally, electricity sparking across his teeth. Yab. Helped fix the electromagnetic field around my head right up. Still have to be careful about going over the amount of watts I let loose, but now I won't knock myself out of commission by accident. That's great. I beam back at him, then take a look around the room and realize that most of the rest of the class has shown up, gathered in their closer friend groups and chatting about what they did while working under their chosen heroes. Apparently Jiro played scout for a building full of hostages, and Eureka is giving off an impressively intimidating aura, for someone so non-threatening, that she acquired from Gunhead's agency. Did Tsu just tell Ashido and Hagakure that she got tongue slammed into the ground by a drug-smuggling octopus? Pretty sure that's not the type of thing you go around advertising, but I'm not gonna kink shame. Plus I like how blunt she is about everything. The only ones missing from the class are Ida, for obvious reasons, Kakan, and the Grape. To the great despair of everyone assembled though, the blonde who is much less pleasant to be around than the one who's dragged Jiro over to talk with us enters only moments later. His eyes immediately zero in on me, but to the gratitude of most of the room, his red-haired handler forces him into his own friend group, talking his ear off. I silently pray to Thulha for the poor pink girl's well-being, since it's obvious to everyone, except apparently the aforementioned redhead, that she has absolutely no interest in being in the explosive boy's company. Why the Rocky boy does is a mystery to all, though with how he talks about his quirk I have my suspicions. Aizawa, the teacher with incredibly questionable teaching credentials, comes into the room with a furious scowl on his face and dragging the resident grapist behind him, completely wrapped in the man's scarf. A quick flick and the midget is thrown spinning into his seat. He sits up and opens his mouth to presumably object to his treatment, but is silenced by the hero activating his quirk and glaring at him with glowing red eyes. Stay silent, stay still. If I get a single outburst from you, you're expelled. You know, that threat would probably be more effective if he wasn't threatening to expel basically the entire class every other class. Which makes me wonder how often he's made the threat in the past considering that I've only had him a week, but the other students all seemed used to it. He shifts his glare to the rest of us, pausing a moment after realizing that everyone got into their seats the moment the door opened and he doesn't actually have a reason to complain about us. But what kind of hero would give up just because of that? There were a number of idiotic decisions made by the students in this class, but I'll stick with informing you about the worst one. Tenya Ida has been expelled for abandoning the hero he was interning with during a crisis and attempting vigilantism against the hero killer, Stain. There are shocked gasps, a number of the students turn to stare at me, and a small few voices have the bravery to rise up to object to the punishment. Of course, the most common emotion put on display is confusion, since it was Shoko and I who are known to have brought Stain to the police before I executed him. Letting an exhausted sigh spill from his lips. There are a number of reasons for this decision, but the most direct one to explain is politics. Like a shroud, silence covers the room. Not sure why they're surprised though, because, you know, it's politics. Ida did not only go after Stain despite being explicitly told by the hero he was interning under to help evacuate civilians, but he also did not go to try and arrest him. He levels a glare at the students. He planned to kill the hero killer. A stillness, that's the only way to describe what the room is like as the class absorbs this new information. Though the confusion remains considering that, while Ida attempted to kill a man, I actually did, yet am still here. But that ties back into politics, so they really shouldn't be surprised. But before the first voice can rise up to question him further, the door opens yet again. There's no other way to describe how the blue-haired girl enters the classroom than to say she bounces. In a number of ways. Hi, she waves happily at us, completely ignoring Aizawa's glare. I heard that the first-year couple who stopped the hero killer are in this class. And one of them's a villain too. Her eyes zero in on me, and with a gleam in her eyes she bounces over to me, her hands clenched into fists held close to her chest in excitement as she rapid-fires questions at me. Hi. You're Mitosegi, right? Why are you a villain? How do you feel knowing All Might isn't your dad? How did you pull off killing Stain in such an action movie-like way? Why use a gun? Have you realized that Todoroki likes you yet? Why doesn't your hero costume have rabbit ears? Your hair is fluffy, can I pet it? You're cute, wanna? Eve. Her questions are brought to a very sudden stop as a result of being encased in ice up to her neck. Following the trail across the floor, it's clear that there's only one culprit that can be responsible for the freezing, who looks completely unrepentant. Shoko just glares at the spiral-haired girl. Aizawa sighs, but before he can berate the dual-quirked girl, the one in a third year's uniform lets out an exaggerated sigh before declaring in monotone, "Oh no, I've been caught. Whatever shall I do?" She tilts her head to the side as her head starts to melt. "Well, I guess since there is a deal going on between UA and the League of Villains, it means that I need to join Aizu in class." It's less than a minute later that Himi's grinning face replaces the unfamiliar girl's, beaming happily at me. Surprise! I can't help but chuckle at her antics, while also being very happy. Sure, I'd rather she not be stuck in UA with me, but on the other hand, I'm very glad that she'll be stuck in UA with me. But there is one problem. What about Eri? Before she can answer, a head sporting blue, large spiraled hair pokes through the still open doorway, followed by a head sporting silver, long spiraled hair poking in lower than the first. Hey? They found out the trick so fast. I raise an eyebrow at Himi, who looks completely unapologetic. Well, this is certainly going to be interesting. Chapter 104, They Should Not Have Met. According to your birth certificate, Ms. Toga, you are in fact eligible for the deal that Usagi negotiated, Nizu says, closing the file laying on his desk. Himi rolls her eyes and scoffs in reply. Well, did you really think I would have bothered showing up if I couldn't be with Aizu? She nuzzles deeper into my neck and wiggles happily, which prompts a reaction given she didn't even give the second chair in the room a glance before plopping herself down in my lap. Nizu ignores the blatant disrespect my girlfriend is showing him, though it's even odds on whether it's intentional on her end or not, to turn towards the fourth occupant of the room currently residing in what was meant to be Himi's chair. As for you, Ms. Hato, would you care to explain the series of events that led to you allowing a member of the League of Villains to impersonate you and infiltrate UA? Hey! The cyan spiral-haired girl makes a noise of confusion before looking at Nizu and pointing at Himi. She's a member of the League of Villains? But aren't they those guys who want to kill All Might for whatever reason? And, you know, villains? This girl just asked me if she could borrow my blood so she could pull a prank and visit her boyfriend. And I thank you once more for your donation towards seeing my Aizu again. Himi gives the upper year UA student a one-handed salute before going back to nibbling on my collarbone, not breaking the skin since we have an audience. Well, more so because Nizu is here. Since Hato apparently gave Himi blood just because she asked, she'd be happy to let the girl watch or join if she wants. Her giving my little vampire blood also means that she isn't a quirkist jerk who thinks blood quirks are villainous or whatever nonsense the media is peddling at the moment. Really, with how often they lie to people, you'd think they were performers more than anything. Anyways, since Hato is clearly a good person, maybe I'll help her with her quirk if she wants. At the very least I'll tell the Lovi that she's on our no-kill list. Not that we won't if the situation calls for it, but we'll at least put in some effort to try not to. We made available the files we have on the currently identified members of the League of Villains available to students with their provisional hero licenses. This includes both descriptions and what photos we have. Did you neglect to look the documents over? The rat's voice is as even as it's been since we entered his office, but it's clear that there's some sort of warning or threat hanging over the girl's head if she doesn't answer correctly. Luckily for her, nearly 3 years of being under the principal's observations has trained her well. Of course I did, is the positive reply. There's this green-haired cutie, she reaches over and pinches the cheek that Himi isn't currently pushing her own against, the purple mist guy, the guy with lighter hair than me who looks like he definitely needs a better skincare routine. We've tried, and it has gotten better, but stress makes it dry out faster. Pretty sure it's a side effect of his quirk. She perks up at that. Ooh. Really? What other kinds of effects does it have? The file says it's a dangerous 5-point contact quirk that decays anything he touches, but nothing about what sort of effects it has on him. Does better skin make it stronger? Does worse skin make it stronger? What about his feet? Could he use his feet to use his quirk instead of his hands if he trains it enough, since technically they would also be applicable to the 5-point contact activation requirements for his quirk? Is he immune to his own quirk? I have a friend who can shoot stars from her hands, and even though they hurt other people they don't hurt her. Is it like that? Or does he have to always be careful to never touch himself? Oh. How hard is it for him to touch himself? Can he touch himself? I guess he wouldn't have to use all 5 fingers to get a grip on himself, but Mirio says. I believe that's enough questions, Ms. Hato. Nizu interrupts, looking faintly exasperated. Hato puffs out her cheeks and pouts at him, crossing her arms under her sizable chest to highlight just how annoyed she is. I can't help but laugh before pointing at her. You I like. I smirk at her. Though you'll have to work harder than that if you want me to blurt out sensitive information on members of the Lovi. I tilt my nose up into the air and puff out my chest, ignoring the way Himi runs her hand down it and sending a shiver up my spine. I'll have you know that my mutter sprees are legendary, so your own rapid-fire questions are easily understandable to me. She shifted her pout to me after I started speaking, evidently disappointed that I figured out what she was trying to do so quickly, but lets out a dramatic gasp at the mention of my mutter sprees. They are? And wait, could you understand all of my questions? Mirio and Tamaki always pull me back and ask me to slow down so people can answer first, but they're just so slow. I let out a loud groan. Ugh, tell me about it. It's like, there are so many things to learn about, but everyone acts like they don't care. It's especially irritating when it's questions about their own quirk. It's basic stuff that you should be able to rattle off from the top of your head. Why do you have to think about whether you create the water you shoot or draw it from the environment? That's an incredibly important distinction. Are you going to train your quirk by chugging water, or by trying to use your quirk in a dry area where there's a lack of moisture in the air? Hato beams at me. I know, right? And are you sure that your quirk works how you think it does? What if the quirk counselor you went to as a kid misunderstood it? I had to get my quirk identified 3 times because of that. When it first appeared, my quirk counselor told me that the reason I'm so peppy all the time is because my quirk drew its power from my positive emotions. She scoffs, though I am obviously obligated to ask. What does your quirk do? Because there are a few quirks I've heard of that have different power levels depending on the mood of the individual. I think the one I'm most familiar with is a quirk that grows in power the more stressed the person is, and he can use it on someone to make them more confident at the cost of whatever emotion they usually feel the most. So an incredibly nice or empathetic person would be confident and ruthless, as just one example. Ooh, that's so cool. She taps her chin with a finger and tilts her head to the side. I wonder if that would be good with therapy work? Because if you're in therapy, the emotion you feel the most would probably be something negative, which means it would be taken away to feed their confidence. It could be the sort of kick they need to get into a more positive mindset. Or they could become addicted to the artificially created feeling, I counter, which would lead to them becoming even more despondent than they otherwise would have been if they hadn't been introduced to the quirk in the first place. Hato nods. That's true. If it was applied in therapy, they would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons of using it on their current patient. Not to mention the fact that patients talk, rumors could spread about why some people are having the quirk used on them and others aren't, which would induce a sense of paranoia and make whatever condition they're in worse before they even meet the therapist. I nod rapidly, smiling at her. Exactly. That's why getting a quirk use license for any kind of medical license is so stringent. They have to make sure that every angle about the consequences of it being used have been examined, walk through the pros versus the cons, and then they have to delve into the ethical aspects. So true. Hato exclaims. Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard about? Ahem. Her words are brought to a stop by the loud sound of someone clearing their throat. Or rather, something. Nizu looks at us with an appraising look, and I blink before glancing down at Himi, whose face shows fond exasperation. Whoops, I chuckle awkwardly. I got lost in a quirk discussion again, didn't I? Yep, Himi drawls, popping the pea before leaning up to give me a quick peck on the lips. But I forgive you because it's adorable. I smile at her, enjoying the moment. Too bad a lonely little rat who'll never have a love life of his own is a petty bastard and decides to ruin it. We do have more things to discuss before the end of the school day, so if we could get back on track. I let out a long-suffering groan before finally deigning to grant the principal the attention he so desperately needs to validate his own existence. Fine. Himi will be in my class, of course, and I'll need a bigger room along with a bigger bed so we can sleep comfortably. Nizu doesn't even blink. Students are not permitted to share dorm rooms, and they are housed in different sections of the building. I shrug and wave the unimportant detail to the side. So? It's not like we'll be sleeping apart from each other anyways. We could go through the whole song and dance of us sneaking into each other's rooms and pranking the other students on the way, but I have a feeling Aizawa would throw another fit before the week is up. Not that seeing his incompetence as a teacher isn't funny, but it needs to be stretched out over a period of time. Nizu just hums before moving on to another point of contention, by which of course I mean it's not contentious at all and he's just putting up a front because it's expected of him. Or maybe he actually does want to watch Himi and I mess with everyone in our efforts to spend time together. It could really go either way when talking about Rat Satan. Why should I place Ms. Toga in 1A? It already has one villain in the rehabilitation program. Well, we're already missing a classmate, courtesy of the attempted murderer whose family lacked the political clout to keep him enrolled and sweep it under the rug. The students are also used to me, unlike the majority of 1B, and as such are more prepared for Himi's addition. There's also the fact that, again, we would just sneak into each other's classes regardless of what you decide. So, really, the question is whether or not you want to save yourself the headache of dealing with the teachers complaining about us to you. I give the rat a smile. So, principal, what's it going to be? Chapter 105, Introducing Himiko. I'm so glad that I get to go to school with you, Aizu. Himi exclaims from her seat on my lap while excitedly kicking her legs in the air, her arms wrapped around my neck. And the way you basically told Nizu that we'd be together whether he liked it or not was so hot, she purrs as she nuzzles her face into my neck. I can't help but chuckle before kissing the top of her head. Himi, we both know the rat was always going to put us in the same class, he just likes his little games too much to come outright and say it. A smirk pulls the corners of my lips up. Though, it's probably a good thing none of the staff was there to witness it. They would have been in shock at how casually the three of us ignored their boss. Himi rolls her eyes before giving me a pointed look. And how many of them have seen you go off on a quirk tangent? Point taken. I'm pretty sure that I've actually only gone on a quirk tangent around midnight and present mic. I just can't help but feel like they can do so much more with their quirks than they do. Like Midnight, why can't she get support equipment to condense her gas so she can send a more powerful sleeping gas at her opponents? Not only would they get knocked out quicker, but it would also reduce the risk of bystanders getting caught. Don't even get me started on present mix quirk. He's always using it to attack, defend, or communicate. Does he even consider the fact that being able to freely manipulate the sound waves he produces could let him copy what people with other voice quirks do? No. Still, he's not the worst when it comes to quirk creativity. I really can't believe how much of a fan of Eraserhead I was when I was a kid, he's such a jerk. And the support he has for his quirk is so basic. All anyone has to do is throw dirt in his eyes to stop it. Get rid of those stupid holes on the goggles. Are you excited to meet everyone? I ask Himi, pushing my mental complaints about the so-called teacher out of my mind. There are a few people I think you'll get along super well with. I'm pretty sure, I blink for a moment, blanking on that one girl's name. I know the hero name she chose since I convinced Midnight to let her use it, but Ashido. That's her name, I snap my fingers. I'm pretty sure you and Ashido will get along well. Well, except for the fact that she's friends with Izumi. Himi shrugs before saying in a sing-song voice, nobody's perfect, you live and you learn it. I raise an eyebrow at what are definitely song lyrics I haven't heard before, but shrug it off a moment later. It's been a few weeks, we've both had to find other things to do with our time. Himi listened to random songs. I started sneaking into people's rooms to steal their underwear and frame other students as perverts. Nobody we cared about got hurt, so it's not really something that needs to be brought up. Though I'll probably have to stop now that Eri is on campus, given how I don't want any risk of her getting corrupted. Which is partially why she's up in our new dorm rooms instead of staying down here to meet the class. Well, that and the fact she's shy. When she visited last time doesn't count according to her since she didn't expect to ever have to talk to any of them ever again, so she's counting the next time she meets them as the first time. Anyway, speaking of perverts, Himi being here will make the grapes correction all the better since she was there too. There's also Jiro and Kaminari who kind of feed off of each other's personalities. Jiro also seems to be friends with Yaio Rosa too, so she'll be able to play mediator if anything pops up. I frown and rest my chin on top of Himi's head when I feel her lose her patience and sink her fangs into my neck to drink my blood. Really, I'm surprised she managed to hold out so long. Though I'm convinced that there's something off about her quirk, I have no idea what it is, but I know there's something. Himi makes a noise of acknowledgement without withdrawing her fangs. I'm about to remind her not to overdo it until it's time for bed, but at that moment the sound of raised voices reaches my ears and I perk up. Ooh, they're here. You ready, Himi? It takes another moment before she responds, but she does withdraw her fangs and lets out a sigh of disappointment. Fiein. She leans in close as I hear the dorm's door rattle in its frame and confused questions about it being locked. But don't think you'll be getting away tonight. You're going to have to fill yourself back up at least twice by the time the sun rises. I barely manage to fight off the blush by the time someone unlocks the door and pushes it open. Then the students fall silent, and I know that they've seen me. I spin the chair I'm sitting in around and give the group an arrogant smirk. In my lap Himi sits crosswise, her legs thrown across the armrest while leaning back, supporting her upper half only with the arms around my neck, and my arm around her waist. I've been waiting for you, heroes. It's the perfect picture of a villainous mastermind greeting his enemies after they've finally managed to track him down to his hidden lair, except that villain presses a button and reveals that they knew that the heroes knew and set up a trap for them. Too bad May was busy. I was really hoping that I would have a button to push right now. The heroes, in training, themselves just stare at me in surprise for a moment, silent. Even Kaken doesn't seem to know how to react, his face ranging from confused anger to annoyed anger. It's not very surprising when the silence is broken by the one who's closest to me, her voice cold enough that there's a visible frosty mist emanating from her. Hello, Izuku. The others rapidly get out of her way as she walks towards us, her head lowered so her hair covers her face. I don't think we've been introduced. Who is this? I ignore Izumi's whispered oh shit to grin at my first real friend. Oh, this is Himiko Toga. I bounce Himi a little with the arm around her waist and briefly wonder why I just heard a growl. She's from the Lovi and is joining 1A from today onward. I don't hear whatever it is that Shoko says next, her words buried under the outraged shouts of the rest of the students. And that's just the initial reaction, it doesn't even take a minute for them to start shouting at each other. Some about having to deal with a second villain in their class, others at the first group for being close-minded. In fact, they seem so mad about the fact Himi will be joining us that they don't seem to notice that Shoko freezes all their feet to the floor, or that Himi jumps from my lap and drags Shoko out to another room. Ahem, I clear my throat loudly, trying to get their attention. When that doesn't work, I contemplate digging the grenade out of where it replaced my kidney and holding it up as a threat, but luckily Yaeorozu makes a megaphone that she holds the trigger on, the screeching sound forcing the others to shout in pain and hold their hands over their ears. I give the heiress a smile and a nod before turning to the others. Thank you kindly, lady. I clap my hands. Now, the decision has already been made, none of your opinions on whether or not she joins our class matter. But just keep in mind, the grin abruptly falls from my face as I give them all a murderous glare. Hurt her, and the threat I made to you all last week about Aries' quirk will be carried out. I let another grin stretch my lips, one that's very, very ominous, I know, I've practiced it to make sure. Oh, and Aerie will be staying at the dorm with the two of us as well. If you hurt her, the threat I made will look pleasant compared to what I do to you. Is that understood? There's silence from them, so I narrow my eyes, enunciating each clipped word. Island. That. Understood. The rapid head nods are good enough for me, for now. I clap my hands and let my threatening aura dissipate. Good. Now. My words are interrupted by two Shokos coming back from the room Himi and her disappeared into, causing me to raise an eyebrow and look between the two. The one on the left is the first to answer. We want to see if you can tell who the real one is. The one on the right continues. But instead of saying who the fake is, you have to kiss them. On the lips, the left one finishes. My second eyebrow raises to join the second one in its surprise as I look between the two of them. And, you both decided you were okay with that. Himi and I have played this game a few times before when we take a third partner to bed, though it's pretty easy since I'm so familiar with my girlfriend. Really, it's more to build up the excitement of our third partner than anything else. Though I am surprised that it didn't even take 5 minutes for her to convince Shoko to participate. Then again, it's not like we're actually taking Shoko to bed, so I guess it's all in good fun. Though I really didn't think Himi could convince her to do something like this after a 5-minute conversation. Still, they both nod, so it's fine, I suppose. I shrug, not hesitating to step forward and wrap an arm around the Shoko on the right, bringing her close and grabbing her chin to lower her head while raising my own to reach her lips. I close the distance and lock our lips together, feeling a rush of amusement as her eyes widen visibly enough that the others, shocked silent at how little I hesitate, presumably, can probably see it as well. I make sure to put all the practice I have into the kiss, though since we're in public with an audience I also make sure not to overdo it like I would if Himi and I were about to have a threesome. Plus I don't want to embarrass her and ruin our friendship. I have to say though, the blush that takes over her cheeks is rather adorable. Not that she's never not adorable, but the blush really does ramp it up to the next level. Regrettably, this isn't a pre-sex game, so I pull away without building it up, turning to Himi Shoko and smirking, which falters a bit as she smirks back. I look between her and Shoko for a moment before nodding that I did kiss the right one and pointing at her. Nice try, but you aren't going to make me think I lost the game. She snorts and shakes her head. Not why I'm smirking, Izu. I let my eyes narrow in suspicion, looking back at Shoko whose left cheek has burst into flame and the right grown a coating of ice. Even with the accidental quirk activation, though, the deep red of her blush is still visible. Seeing me look, it somehow manages to deepen even further as her quirk flares again, ice and flames now enveloping her hair. You're a good kisser. I blink in realization, but before I can respond and offer her lessons she turns and runs up the stairs to the girls' rooms. Tilting my head, I turn to Himi Shoko to ask about that before the grape decides to make a comment. One that is inexcusable. I know what I'm dreaming about tonight. My lips pull back in a snarl as I round on the midget, and everyone takes a step away, clearing the space around for the quickly paling boy. I've put this off for too long, it ends now. Chapter 106, Grandpa. I clap my hands and give a bright smile to the assembled girls of 1A, minus Shoko, even Izumi. Regardless of our relationship, or lack of, she has just as much of a right to see the grapist's punishment as any of the others. Speaking of said grape, he is currently struggling to get out of the ropes tying him to the chair bolted to the floor, preventing him from trying to flee. I have to admit though, when I asked if anyone knew a place we could deal with the pervert without being disturbed, I wasn't expecting the suggestion to be the dorm's basement. Nor was I expecting said basement to look like the lair of a cultist, complete with a pentagram carved into the floor and filled with a red liquid. Yes, Tokoyami assured us that it's not real blood, but it did nothing to quell the questions about why he decided to cultify the basement in the first place. Or why no one else knew that the dorms had a basement. He didn't answer any of those questions though, simply stating that the darkness must be appeased before going to his room. Dark Shadow wasn't any help either, just telling us that everyone has their own hobbies. Which, fair, but still. I personally think that having a hidden cult lair is a bit more than a hobby, especially considering that it's a hero student who set it up. Anyways, the time has come to punish Minoru Mineta for his crimes against the female gender. Is there any who would stand in defense of this grape? To absolutely nobody's surprise, none of the girls are willing to stand by his side, which the grape is not happy about if his renewed struggling is anything to say. Thankfully he himself can't say anything thanks to the gag Yaeorozu made after I knocked him out earlier. I nod understandingly at the lack of response before turning to the tied-up hero student. Understandable. Minoru Mineta, you stand accused of failing to drink your respect women juice for 15 long years, and as such, have acted in such a way that can label you only as a depraved and deplorable pervert even the degenerates of the internet refuse to associate with. You are such an enemy to womankind that not even 2D waifus are willing to tolerate your company, always driving themselves to the route that would result in their own deaths in order to escape your clutches as soon as possible. My words hit the midget like physical blows, his body flinching with each accurate and perfectly reasonable claim, and that's not the end of it. In fact, it goes on long enough that Himi gets bored and latches herself onto my back like a koala, sinking her fangs into my collar and chewing on the bone while I talk. The other girls give her looks, but she ignores them with the same grace and dignity as I do. By the time I finish going through the list of how Mineta gives men a bad name and all the reasons he'll never get a romantic partner of any gender, I finally remove his gag, eliciting boos from all the girls around us. But I ignore that for the moment, giving him one last chance to admit to his mistakes and grant him the opportunity to make amends before I move past the point of no return. Have you anything to say in the face of these accusations? Even under the brutal devastation of the truth of his utterly abysmal treatment of the female gender, he still musters up the nerve to glare at me. Screw you. You don't know what it's like to be so unpopular with girls. You literally have a hottie hanging off of you, right? I backhand the disrespectful little grape, shutting his mouth. There's a bit of shuffling from the girls, and Izumi opens her mouth as if to say something but closes it again without uttering a word. Which, I suppose they didn't expect me to get physical with him. Fair, because they're hero students, but also stupid, because I'm a villain. Only paying enough attention to make note of those reactions, I focus my glare down at the child with a sneer pulling my lips back from my teeth. Respect your elders, boy. He raises his head and glares back at me, spitting a bit of blood from his split lip at my feet. Even with that defiance, though, I can see the lack of understanding in his eyes. What the hell are you talking about? We're the same age. I raise an unimpressed eyebrow at him. Then why does your mother call me daddy? Pin drop silence throughout the room, the previous side conversations and shuffling abruptly falling still as everyone stares at me. Well, except for Himi, she's still happily gnawing on my collarbone and drinking the blood that spills from the wound. It takes several minutes of Mineta soundlessly working his jaw up and down before he finally manages to voice anything, but even then, he only manages a single word. What? I sniffed disdainfully. I said that Jujun calls me daddy, which makes me your grandpa, and therefore your elder. So show me some respect. He doesn't seem to hear my words past the first sentence, his eyes widening as he stares at me in shock. How do you know my mom's name? I roll my eyes and let out an annoyed sigh. Before I can explain it to him in small words so that he can understand, Himi lets my neck go with a loud slurp, making satisfied noises as a shiver runs through her body. So good. I've missed your flavor. She turns her head to look at the grape, her entire body still wrapped around me. We fucked your mom, deal with it. He just blinks dumbly at her for a moment, still unable to comprehend the words being said to him. What? I look around at the girls while pointing at him. Is it just him? Because I think we made this pretty clear. Evidently not, since they're staring at me with wide eyes too. Well, except for Tsu. Her expression is still blank. I thought it was succinct and to the point, the frog girl says, causing me to nod. You're lying. I look back at the midget and see him glaring at me once more, his voice filled with certainty. There's no way you actually slept with my mom. She's happily married to my dad. Counterpoint, I say, raising a finger, she's your mother, and you certainly didn't get your perverted nature from Daezo. This time I can see fear flicker in his eyes at the name drop. That's my father's name. I roll my eyes. Yes, we've established that Himi and I double-teamed your mom in your parents' bed. She's very flexible, Himi announces, and I nod in agreement. She really is. I still think that she could only do that one trick because she has some internal quirk mutations. Himi opens her mouth to respond but is interrupted by Mineta shouting at us with a desperate look on his face. You're lying. I let a smirk grow on my lips as I hold my hand over my shoulder, letting Himi put Mineta's phone in my palm. I go through his contact list quickly and tap on his mother's name before putting it on speaker so the whole room can hear. It doesn't take long before an answering click echoes through the room, immediately followed by a woman's voice. Minoru? Is everything okay? You don't usually call until the weekend. Did you forget something at home? Hello, my little Junpei. There's a scream of surprise and the sound of something hitting the ground on the other end of the phone before she starts speaking again, her voice noticeably higher and more flustered. You Sajai? Is that you? I click my tongue and slowly shake my head even though she can't see me. Tisk tisk, Junpei. Is that any way to talk to me? Does someone need a spanking? Eve. Sorry daddy. But I have been a bad girl lately. I meet the eyes of the grape, who looks like his world is collapsing around him, and smirk. Oh, I have no doubt about that. Though I have to wonder how bad you've been. Maybe I should ask for some help in disciplining you. Oh, I'd love to put our toy back in her place, Himi purrs, leaning her head over my shoulder to make sure Mineta's mother can hear her and earning another eep from the woman. Mimi mistress. You're there too. The fact that she's excited can clearly be understood through her voice alone, coming out breathy and eager. I. The line goes silent, briefly, presumably so she can swallow and get her stuttering under control. I think that I do need to learn my lesson. The two of us chuckle, and I at least have to hold it back from turning into a full cackle at how pale and horrified Mineta looks at hearing Himi and I casually flirt with his mom, as well as proving that our earlier words to be true. Oh, I have no doubt that you are an eager student, Junpei. But not a very good one, considering that I have no doubt that we'll need several vigorous sessions for you to get the lesson deep inside you. There's silence for several moments, and when she finally speaks again she sounds a bit breathless. When can I expect you to come over? Oh, Junpei, you really do need some discipline, I say with mock sadness in my voice. You know better than to ask us to visit you. But how about this, if you go without underwear for a month while only wearing short skirts, as well as take naked photos at 5 national monuments, then we'll think about giving you a visit. Understood? Oh, yes. Yes. I chuckle again at the enthusiastic reply, mercifully ending the call so she can continue her fun without subjecting her son to hearing it. For now. If this lesson doesn't take for him, then I might have to take it further. Speaking of. I crouched down to meet his eyes, the humiliation of having his mother outed as the cheating sex friend, at best, of two villains his own age having done quite a bit of damage to his mental state. Which isn't helped by the fact that it was also revealed in front of all his female classmates, who he's perved out on himself. To know that his mother did the same to the two of us. Well, family is supposed to be important to Japanese culture. So, Grape, how does it feel knowing that, while you thought of every woman you've interacted with as an object meant for your own sexual gratification, your mother actually is in fact my object of sexual gratification? Mine too. Himi adds with a face-splitting grin. I gently slap the boy's cheek a few times before standing and turning around. Well then. Think about how this makes you feel, and whether or not you want it to go public. Because something tells me that Junpei wouldn't complain if the home videos we made with her were to end up online. Which they will, if you don't clean up your attitude towards women. Chapter 107, Interrogation. After a passionately enthusiastic night of Himi and I demonstrating just how much we missed each other, we head downstairs to grab breakfast, only to be ambushed. Tape binds our arms to our sides before we're dragged towards and tied down to a set of chairs and quickly surrounded by all the other members of 1A Sen's Kaken and Mineta. Well, Shoko is at the counter eating a bowl of cereal, but she's still present. And Izumi is tied up next to us, so it's probably not a villain thing, but then what's the deal? Ashido stands in front of the three of us with her arms crossed under her chest, smirking. There's no escape this time. We'll have our answers. I stare at her for a moment, taking the time to think before I respond. Very well, it was Tsu who smacked your butt in the halls the day before internships. She opens and closes her mouth silently before turning to the frog girl, who shrugs. I know what I like. She turns to look at me with slightly narrowed eyes. You've betrayed me, Usagi. I thought you said you could keep a secret. I shrug myself, the other students looking between the three of us like a complicated tennis match. So I decide to add more players. I can. I object. I mean, I haven't told anyone about Aoyama pleasuring himself to his own reflection in abandoned classrooms, or Kirishima's masochism kink, or Yaeorozu. I'm gagged before I can reveal the rich girl's dirty secret by said rich girl slapping duct tape over my mouth, her red-faced glare promising that nobody would find my body if I reveal what I stumbled upon. Not that that would be a problem, since after I come back I could just leave wherever she dumped it, but it would be inconvenient. Not to mention it would cut into the time I could be spending with Himi, so I guess I'll let things lie. Instead I'll take the vast quantity of amusement I feel seeing the looks the class sends towards the two people I outed. And it is funny since I thought that it was obvious the fake redhead is a masochist. I mean, he likes to spend his time with Kakan. As for Aoyama, I'm not one to judge since Himi likes to transform into me during sex. Not all the time, but often enough that I don't think it's weird to be attracted to yourself. At least when it's someone else who has the exact same appearance as you. Then again, that might just be because I know it's Himi wearing my body. The line gets kind of blurry when it's literally yourself and your own single body instead of someone else with their own version of your body. Anyways, I was not expecting to stumble upon the sparkly boy while looking for a place to put a glitter bomb. It wasn't traumatizing or anything, but, yet. I got everyone's attention off of Tsu, though, so I'm going to call this a win. After properly shuffling away from the two, they finally seem to remember that they have Izumi and I tied up together. Himi got bored of waiting and freed herself to grab some breakfast and is currently sitting with Shoko, leaning in close and whispering to her with a sly smile and making the two-toned girl blush. I should probably be concerned about that, but as long as they're both having fun it's fine. We want details. Hagakure yells, presumably waving her arm in the air based on the way her shirt is moving. I snap my fingers and would point at her, but again, tied up. I'll send you the video after I get untied. Feel free to play it for the grape whenever you think he deserves to suffer. That's not actually, yeah, I like the sound of that. I can't help but snort in amusement at how quickly she changes her mind on the subject. Of course, I have no doubt that she's going to watch it herself to satisfy her curiosity, but it will definitely work to keep the grape on a leash if the previous evening's lesson didn't sink in. Honestly, I might just harass him with the video anyways. He does not get to talk about Himi like he did. He's lucky I didn't light him on fire like that one gang with the guy who stole her clothes. Jiro huffs. To get us back on track, she turns to me and Izumi. Did you two know you weren't All Might's kids? We both shake our heads, Izumi slowly and me enthusiastically. Nope. I chirp. But I'm not complaining. Though it does mean that I now have two deadbeat male parental figures instead of one, so you know. I shrug. Blame Inko. You definitely should, Himi pipes up from where she's eating her waffle, a small bandage wrapped around Shoko's wrist as she stares curiously at Himi's food. She's part of a quirk extremist cult. A few students seem to not hear her, too focused on Izumi and me, but some turn to give her looks that clearly say they don't believe her and think she's messing with them, but others actually believe her. Which I'm not completely sure is the right thing to do, but I'll ask her for more details later in private. Which one? Sue croaks with her head tilted. Izumi also seems oddly interested. Meta Liberation, the crazy one, not the political movement one that Destro tried to lead before being declared a terrorist. Sue hums while Izumi's eyes blow wide open, and she clearly falls deep into thought. No idea what that's about, but it's none of my business and not enough to garner my interest. At least it's not the Creature Rejection Clan, Sue muses aloud, earning herself winces and nods from the fellow mutants in the room. Or the Inhuman Supremacy Party, Hagakure throws out with the air of someone grimacing. I really need to sit down and help her with her quirk one of these days, I think to myself. Because if her quirk were a full mutation that makes her invisible it would have appeared gradually, but I overheard eavesdropped cough that she just woke up invisible one day, which makes me think it's actually an emitter quirk that nobody ever bothered to identify. I nod along with her, as do Yaeorozu, Shoji, and Jiro. The rest just look confused, which means that they've all had the good fortune to not come in contact with the band of crazy people saying that the less human you look, the better you are than everyone else. They're basically the exact polar opposites of the Creature Rejection Clan, which claims that the more human you look the better you are than everyone else. The Lovi has run across a few operations under both organizations, and we were quick to slaughter them all. There's us crazy, and then there's that crazy, and, quite frankly, we don't have the patience to tolerate them. So, was there more y'all wanted to know or can we eat now? Himi is back at the stove making more waffles, teaching Shoko how to make them as she goes. They smell just as good as always and I really want some right now. Yet. Unfortunately it doesn't seem like they're done with me yet. Where'd she go? Kaminary's head whirls around after seeing the chair he was pointing at is empty, and most of the others start freaking out too. Which is extremely amusing to witness considering that Himi was just talking to them. It's not something that gets brought up very often, but her predatory lifestyle has made her exceptional at erasing her presence, even to the point where people don't notice her when she's in the same room as them. Like right now. The exceptions of course are those with sensory quirks, and Yaeorozu since she has previous experience with Himi and I messing with her. Speaking of, my little vampire giggles before ducking below the counter just in time to avoid the students catching sight of her again. I tilt my head and look at 1A curiously. Who are you talking about? The girl. Eureka? Yeah, Eureka says. I probably should have a better grasp of her name since I did manipulate her, twice, but she hasn't really interacted with me much while I've been here, and it slipped my mind after spending the night with Himi. So, whoops. The blonde one who snuck into my room and bit me. On one hand, when? On the other hand, understandable. She kind of feels like she would be mochi flavored. I tilt my head to the other side and raise an eyebrow at her. Should I know who you're talking about? The girl who was in your lap when we came back from class yesterday. Kaminari yells, eyes wide. I let my other eyebrow join the first in its raised position. I had a girl in my lap yesterday. Bro. Not manly. The masochistic redhead yells. You were petting her head like a cat. That was a cat, I say with a straight face, because Himi is absolutely a cat. Nothing better than making her purr. Tokoyami tilts his head up as he looks at me. Your obfuscation of the truth without uttering a single deceit is masterful, rabbit. Dark Shadow pops herself out for a moment and opens her beak before closing it and looking back at her brother/father. That was actually perfectly understandable. She withdraws back into the bird boy, who blinks at where she was before shrugging the abrupt action off. You can't trick me. Ashido declares with narrowed eyes. I know there was a blonde cutie in your lap yesterday. You even introduced her before you kissed Shoko. I smirk at her while Shoko blushes in the kitchen. Oh yeah? Then what's her name? She falters for a moment before her face screws up in determination. It was him. Himi too, Ga? Himi Toga. I snap my fingers, pulling my arms free of the tape. Almost exactly right. Her name is Himiko. Himi is a nickname I call her. I tilt my head and watch them curiously. Why'd all of you forget her name? They shuffle silently for a minute before Ojiro explains. Well, right after you introduced her you threatened us, then kissed literally the least socially active person in class, and then dragged Mineta and the girls away to break the grape. Ciro nods, even though he keeps the glare he always has when he looks at me. Yet, it was a lot of information to process in so little time. Do less drugs, it will help your brain, I advise before proceeding to ignore his denials about his obvious drug consumption. Maybe I should just sneak into his room and tape it to his door so he stops bothering, it's not like I particularly care. Really, the only reason I even bring it up is because it's amusing to watch his terrible attempts at lying. At the moment though, I have more important things to do. Such as devouring the plate of waffles my girlfriend puts on the counter. Which reminds me, we'll have to bring a plate up for Eri as well. I invited her down with us, but she was worried about how many of the class would be present so we said she could eat in the room. And she was right to be worried since they were waiting in ambush. Our little unicorn has good instincts. She'll be a great villain when she grows up. Izumi, meanwhile, wiggles in the chair she's still tied to. Can someone let me go? Chapter 108, New Heroics Teacher. Is anyone else wondering how many more villains we're going to get in our class? Hagakure questions. Because it's been less than a month and we already got a second one. I yawn and lean back in my chair, basking in the simple fact that I can do so without a hypocritically constipated half-robot yelling at me. Sitting on the desk behind me, Himi leans forward to play with my hair, and I let my eyes close in bliss at the familiar sensation. I don't bother opening them to answer the invisible girl. Well, Shiji is 20, so he's not eligible for the game. Kurogiri is older than him, though nobody knows his actual age, not even him, so he's out too. Which only leaves One and Skyfall, who are both around our age. I hum in thought, frowning when Himi suddenly pulls her hands away before relaxing again when she brings them back. I figure that Shiji will get annoyed by something or other in the next month or two and chuck Sky at something. I give it until summer break before she gets stuck in something and gets dragged here. Your boss just throws you guys. I shrug at Kaminari's confusion. Only me and Sky, and neither of us really have a problem with it, usually. Though Sky does get annoyed when she doesn't get any warning. Okay then. There's several moments of silence following my explanation, but I don't pay it any mind, more than content to just enjoy my hair being played with. Except that I'm pretty sure that it's not Himi playing with it anymore. She always drags her fingernails across my scalp when she gives my hair a small yank, but the hands currently buried in the mess atop my head are gentle, not really doing anything other than combing through my locks. Not that I dislike it, it's just different. Different, but still nice. This is so weird, I hear Ashido whisper before the sound of a camera goes off, and the hands abruptly stop their movement. Crap. I open my eyes and am greeted to the sight of Shoko staring at the pink-skinned girl with slightly narrowed eyes, causing her to shuffle nervously. Shoko slowly pulls one of her hands from my hair, the tension building due to how slowly she does it, and points at her, causing her to swallow. Send that to me. Ashido blinks, glancing down at her phone before looking back at my friend. Sure. Shoko nods in satisfaction before looking down, her eyes meeting mine. I hum as we stare at each other. Heya, Shoko. Having fun? She hums herself before she starts playing with my hair again. Yes. Very much, actually. That's good. I glance to the side where Himi is looking on, a smug grin pulling her lips back from her teeth. No idea what she's grinning about, but it's probably not something that I should be concerned about. So, what did I miss yesterday? We have a new heroics teacher, Shoko reveals casually, causing me to blink and sit up to get a better look at her. I ignore the cute pout she directs at me. We do? So I'm not going to be forced to suffer the man's presence anymore. Jiro snorts. You say that like you've even been in the same room as him since you got here. He was in the same building as me, I declare, that's much too close for comfort. She just shrugs in response. Izumi, of all people, is the one to pick up the explanation, looking at me uncertainly, a complex myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes. After everything that was revealed on Saturday, he announced that he needed to figure things out and would be withdrawing from his teaching position. I hum thoughtfully, chewing on whether or not I want to acknowledge her. On one hand, it's Izumi. On the other hand, she did give me some incredibly valuable information in regards to One for All, and she has been making an effort to not be a bitch to anyone based on what I've managed to see. The fact that she very obviously doesn't like Inko is a big point in her favor. Himi drapes herself across my shoulders, nipping at my neck and licking the blood that wells from the small bit of torn skin before whispering into my ear. You can always torture her later. Being polite won't hurt anything now, and it might make it hurt even more when the time comes. I nod at my girlfriend's words, feeling something loosening in my chest. Which is strange, and I forcefully push what it might mean into the dark closet in my mind where I shove all the trauma. It's kind of overstuffed, but whatever. I'll deal with it when stuff starts falling out and I can't ignore it anymore. So who did they replace him with? I ask my sister, holding back the urge to scowl as I look at her. She's clearly surprised that I've bothered replying, but answers eagerly all the same. Oh. Well, apparently we both have a godfather that Toshinori never introduced us to. I pointedly ignore the word she cut herself off from saying. Nope, not acknowledging its existence. He was a retired pro-hero, but, she cuts off whatever she was about to say and frowns. Well, I interned with him, so I met him, but we both encountered him before? Well, how to say it? While she's busy hemming and hawing over how to tell me who the new heroics teacher is, making me wonder if I should have just asked someone I actually like Kaminari or Jiro, the door to the classroom opens, and in walks someone that I've only seen once before. I jerk to my feet, a few strands of hair coming loose when they catch on Shoko's fingernails, and jab a finger in the tall-caped man's direction. The flasher has returned. I shout, causing the majority of the female students to shout in turn and clamp their hands over their eyes in an instinctual response. It's a good thing that Eri isn't in the classroom again. This isn't the kind of thing she should be subjected to a first time, let alone a second. Thankfully Nizu made the intelligent decision to requisition Shoko's sister Fuyamai to teach her. Actually, he decided to extend the offer to her entire class as part of a process to expand UA into all levels of education. It just so happens that Fuyamai's class will be the trial run to make sure it works. Anyways, away with yet, public shower of genitals. I intone formally, knife extended to point at him in lieu of my finger. Or face the wrath of Mitosegi. The man snorts and waves his hand. Calm down, brat, I'm going to keep my clothes on. Lies. I declare, stepping toward him with a fancy flourish of my blade. Off to the side, Himi has successfully managed to badger Yaeorozu into making her popcorn, which the two are sharing as they watch. Thou are of the most debased of flashers, the accidental sort. It matters not of your intentions, you shall flash regardless. He throws his head back and cackles. Ah ha 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 ha. You're a fun kid, I'll give you that. Shame I couldn't get you for an internship, he shrugs, but that's how it goes sometimes. He abruptly goes serious, the levity leaving his expression. Calm down and put the knife away before I make you, brat. I don't lower the knife, maintaining my stance as I maintain eye contact with him. Izumi is uneasily looking between us before she clears her throat. Usagi, he's actually our new heroics teacher, and our godfather. Gran Torino. I hum, my eyes narrowing as I take in the new information. And doesn't that just stir up old memories? Gran Torino, I say slowly. An exceptional pro-hero who debuted several decades ago. Quirk, air jets. It allows him to shoot jets of air from his feet that he used for both movement and close-ranged combat techniques. Worked alongside the hero known as Maverick. He visibly startles when I mention the dead woman's name, causing me to tilt my head curiously at him and file away the information. And worked as the heroics teacher at UA for 2 years after her death. At the time it was theorized that he was taking the time to grieve, though after All Might's meteoric rise in Japan's hero rankings, others became convinced that he saw Yagi's potential and wished to nurture it in place of his fallen mentor. After he graduated, Gran Torino retired from his position at UA and resumed regular hero work until he unofficially retired 15 years ago. I stare at the wide-eyed man for a moment of silence before sighing and letting my knife vanish back inside my sleeve. I let myself drop back into my seat where Himi climbs into my lap and gives me a peck on the lips, which I return before turning back to raise an eyebrow at the man. I suppose that you can't be a worse teacher than Eraserhead, so feel free to take your shot. The man who apparently is my godfather just stares at me for several minutes before finally shaking his head and approaching the podium at the front. Damn, I can see why you're such a capable villain. If you've got that kind of information on an old man like me, I can only imagine what you have on the heroes who are actually active today. I shrug as I feel Himi dig her fangs into my neck. I blame the HPSC's need to portray heroes as celebrities. Everyone knows that celebrities don't have privacy, so it's really easy to get information on them. Especially with how hungry the media always is for a story. Gran Torino nods sagely. You're right about that, he agrees before smiling widely at the class. Which is why today's lesson is going to be about how to handle the media's attention, both good and bad. You brats are definitely going to need that training sooner than the older kids. Because we got attacked. Ciro asks a glare in my direction. He really needs to change up his drugs, because what he has clearly isn't working to relax him. That's right, Gran Torino acknowledges easily. But it's also because the big buffoon was your teacher before he ran off with his tail between his legs. I perk up at his disparagement of the number one hero even as others criticize the teacher's criticisms, which he waves off. The man didn't know what was going on in his own house, then instead of properly dealing with it when he did finally figure it out, he chose to run away. Then he did it again with all of you. I knew the man before he became a symbol, something that too many of you seem to forget he is. The hero glares at the students, quieting them. All might may be the symbol of peace, but first and foremost, he is a mere mortal. I feel a grin stretching across my face. I think I'm going to like this flasher. Chapter 109, Cookies. I hum happily to myself as I bent down to open the oven and nod after giving one of the red-tinged chocolate chip cookies and one of the normal-looking cookies each a quick poke to make sure their texture is good. A minute later the oven is off and the cookies are set aside to cool. I let out a content sigh, taking off my Drain the Chef apron and hiding it on top of the cupboards. Don't want to give Kakan the opportunity to blow it up. A fact that irritates me to no end given he destroys the possessions of the other hero students too when he's mad at them, and still nothing has been done about him. Eraserhead really doesn't care what goes on in the dorms as long as nobody brings the problems up with him, and I have to wonder yet again how he's a teacher. Also, why? He mostly sleeps through every class anyways. I shake my head, heading up to the dorm rooms I share with Himi and Eri, though she obviously has her own bedroom so that she doesn't see anything she shouldn't. Blood, killing, etc. Perfectly fine. Anything in the category of sex? Absolutely not. She's far too young, and will continue being too young for the next 2 decades. Maybe even longer. I ignore the blonde taped to the wall and screaming into the tape covering his mouth with casual experience, just taking satisfaction in the fact that the traps I laid for the prick are continuing to prevent him from harassing my family. Then again, Himi has asked me if she could stab him a few times. I asked if she was interested in drinking his blood and recording him doing embarrassing stuff, but she said that she has standards on what she puts in her body. Which is honestly the biggest insult she can give to a person considering that she's literally drunk blood that tastes like dirt before. Ignoring him though, I walk into our dorm and smile at the sight that greets me. Himi has managed to get Eri awake enough that she could get her bathed and dressed, though she's clearly falling asleep where she is, eyes closed and head nodding. Which isn't unreasonable, considering how comfortable Himi makes people whenever she does their hair. It looks like Eri will be going to Fuyami's class with braids today. Hey girls, I say to announce my presence, breakfast cookies are ready. My words have the immediate effect of waking Eri up fully, and she tries to jump to her feet and rush downstairs only for Himi's arm to wrap around her waist and hold her still in her lap. Nope. My girlfriend chirps, tapping Eri's nose with her free hand before going back to braiding her hair. You need to wait until we're done here for cookies. And you still have to eat actual breakfast food too. Eri pouts for a moment before perking up. Apples? She asks without turning her head. Himi hums for a moment, an exaggerated thinking look on her face. I guess that you can have apples for breakfast. She trails off thoughtfully. But only in exchange for hugs. She pulls her hands away and nods, satisfied with her work. Deal. Eri shouts before spinning on Himi's lap and giving her a tight hug. Before Himi can wrap her own arms around the girl and trap her for a group hug of indeterminate length, she's out of her lap and leaping at me with her arms outstretched. Now, I could turn this into a game where she has to chase me down to give me a hug and earn her breakfast of cookies and apples, but I'm honestly just too happy that both of them are here with me. Still, that doesn't mean that I'm going to let my little unicorn out of my hug that easily. She squeals and wiggles in objection as I keep my arms around her and walk towards Himi, who is making grabby motions with her hands and a glint in her eye. No. The cookies and apples. I chuckle as I arrive at my girlfriend, and she works with me to engulf our daughter in a hug sandwich, muffling her protests. There will still be cookies when we get down there, don't worry, I lean down to whisper conspiratorially in her ear, and even if all the ones on the counter are eaten, I made sure to hide a few just to make sure that you'll get some. She beams up at me the best she can, squished as she is between us, forearms and Himi's chest in the way. Thank you, Papa. I chuckle before Himi and I finally let the little snowball go, starting our journey to the kitchen. Of course, Eri. Now let's eat. Of course, when we do get to the kitchen, all of us casually ignoring the still hanging blonde, were greeted by an unexpected sight. Yaoyorozu is happily munching on the red-tinged cookies, alongside Jiro, Ashido, and Kaminari. Contrary to the other three whose faces show clear uncertainty in how they taste, the heiress herself clearly loves them, if the enthusiasm she shows in grabbing another is anything to go by. Which has me blinking. I exchange a surprised glance with Himi before a pout overtakes her face and she darts forward, snatching up most of the remaining red cookies. Yaoyorozu looks like she's going to object, but I speak up before she can. So, Yaoyorozu, enjoying those cookies? I made them myself. She looks at me, back to the cookies that Himi is currently stuffing in her mouth, then back to me, and her eyes light up. Meanwhile, Eri has sidled past all of us to grab a normal cookie off of a plate and is happily munching on it while Ashido coos at her. Good morning, Usagi, and yes, they are rather tasty. Surprisingly so, actually. May you be so kind as to share the recipe with me? I hum, nodding thoughtfully. Right, right. I tilt my head side to side, considering what to do about this before shrugging. Quick question. Could you make a staff for me? Just the one you'd usually make for yourself whenever you need one is fine. She's taken aback by my sudden request, blinking confusedly, but does so all the same before staring at the weapon with furrowed brows. That did not take as much of my reserves as it usually does, the ponytailed girl says slowly, making me nod. Right. I clap my hands, drawing both her and the audience's attention. So. Good news, bad news, and neutral news. Which would you like first? She hesitates, her gaze shifting to the cookies Himi has almost finished off, peering at the last two on the plate intensely. I suppose, the bad news. There's really no other way to say this, so I'm just going to be blunt. You've been incredibly inefficient with your quirk. I say straight away. Which means that either the quirk counselor you went to when you were little was an idiot, or your parents purposefully lied to you about what powers it. The confusion in her eyes immediately shifts into a glare of anger and indignation. My parents would not lie to me about my quirk. Her cold voice is that of someone having to stop themselves from attacking another person, though she visibly relaxes when I nod along with her. Oh, I agree. They didn't seem to be the types to care all that much about what a person's quirk is so long as they could do whatever job needed to be done. But I also doubt that whatever quirk counselor they took you to as a child would have been an idiot considering how rich your family is. So it's more likely that your quirk counselor let their own prejudices influence their assessment of your quirk and they made an active effort to hide certain details of it. The girl frowns, but before she can get too deep into thought on what her quirk counselor was like I continue. The good news is that I know what your quirk actually powers itself off of. She doesn't lose her frown, but she does raise an eyebrow. So, you say that, not only have I been operating my quirk using a sub-PAR fuel source, but you also know what it is I actually use. She shakes her head. You'll have to forgive me if I have my doubts about such a claim. I nod and wave a hand dismissively. Oh, absolutely. This is completely ridiculous. But, well. I raise a hand and point at the cookie Himi is reluctantly holding out towards the heiress, who snatches it and takes a bite almost before she even realizes she's done so. The fact that you're so eager to eat the cookies I made specifically for Himi is kind of a big clue as to what your quirk actually wants to use for its fuel source. She blinks at me, her eyes darting between me, the half-devoured cookie in her hand, and Himi before coming to rest on me once again. Usagi. She says slowly, dread seeping into her voice. What did you put in the cookies? Kaminari just looks confused, maybe with a little concern mixed in, but he probably figures that whatever I put in the cookies can't be too bad since I was planning to give them to Himi, but Jiro is starting to get distinctly green, which makes me tut and wag a disapproving finger at the girl. Don't you know that it's rude to eavesdrop, Jiro? She just deadpans at me and flicks her jacks, causing me to nod. Understandable. I turn back to Yaoyorozu and press the palms of my hands together. I'm just going to come out and say the neutral news. I put my blood in those cookies, and since you could use your quirk more efficiently after eating them, creation most likely only pulls its energy from your fat reserves because you haven't ever really given it what it wants in order to work. I shake my head, a bit bemused, honestly. If I'm correct, and I'm fairly certain that I am, then your quirk has basically been operating as if it were being starved of nutrients, which would also explain how you manage to get away with eating so little compared to other people who actively utilize their body's resources to create things, such as when Shoji chooses to grow extra limbs. She stares at me, silent, her mouth hanging open at the possible revelation. I have a blood quirk? She asks, dazed. I shrug. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. You use resources from your body to create permanent structures, and blood is very much a hodgepodge of different molecular materials. Before she can react anymore, two very different, very distinct things occur. 1. Himi leaps at the raven-haired heiress and wraps her arms around her while squealing about them being blood buddies, startling Ashido, who was so busy with Eri's cuteness that she completely zoned out of the conversation. 2. Kaminari runs over to the trash can and throws up, most likely from the realization that the cookies he ate contained human blood. Jiro is honestly handling it surprisingly well, what with managing not to throw up despite turning an interesting shade of green. Impressive. Chapter 110, Gran Torino. Any idea why the formerly old man wanted to talk with us? Himi asks as we walk down one of the many paths around UA's campus. I shrug. Dunno, maybe he's going to try to kill us for being villains? I mean, the three of us are meeting him in one of the many forests scattered around the school, so. Eri's eyebrows furrow at the thought that this might be a trap. If he's a meanie, I'll stab him. I'm sure she'd be waving her knife around if Himi and I weren't holding onto her hands between us right now, but she still gets the points for enthusiasm. As a reward for such, I signal Himi with my eyes and we share a grin as we lift our unicorn up into the air, swinging her forward while she squeals in surprise before laughing. Another shared grin with Himi has us picking up the pace, being careful with swinging Eri every few steps so that we aren't pulling uncomfortably on her arms even as she starts drawing her legs up to her stomach to get more airtime. So Eri, I start while we walk, how have you been doing in Miss Fuyami's class? Has it been a good week? No problems. Eri hums, looking up at the sky on her next swing in thought before speaking when she lands back on the ground. Miss Fuyami is nice, and so are most of the other kids. Most. Himi asks as her eyes narrow, mirroring my own. Who hasn't been nice to you? A boy with a weird quirk, our little unicorn answers easily. He says it tells him things. I raise an eyebrow at that. Sentient quirks are rare, but as evidenced by Dark Shadow, far from impossible. What has his quirk been telling him? Weird stuff, she says matter-of-factly. He says that his quirk won't stop being loud about how things are messed up and nothing makes sense. It also told him that I'm not supposed to be at the school yet and that Mr. Hobo is a good teacher. Ah, I nod understandingly. So his quirk is both rude and crazy. Does he listen to it? And what's it called? He said his parents call his quirk cannon sight, but he likes to call it a bit mean. She pauses and tilts her head, causing Himi and I to pause our swinging for a moment. He thinks I shouldn't be in Miss Fuyami's class either, but I remembered what Mama said. I can't help but chuckle at the look in her eyes while Himi whistles innocently while looking up and away, just knowing that I'm going to love where this is going. And what did she say that applies to that situation? If someone is mean to me, I can just stab them to make them not mean. Eri beams up at me with shining eyes and a proud look on her face. If stabbing them once doesn't work, I just have to do it again. I give Himi my best approximation of a disappointed but not really look since it's not really bad advice, apart from the fact that Shoko's sister probably doesn't want to deal with her students trying to make each other bleed. Or die. She might also try to take Eri's knife away from her, which might get her stabbed instead, which would make Shoko sad because she does have a good relationship with her siblings. I nod. That does work a lot, but just make sure Miss Fuyami isn't around when you do it so you don't get in trouble. She doesn't hang out with the same people as us, so she doesn't like it when people stab each other, okay? Eri nods, pulling her hand out of mine to give me a salute. Yes, Papa. I can't tell if the three of you are a happy family or an utterly deranged one. The voice seemingly comes out of nowhere, prompting all three of us to draw our knives and look around for the source. The voice chuckles again and I gasp as a sense of déjà vu washes over me. You know what? I'm going to go with both. I look straight up at the sky, at least that's what I would be doing if there wasn't foliage in the way. God? Is that you? Yes, I'm definitely God, the voice says in an amused tone, causing me to nod. Well, you kind of suck. You know, what with all the war, famine, and discrimination. Eri's hand shoots into the air, the knife still held tightly in her grip. And meanies. I nod in agreement. And the meanies. Probably the worst thing in the history of ever, those meanies. Well, there's not much I can do about idiots being idiots. If I could, then I would have fixed Toshinori a long time ago. I can't help but laugh at that, turning my head so I'm actually looking at the man leaning against the trunk of a tree, easily balancing on a thick branch above our heads. Yeah, that's fair. I side-eye Himi, who's pouting at our heroics teacher next to me. He was paying too much attention. Her pout transitions into a small scowl. Yes. How am I supposed to get my point across when he's so on guard? Ah, I reach out and pull her into a side hug. Don't worry, Himi, I'm sure you'll be able to stab him someday. Himi looks at me with tears in the corners of her eyes. Really? Do you mean that? I nod and give her a confident smile. Of course I do. We are the Usagi twins, after all. If we put our mind together, there's nothing we can't do. Oh Izu. Oh Himi. We stare into each other's eyes, our faces slowly drawing closer together, our lips on the verge of kissing, before Himi suddenly whirls around and whips her arm into the air. There's a sudden sound of rushing air and she clicks her tongue in disappointment. Damn old man, you're way too paranoid. Gran Torino lands in front of us and chuckles, holding out a hand pinching the knife Himi just threw at him between his fingers. It's only paranoia when they aren't out to get you, and you are very much out to get me. I mean, he's got you there, Himi. I ignore the pinch in the back of my leg from Eri surreptitiously stabbing me for not taking Himi's side, which I think is patently unfair considering that it's a perfectly fair statement. I shift my leg a little to better hide the Eri-sized wound from the man who's supposed to be my godfather. Thankfully he's distracted by Himi accepting her knife back from him with all the grace and poise I know she has. Before immediately trying to cut his throat. He's had a week to get used to us though, despite not doing a single heroics exercise, so he reacts well and catches her by the wrist and gives her an unimpressed look. Really, brat? Himi just shrugs before pulling her arm back and making the knife disappear somewhere. It was worth a shot. I chuckle at her antics before refocusing on the man. So, what did you want to talk about, old man? Gran Torino huffs a breath at me. I'm not old anymore, damn it, don't say I am. I stick my tongue out at him, saying with amusement, just because your body got younger doesn't mean the date on your birth certificate got changed. He scowls at me for a moment longer before it twists into a smile. He claps a hand on my shoulder and laughs. So, this is what you're like. Wish I got to know you sooner, kid. I raise an eyebrow at that, but after a moment of thought realize that he's probably talking about how, despite being named Izumi and I's godfather, he never showed up in our lives. Which is definitely strange, considering that he's been making an active effort from what I've seen to connect with Izumi. Not so much with me, but then again I tend to spend most of my time with Himi and / or Eri, with a few of the more tolerable hero students joining us on occasion, Well, Yaomomo spends a lot of time with Himi too, now that I think of it. Ever since we realized that her quirk works better when she consumes blood, she's been poking at Himi's brain to figure out how embracing that aspect might affect her, personality-wise. It will probably result in a slight mutation for her teeth or tongue, but with it only being addressed so late after her initial development, they likely wouldn't be as pronounced as Himi's fangs, not to mention that Himi's quirk has more of a blood focus than hers. I shrug before giving him a curious look. Why didn't you ever show up? Being a godfather seems kind of like a big deal, the sort of thing that would garner more than a few visits. Or, at least one. The man scowls, directing a glare off into the distance for a moment before his eyes return to me. You know how I trained Toshinori before he ran off to America? I nod. Yab. I blink and tilt my head to the side, closing one eye as I consider that. Hey, I don't think that he ever gave a reason for why he did that other than to see the world. I shake my head. That excuse probably would have worked better if he visited more than a single foreign country. He snorts and barks out a laugh. Ha! Yet, I told the buffoon as much when he came back to Japan. He shakes his head in frustration. The reason he left Japan was to train where All for One didn't have as much influence. This time it's my turn to snort. If that's the case, he should have gone to China. All for One hasn't been back there ever since Melon Lord kicked his ass. I don't react to the two frying pans hitting me, one on the head and the other my knee, other than to shift my weight so I don't fall over. Gran Torino ignores that with the experience that comes with having lived for several decades. Wish I knew that back when I challenged her, he grumbled to himself. Damn woman buried me in the dirt for a whole day and said I needed to convince her that I was a bamboo shoot before she would let me go. I stare at him blankly for a moment while Himi cackles and Eri giggles. The more I hear of this woman the more and less I want to meet her. Of course you do, he chuckles before shaking his head. Anyways, the reason I wasn't around is because when I trained Toshinori, he was an absolute dumbass in terms of fighting skill. He had a strong quirk, but he couldn't fight worth a damn. So I made sure to beat the skills into him. Doesn't seem like they stuck, I remark casually and see him deflate a bit. Idiot should have kept up the training exercises, but no, all he does is go in swinging until his opponent goes down. He shakes his head again. Ignoring that, the point is that he named me you and your sister's godfather as a measure to make sure there would be someone around to make sure the two of you were safe. I raise an eyebrow at him. He didn't trust Inko for that. He gives me a deadpan look, making me chuckle and hold up my hands in surrender. Yeah, but he didn't know how terrible she was at the time, right? He doesn't say anything for a moment before grumbling his agreement and sighing. You're not wrong, but I was talking more in a defend from villains sort of safe. He rolls his eyes. Not that that would have reassured either of you since you didn't know who I was. So, basically the reason you were never around is because All Might is an idiot. Yab. We both nod in agreement before he continues. The reason I called the three of you out here is to get to know you. Can't do that back around the other teachers or the students because they'll get stupid about it since you're a villain. And that doesn't bother you? I ask questioningly. Because he's been exceedingly casual about this, even more so than the hero students, and he doesn't have the excuse of being an idiotic naive teenager. Not that they aren't wary of me, but they're definitely more casual in our interactions than if they were talking to an adult villain. The hero shrugs. You have your reasons, and they're damn good ones. And you seem happy, so I'm happy. He suddenly levels a serious look at me, the air around us becoming tense in an instant. Just know that I won't hesitate when we face each other, brat. I bare my teeth in a threatening grin. I would hope you wouldn't, old man. It wouldn't be any fun if you blamed your loss on sentimentality. We stand there for a few minutes, staring each other down, before Himi rolls her eyes and smacks the back of my head, bringing her hand to her lips and licking up the bit of blood from my frying pan wound. So, basically you want to get to know your godson and his family. The tense atmosphere dies and Gran Torino gives us a wide grin. Of course I do. I already missed out on far too much. The least I deserve is to give you youngins relationship advice. I can't help but laugh, quickly followed by Himi and joined by Eri, even though she doesn't really get it, before I give the old man a bright smile. Well then, let's get to know each other. You've got a decade's worth of stuff to learn about me, old man. Chapter 111, Baku Bitch. I whistle a jaunty tune while looking down on the terribly chosen trio of hero students that have been assembled for the current iteration of today's hero exercise. Said exercise consists of Mineta, Ashido, and Kakin trying to track down and capture the villain of the exercise, me, in one of UA's fake cities before time runs out. What makes it especially fun for me is the fact that, as the villain, I'm essentially allowed to do whatever I like to keep myself from being caught. Well, major injuries/maiming/deaths are disallowed, but that still leaves a whole lot of gray area for me to work with. A shame that I can't work with Himi for this, but she's the villain for the second trio of students in another part of the city. Gran Torino did originally plan for the two of us to be in the hero parties, but decided against it after he did a quick game of combat tag with us to figure out how developed our skills are. Safe to say he was rather surprised with how fast we managed to catch up and force him into a confrontation. Also safe to say I got a foot to the face and he got a knife to the arm, which is actually impressive since Himi was aiming to stab him in the foot to disable his quirk advantage, but he managed to twist himself out of the way before wrapping his cape around her head and getting her with an air-enhanced kick to the ribs. Anyways, he decided that with how far ahead of the others our skills are, we would play the hunted to get us out of our comfort zones, which isn't really a bad idea. Sure, we've escaped heroes chasing us before, and we've hidden ourselves while waiting to ambush heroes, but we haven't had a team of heroes assembled specifically for the purpose of looking for us yet. So, in addition to us getting to bully the hero students, it's actually a good learning opportunity for everyone around. Which is honestly kind of suspicious considering Himi and I both told Gran Torino during our little getting to know you meeting in the forest that we have no intentions of abandoning villainy. Then again, he just laughed when we said that, so maybe he's just crazy. In which case it makes sense that he gets along with us. He also laughed when he asked Eri what her hobbies are and she said games and violence. I blame Shigaraki and his introducing her to Halo for that. I rise to my feet when I see the trio arguing in the mouth of an alley, Kakan's palms sparking as he yells at his partners loud enough that the other team can undoubtedly hear him, and stretch my arms above my head and across my chest. Well then, I say, flicking my wrists to draw my knives before folding my arms in a cross over my chest. Maximum effort. I take a step off the ledge, carefully aimed so that I can ensure I get a soft landing. Which I do, bending my legs to partially absorb some of the impact while the rest gets transferred to Kaken from where I land on his back, slamming him into the ground with a shout of pain and surprise without any sort of warning. I stomp his head into the concrete to knock him out before he can make even more of a nuisance of himself and feel a line of tension I didn't realize was there loosening from between my shoulder blades. Figuratively and literally, since I do have a pair of knives strapped there. I give the duo of wide-eyed hero students a cheeky wave and a lopsided smile, which is perfectly visible since, even though I'm in the role of a villain, I'm still not allowed to use my villain outfit and so remain stuck with the boring green jumpsuit. May really is a gem, even if Power Loader was too much of a boring hero to let her put in some surprises while it was being repaired. Ignoring the short-sightedness of the heroes, greetings heroes, I say in a deep and rumbly voice, this one understands that he is meant to be prey, and the heroes the hunters, yes. I continue without waiting for an answer, and am mildly disappointed that they're just standing there and letting me monologue considering we're all aware that the exercise has already started. Mineta is sort of understandable since he's been suitably traumatized into improving his behavior, but I had bigger hopes for Ashido. She's not very book smart, but typically she makes up for it through good instincts and great reaction time. Meh, whatever. Might as well throw in some actual advice while I'm at it. One should be cautious, however, that the hunter does not mistake a hunter for prey, or risk becoming prey themselves. I let loose with a sudden cackle, startling them into action, Ashido's hand whipping forward to let her acid fly and Minatta's hands reaching for the balls on his head. I continue to cackle even as I backflip into a series of cartwheels to dodge Ashido's attack, but like I mentioned, she has great reaction time, and some of it lands on me and rapidly eats through one of my shoes. I pause in the alley to kick it off before it can reach skin and am forced to sidestep a handful of purple balls that fly past and scatter across my escape route down the alley. That's actually a good move, if it was intentional, but even if it wasn't, it still gives them a leg up on the situation. Sometimes all it takes to win a fight is a moment of luck, so it's important to keep an eye on the environment as much as your opponent's. Something to keep in mind is it's what allows me to parry the punch she throws faster than someone should be able to without a speed quirk. Her acid really is versatile. I try to hook my foot around her ankle to make her fall on the balls behind me, but she gives a small hop over it to land safely on the other side, where she spins on her heel to bring a roundhouse into my ribs. Thankfully I catch it, but the impact is strong enough to make me grunt and take a step back. I duck another ball that Minatta throws at the back of my head, and I take a brief moment to wonder why he aimed there specifically when it would be more effective to aim for my legs and arms before jumping to the side to avoid a lunge from Ashido. This one believes the situation to be untenable, I muse aloud in the same rumbly voice from earlier, so perhaps a retreat would be the course of action best taken. Ashido tries to glare, but she fails to wipe the look of confusion from her face. Okay, I know you like to make a character for the exercises, but what's up with the way you're talking? I shrug before hopping up to kick off the wall of the building and over another acid-coated fist towards the opposite wall. Good change, make each hit more dangerous. Also a reasonable increase in the use of force as the opponent proves themselves more dangerous. Shigaraki has a lot of video games, and a certain studio finally decided to get off their butts and give the fans the next installment in the series. Jub. I let out a grunt as I run along the side of the wall, a trail of sticky balls following me in a decent capture attempt. Sure, it's been 84 years, but they've finally moved on from releasing remasters of the previous games. I leap from the wall and aim a kick at the short boy who hasn't said a word, watching as his eyes widen while holding up his hands to protect himself from the impact to the face. Hands that are still holding a pair of balls that he was preparing to throw. Whoops. He's still hit hard enough to stumble backwards, but his quirk absorbed a surprisingly large amount of force from my kick, not to mention the fact that they are now stuck to my leg. Which means that I'll need to be even more careful of my surroundings to make sure they don't bump into anything and get me stuck. Not that it would be too much of a problem since I can just cut that part of my costume off if I need to. But I'm honestly curious to see how well they do without me doing something the majority of people wouldn't think of. Anyways, this one expresses his regrets, but it is time to depart. I turn around and run across the street to the building opposite the alley, one that resembles an office building. I ignore the orange barricade's warning that it isn't structurally sound since all of these have been made by Cementos to not put the students at unnecessary risk. Thankfully the front door is unlocked, an oversight that I make sure to rectify before looking around and grabbing a conveniently placed coat rack that I wedge across the front door. With the way reasonably blocked, I dash up the stairs two at a time, putting as much distance between me and them as I can before they decide to break down the door. Well, melt in Ashido's case. Or maybe they'll try to go through one of the windows on ground level to reduce the risk of the building falling. One of the things I find most interesting about these exercises is seeing how the hero aspirants react to stunts like these and listening to their reasoning during the after-action report afterward. It helps me get a glimpse into what kind of hero they'll end up being if they manage to make it to graduation and they get their official hero licenses. I can already point to a few that probably won't make it, even with how lax the regulations are for the official license, but who knows, maybe they'll surprise me. Not Kaken though, I can't help but think to myself after moving to a room on the third floor with a window facing the street I left the heroes on. Even with how lax things are, there is no possible way that he would be permitted to obtain a hero license. He's much too unhinged and uncaring of collateral damage, whether it's human or environmental. A point that's only proven further when I peek outside of the window to see the blonde awake and screaming at Ashido, who's waving her arms wildly at him and screaming right back. He looks particularly unstable today, what with the blood pouring from his nose to cover his face and chest. It even gets in his mouth, staining his teeth so his snarl is a bloody rictus that he directs at the building I'm hiding in, a grenade gauntlet aimed at the bottom floor. A grenade gauntlet that May said is much too dangerous for a hero student to use. May said those things are too dangerous for someone to use without dedicated training. And Kaken is aiming it right at the building, uncaring for what sort of damage it might cause. Oh, I say just as he pulls the pin. Then there's a roar of flame that slams into the building. It rumbles, and I get an intensely unsettling feeling of déjà vu as part of the roof caves in. Chapter 112, Undying, Revealed. I blink myself awake after my most recent meeting with receptionist, who I really haven't been visiting as often as I should be lately, fully expecting that I would need to claw my way through however many feet of dirt I'd been buried under after my most recent death. So, imagine my surprise when instead of darkness, I'm treated to the same sight that greeted me after my stint at the sports festival. That being a number of the heroes who are part of UA's staff standing around in one of UA's medical rooms in quiet conversation with each other, albeit, this time I'm uninjured. Which is honestly much more concerning than when it happened the first time, since it means that they know I can come back to life. And given how few people are aware of this little factoid about me. So, I say conversationally, causing most of them to jump in surprise and whip their heads around to stare at me with wide eyes, am I grounding Himi or Eri? Nizu lets out a light-hearted chuckle without taking his beady eyes off of me. I wonder if this is how he felt when the scientists who were experimenting on him looked at the mammal? It was Miss Toga who informed us of your quirk. He puts a weird twist of emphasis on the word, like he disagrees with calling it that. Which is fair considering just how utterly strange coming back from the dead is. Though in her defense, she seemed rather agitated when it was mentioned your body would be cremated. I hum in response, eyeing the mammal with a knowing look. I don't doubt that she would be, considering she prefers that I have a body to cuddle her with. Nizu's shoulders shift in a small shrug that could easily be mistaken for him just readjusting how his suit fits. I personally do not see the appeal for such physical shows of affection, but I have often been remarked upon to be a rather unusual individual. I nod agreeably. Oh, that's clear to anyone who's spoken with you for any length of time. You are a being of logic, after all. Though our words are casual, tension fills the room. Not from the assembled heroes, Midnight, Snipe, and Cementos, but just between the two of us. Because he knew. Before Himi let it out, he knew that I could do something like this, or he at least had a strong suspicion of it. It's the only reason he would have had to bring up the fact that I would be cremated around her. The million-yen question now is what he plans to do about it. Not that that's the question I'm going to ask, of course. That would be much too predictable, and the key component of any kind of interaction with Nizu is chaos. It's the only way for someone to come out on top, throwing the unexpected at the rat any which way you can. So, how were my injuries? His ear twitches, but he doesn't otherwise react to the sudden shift in conversation as he lists off the damage with a clinically cold voice. Second-degree burns covering the majority of your front, most of the bones in your left arm were shattered, a myriad of cuts with wildly varying degrees of severity across your entire body, a cracked skull, and 3 impalements from various sources. He pauses for a moment as he glances at the other teachers, only one of whom seems uncomfortable with how bluntly he's talking about my death. Well, to be fair to Midnight, Snipe is wearing his mask and Cementos kind of has one of those expressionless faces. You died from a mix of blood loss and major organ damage. I nod thoughtfully, reaching back to clasp my hands behind my head and look up at the ceiling. Sounds about right. I'm guessing the rest of 1A saw it happen. It was supposed to be a learning experience for everyone, after all. Seeing what others did wrong and how they could improve and all that. He doesn't even have the grace to look apologetic about his response. Of course. It was rather traumatizing for them to see someone die for the first time. Even more so considering that they have all gotten to know you since you started attending the school. Why, Miss Yagi even passed out from the horror. He is entirely too cheerful about delivering that bit of news for someone who is in charge of a high school. I tilt my head and raise an eyebrow, deciding that we should address one of the two major points of what this meeting is undoubtedly about. So, what's being done about Kakan? No matter who is on his side, no matter what allowances are made for him, there is no doubt whatsoever that the blonde attacked me with the intention of ending my life. Heck, he succeeded in ending my life. If they try to wave it off as no harm no foul just because I came back, I will seriously ask all for one to just nuke the stupid country to save the rest of the world from the utterly moronic genes here from infecting anywhere else. Damn my game with Nizu. He'll be escorted to a juvenile detention center after he is discharged from the hospital, Nizu answers, and I honestly have to take a moment to process that. Because yes, that is absolutely where he should be. But since when has Kakan ever been truly punished for something? Yes, Shoko mentioned something about him and Izumi essentially being on probation while they're at UA, but Kakan has tried to attack me multiple times and nothing has been done about it. So for him to be punished so severely the first time I've ever seen it happen? Well, it's kind of surreal. Several minutes of silence later, Midnight finally loses her patience. Okay, can I just say, what the fuck? She points a shaky finger at me. You were dead. Recovery girl checked your pulse and couldn't find a heartbeat. Yet you're acting like that's normal. Well, it is normal to me, but her rant is understandable. And what the hell was up with all of the things that started coming out of you like you were a video game character dropping loot? How does that work? I perk up at the reminder. Oh yeah. What happened to my stuff? Midnight just glares at me, leaving Snipe to answer, caution clear in his voice. We stored the contraband in a secure location considering how dangerous a lot of it was. I scowl at the man before shifting it to Nizu, knowing that there's no possibility that they'll be returning my weapons to me. There goes 4 knives, a gun, and 2 explosives. Oh well, I'll just ask May to make me things to replace them. It's not too big of a loss, but it's still annoying. Especially since I doubt I'll be able to get enough time away from people to dig out their hiding places inside my body again. So I guess I won't be able to get May to replace them. That's irritating. Then again. So, what happens now? I ask with a raised eyebrow. Nizu tilts his head at me with a questioning look, causing me to glare. Don't play dumb, you're too smart for that. We both know that the Hero Commission will want to try and figure out a way to replicate what I can do. People like that are too attached to the power they hoard to be willing to just die when their time comes. Nizu hums consideringly and nods almost absent-mindedly. That is true. If the Commission knew of your ability, there is no doubt that they would stop at nothing to try and replicate it. He stops talking then, and it takes a few moments before I realize what he's saying, causing me to scoff in derision. Do you really think that you'll be able to hide this from them? There's a reason they've managed to keep the power they've had for so long. My staff won't say a word, he says simply, and I roll my eyes. And the students? You don't honestly believe that they aren't going to talk about it, do you? Doesn't matter if it's intentional or not, they're going to let it slip eventually. It's only a matter of when instead of if. He nods. They will. But whether or not the Commission believes the words of children prone to excitable bouts of imagination is another matter entirely. Even should they indeed believe that is your ability, so long as you are a student at UA they will not come after you. Awfully confident in your position, aren't you, Nizu? He bares his sharp teeth in a feral grin. Why, of course. Mutually assured destruction is something that humans have become intimately familiar with long before the dawn of quirks, after all. And after that? He chuckles. Well, they came awfully close to putting it into action. It's only natural that they would develop a healthy fear of it. I stare at him for a moment before chuckling, kicking one leg over the other as I smirk. You know what, I think you actually can keep them at bay. The only problem with that is the fact that you think I'll always be a student here. Oh? He asked with an amused tone. Even with the threat of becoming the Commission's lab rat, you would still continue with our little game. I shrugged dismissively. As I recall, the only way for me to lose our game is if every member of the League of Villains is taken out of play. I find that to be rather unlikely. Because of All for One. I shake my head in denial. Not at all, he's backing the Lovi, but he's not a part of it. I doubt that he'll make a move himself. If Shigaraki gets caught, the man will probably contact him to tell him that he'll have to escape from wherever he gets put all on his own, but that's it. He's very hands-off with us, which is ironic considering Shigi's costume is nothing but hands. I shoot up into a cross-legged sitting position, leaning forward with my hands on my knees and ignoring the sudden hostility from the heroes who reacted to the sudden action. No, Nizu. I think it's unlikely that you'll take the whole League of Play because you haven't even been able to find them. They haven't made a move to retrieve me yet and you haven't made a move to apprehend them. I throw my arms out at my sides to gesture towards all of you. You act confident because you've upgraded your security after the USJ, but you forget that the USJ only occurred because we beat it before. I tilt my head and give the rat a feral grin. What makes you think we can't do it again? Chapter 113, WTF. If anyone were to ask Izumi how she's feeling, she would in turn ask them how they think she's feeling. Then she would proceed to steamroll over whatever they would try to say in response to her question by calmly informing them that she is freaking the fuck out. Izuku died. Dead. She watched her brother die. That fucking psycho Bakugo murdered him. He fucking laughed. She knew that he wasn't mentally stable, but other than what she thought were the half-hearted attacks he would target towards him, his attitude has been better. How else would Kirishima have been able to stop him from attacking Izuku? She thought that he was finally making progress with his therapy. Kirishima was a good influence. Hell, she thought that, by some miracle, he might even become a decent person by the time he graduates. Turns out that, nope. He's a complete fucking psychotic bastard. Thank every fucking deity people have ever thought of that he got expelled and sent to prison. And thank them again for the fact that Izuku is apparently not quirkless. What the fuck? And again for emphasis, what the fuck? She's not even sure what's going on at this point. How is this her life? No, how is this Izuku's life? Oh, and let's not forget that after he came back to fucking life, he acted like absolutely nothing happened. He just showed up to class the next day and sat at his desk like normal. Then Toga sat on his lap like him dying and coming back to life was normal. Everyone was too freaked out to bring it up, so nobody has brought it up with the two of them yet. Looking at them, you would think that Izuku breaking the single fucking constant in the universe is a daily occurrence. Is it a daily occurrence? Should she be concerned? More than she was already? Because, again, Izumi slams her head against her bathroom door to break herself out of her spiraling thoughts. It works, but now she's in an incredible amount of pain because she had to ask for a metal door after she fully put her head through her wooden one the third time she did this. Honestly, she should probably go see Recovery Girl because she might have given herself a concussion from how hard she hit the door. Again. Whatever. She's fine. This has been her daily ritual for the past month because nope. She is not going to spiral again today. Mainly because Recovery Girl said that she would start strapping her to her bed if she knocked herself out, again, but also she has things to do today. She thinks. She grabs a few tissues from the box next to the sink and cleans the blood from her forehead before checking her phone and confirming that she didn't lose track of which day it is, and yep, it's the day she's supposed to meet with Mina. The pink-skinned girl was insistent on the two of them getting away from the stifling awkwardness that is Izuku, and Izumi really needs a break from it. Especially since she's pretty sure she hallucinated hearing the little girl who decided that Izuku and Toga are her parents ask if she could kill Izuku in a satanic ritual to try and summon a physical manifestation of one of her, Aries, classmates' quirk. Yet, a day away from UA is just what she needs. Bonus points go to the fact that Gran Torino is the one they had to ask for permission since he replaced Aizawa as their homeroom teacher. He's much better. He actually stays awake and teaches them. Anyways, for her outing she gets dressed in a light green blouse and a short black skirt, matching them with a pair of brown gladiator sandals, the kind that have a bunch of straps covering her feet. She hesitates another moment before grabbing a can of pepper spray and stuffing it in her tiny purse. Yes, she's a UA hero student, but until she gets her provisional license she doesn't have permission to use her quirk to defend herself, so it's better to be safe than sorry. She doesn't see anyone while leaving the dorms, which is a bit odd on a Saturday, but she supposes that they could all have their own plans for the day. Or they could just be sleeping still, which would be sort of ridiculous considering it's almost noon, but whatever. For today, UA and her classmates are not her problem. Passing by Izuku and his girlfriend doing something to the plaque declaring it to be the dorms for Class 1A while giggling like lunatics? Not her problem. Though it does give her a warm feeling to see Izuku so happy. And Toga is nice, except for her whole I'll happily stab anyone for any reason mentality. She tried to stab Mina just last week. Okay, that's a bad example considering what her friend was asking about back then, but still. At least with Toga everyone knows she's not seriously trying to stab people, mostly. Gran Torino has pitted the class against the two villains often enough that they're all aware that if she was actually determined to stab someone, she would be able to do it. That doesn't mean that the teachers don't confiscate her knives anytime she tries of course, but she never seems to run out. Izumi is pretty sure that Yaomomo makes them for her in exchange for all her help in adjusting to the fact that she now consumes blood for her quirk. But since she's getting away from the chaos of UA with her best friend, that is not her problem. Speaking of the bubbly alien girl, she comes into view soon enough, leaning against the wall and swiping through her phone. She's wearing a dark pair of tights with a purple stripe going down the sides of her legs and a white open button-up over a purple camo exercise bra. She also has a pair of gold bracelets on her wrists and a small black choker with a small pendant around her throat. It's a really nice look on her. Izumi shakes her head to get rid of the weird feeling that bubbles up in her stomach at the sight and resumes walking from where she suddenly stopped, raising her hand and calling out to Mina. Hey, Mina. The pink-skinned girl looks up at the call and a bright smile spreads across her face, causing Izumi's heart to skip a beat. She tucks her phone in her pocket before skipping forward and pulling the slightly taller girl into a hug. Izumi. I was wondering when you'd show up. I've been waiting forever. Izumi rolls her eyes but still checks her phone after the hug ends, just in case she did lose some time after she hit her head, but nope. It's still a bit earlier than when they were supposed to meet. At the raised eyebrow directed at her, Mina chuckles awkwardly and rubs the back of her head while looking away. I was sort of excited and kind of showed up half an hour ago. She's not really sure how to react to that, because, well, that's unexpected. Mina isn't the type to show up to something early unless she knows for a fact that she won't be stuck alone waiting for everyone else. She's way too social for that. So the fact that she showed up so early when it's only the two of them going out today and she knows Izumi always shows up 10 minutes before any designated meeting time? Yeah, that's odd. But she supposes that it's not unreasonable considering the month. Last week Izuku tried to teach the class how best to snap someone's neck by using himself as a demonstration, but luckily Gran Torino managed to stop him before he could do it. Thinking of it like that, it's perfectly understandable that Mina was so excited to get out of the madhouse. As such she pushes the oddity away from her thoughts and takes her by the arm so they can walk out of the front gate together. So, where were you planning for us to go? Mina blinks at the suddenness of the motion but replies in an excited voice all the same. Well, there's this new cat cafe that opened nearby. I can't believe how loudly you laughed at that girl. Izumi berates Mina, though the admonishment doesn't really work considering she's giggling. Oh hush, the pink-et slaps a hand against the greenet's shoulder in between her own giggles. You weren't any better. You snorted your milkshake out of your nose. But their expressions. Izumi cries out in defense. They looked like a couple having a fight. Mina crows as a new round of giggles bursts from the two. I'm pretty sure they knew each other too. Izumi says, thinking back to the cat-eared girl who showed up not long before they left. Oh, they absolutely knew each other. Mina confirms. You were in the bathroom when she first walked in, but the moment she laid eyes on that chubby little guy she said, "Mew little shit. You better not try to steal my food again." Izumi gives her friend a strange look. Did you just say mew and niet? The girl's pink cheeks tinge purple from her blush before she huffs out a breath. It's not my fault that she decided to make cat puns. She pauses before bringing a hand up to rub at her chin and adopt a thoughtful look. Though the way she was hissing at the cat after it stole her sandwich was pretty funny. Izumi nods in agreement. It was. Do you think she was actually saying anything or was she too mad for that? Mina shrugs dismissively. Who knows? Quirks are bullshit, man. Izumi gives her a deadpan look. You've been spending too much time around Izuku. But is he wrong? He's not, and Izumi is 100% in agreement. Unfortunately, the common phrase reminds the two of them about the nuke in 1A, metaphorical, since Bakugo is in prison now, and the two fall into a somber silence. They're fast approaching UA's gate, bathed in the orange hues of the setting sun, before either of them speaks again. So. Mina starts hesitantly. Have you talked to him about it? Izumi sighs, her shoulders slumping. No. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can just bring up, now is it? Especially with our relationship. Mina puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder as they come to a stop in front of the gate. Hey, it's getting better, right? He's letting us sit at his table at lunch now. Progress. That's true. Izuku would always get up and move somewhere else anytime Izumi would try to sit at the same table as him, even if it's a large one and they were nowhere near each other. But just 3 days ago they sat next to each other while they were eating. Sure, neither of them said anything to each other, and Shoko froze her to the seat because Toga used it as an excuse to sit in Izuku's lap and feed each other, but still. Still, Izumi says before sighing heavily. I'll try to bring it up with him at iExpo this summer. I overheard him talking with Eri about how the whole family would go or he would die trying. He was exaggerating, right? Izumi just gives her a tired look, causing her to clear her throat awkwardly and move on to a just as equally awkward topic. It's a different awkward topic though, so it's fine. So you and your you and All Might really are going to iExpo? Izumi nods with a grimace. Yeah, we've been talking and we want to see how things feel now. He might not be my father by blood, but he did raise me my whole life. And with Inko out of both of ours now we want to at least try and work things out. After their very public and aggressive shouting match outside the courthouse after the divorce, Inko kind of disappeared from the public eye. Oh, not completely. People will still see her around shopping and eating at restaurants and such, but she's been doing everything she can to keep out of the spotlight. As far as Izumi can tell, she's even taken a leave of absence from hero work. The bigger thing in her mind, though, is the fact that she hasn't made a single attempt at contacting her after the paternity and maternity tests, which she is honestly happy about. Especially with what she finally remembered. That's great. Mina says, genuinely happy that the father and daughter are going to actually get together and talk like a pair of mature people. She would say adults, but if UA has taught the alien girl anything, it's that adults are more than capable of being even more immature than a bunch of teenagers. But that's not what she wants to be thinking about right now. Instead, before Izumi can react, Mina's face darts in to give her a peck on the cheek. She skips backwards towards the gate with a blush and a bright smile. Anyways, thanks for the date, Izumi. You're planning the next one. Izumi blinks dumbly after the pink girl, standing in front of the gate long after she's gone. Eventually, her hand raises to brush against the spot where a pair of soft lips brushed against her skin. That was a date. She questions the air, dazed with flaming cheeks. She blinks. Wait, am I gay? She blinks again. Wait, is Mina gay? Her eyes blow wide and she falls to her hands and knees as she's overtaken by a despair that threatens to crush her. No, she whispers in horror, eyes fixed on the ground framed by hair falling around her face. Am I as dense as Izuku? Chapter 114, Mall Encounter. So, I say, trailing off while looking around at the crowd of Class 1A students surrounding me, Himi, and Eri in the mall courtyard. Would someone care to explain exactly why we're here? Camp shopping, day. Toru shouts with a voice full of excitement that her waving arms mimic, only to stop and blush after she notices the stares she's getting from the mall passerby. Stares directed at her instead of just her general direction since I finally got around to testing her quirk. All it took was a laser pointer and Himi drinking some of her blood to figure out that what she actually has is an emitter quirk that she never figured out how to turn off instead of a mutation. Thanks to the intimate knowledge of Toru's body that Himi gained after turning into her for a week, the three of us managed to figure out how to deactivate it. It's honestly kind of ridiculous just how terrible most quirk counselors are. Between Momo, Denki, and Toru, I really have to question if anyone actually cares about labeling quirks correctly. Like that one guy in the General Studies course whose quirk is labeled as brainwashing when it's clearly mind control. Seriously, what kind of quirk counselor can't tell the difference between the two? The only thing that connects them is the fact that they both affect a person's mind. And in mind control's case, there are so many different ways that a person could be controlled that it might not even control the mind. Maybe they're just messing with the signals the brain is sending out, or maybe they're being sent hallucinations that are only targeting them, making them act out and seem like they're being controlled. Lazy idiots. Where was I going with this again? Oh yeah. Quirk counselors and how I'm better at their jobs than them. I'm probably going to ask Shiggy to revamp the criteria necessary to get a quirk counseling license, because the current people who have them are just pathetic. Anyways, tangent thoughts over, back to the mall. Yeah, but I meant more like why are we here? I gesture to myself and the girls, only one of who looks interested in our current environment. The other has her eyes closed with a happy expression on her face while she drinks from a juice box. It's adorable, so I reach out a hand to pet Himi on the head, which she leans into without taking her lips off of the straw for her blood. I mean, UA already purchased the stuff I'm going to be allowed to take to the camp, they refuse to give me any money for an allowance, and I'm not allowed to do crime. I let out an exaggerated sigh, because really, not being allowed crime is the biggest problem I have. Sure, I got away with killing Stain, but that's only because of the backlash it would have caused if UA or the government punished me for taking out one of their number one public problems. But that was months ago. I want to do something illegal. Stupid Nizu and stupid game. Shiggy needs to get off his ass and rescue/kidnap the three of us already. Toru doesn't respond to my completely valid complaints, instead leaving it to her pink-skinned bestie to answer. Which she does, with her fists planted on her hips and confidence radiating off of her. She declares, "We knew that if we left you and your girlfriend at the dorms while we all went shopping, the entire place would reek of sex when we got back." The other students give her looks that firmly state that they were not thinking that was the reason we were with them. It's also a completely ridiculous thing to claim. Eri has her own room in the dorms in Himi and I's suite, so of course we'd avoid that area. Therefore only most of the dorms would smell like blood and sex. Of course, before I can explain this to the girl who I'm pretty sure is in a relationship with my sister, Himi refuses to confirm or deny it whenever I ask. Momo steps forward to explain. Usagi is here to show the public that the villain rehabilitation program is working as intended, and that in less than half a year in UA's care he and Himiko can be trusted to not act out on any criminal impulses they might have while in public. Himiko immediately finishes off her blood juice box before spinning on her heel and reaching a hand up to her messy buns, where she undoubtedly has a knife hidden away. Somehow. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Momo doesn't even blink as she reaches out to grab the blonde by the back of her iconic sailor uniform. No. Bad Himiko. No killing. Himi just looks over her shoulder at the taller girl before crossing her arms and pouting adorably. After keeping a hold of her for a minute and not feeling her try to get away, Momo finally lets my girlfriend go before turning a suspicious eye on me and raising an admonishing finger. No chaos shenanigans either, Usagi. I hold a hand to my chest in mock offense and open my mouth, only for her to cut me off before I can get started. Yes, that includes glitter bombing people, places, or things. Pickpocketing people and transferring the stolen item or items to others and causing fights by telling the person you stole from that the other individual stole from them, is also prohibited. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath before letting it out in a long-suffering sigh. I find it utterly ridiculous that I need to say this, but using Eri as a justification for illegal, immoral, or otherwise unethical actions is also forbidden. I cross my arms and look away, now pouting as hard as Himi was before she started snickering at the list of things I'm not allowed to do. Sure, take the fun out of everything, why don't you? She just gives a small shake of her head before turning to Tokoyami. Would you mind keeping an eye on the three to keep them out of too much trouble? There aren't many of our classmates who can handle the responsibility. The bird-headed boy nods even as the shadow-made individual living within his body pops out. Wouldn't Sue be a better choice considering how rare it is for her to lose her composure? Maleficent Nightingale, as Dark Shadow wished to be called after her and Tokoyami came to the agreement that she should have a real name, asks. Momo sighs while side-eyeing the frog girl who is the picture of innocence. Yes, but she's just as likely to join them in their shenanigans as she is to stop them. The frog girl doesn't really have anything to say in her defense since she knows it's true, just letting out a neutral kuro in response to the accusation. Though what Momo is probably thinking of is that time Aizawa asked her to find Himi and I for whatever reason and stumbled upon the three of us in a compromising position with Midnight. Sure, we were just comparing our shibari techniques, but despite what some people would tell you, clothing does detract from the experience. Not that Momo stayed to figure out what was going on. After opening the door and seeing three naked students with their equally naked teacher, she promptly said that it wasn't her problem, slammed the door closed, and walked away. Anyways, that's why Momo doesn't trust Sue to keep an eye on us. Which is understandable. A few minutes of socially acceptable mingling later, the class separates to go their separate ways to prepare for the summer training camp. Which leaves me, Himi, and Eri with Tokoyami and Maleficent. We just stare at each other for a few moments before I finally break the silence. So, what do you want to do? Because we're good on supplies. As are we, the bird boy reports calmly before looking at the bird girl. Maleficent. The quirk shrugs. I've got books and your phone to keep me occupied, so I'm good too. Tokoyami hums in acknowledgement before looking back at me and Himi. So, with none of us really having anything to do here, I choose to instead look at Le Child. The others follow my gaze, and upon realizing that she's the center of attention, Eri points to the food court. I'm hungry. I nod and bow deeply to the small horned overlord. As thy wish, milady. I then proceed to pick her up above my head and rush towards where I can smell pizza. Onwards. For cheesy goodness. The other three follow at a more sedate pace, and before long we're all seated at one of the very few booth tables in the food court and chowing down on an extra-large meat lover's pizza. Sure, Himi and I had to threaten the people who were just sitting and talking in it, but even Tokoyami silently agreed that it was necessary. I mean, there were only 2 of them here, why did they need a whole booth? We've each barely finished our first slice before someone comes to our table and shoves Tokoyami deeper into the booth and steals his seat. Move over, noob. The boy opens his mouth to admonish our guest, but when he catches sight of just who it is he's too shocked to make sound come out of it. Said guest casually swipes a piece of our pizza for themselves and takes a large bite out of it before turning his red-eyed glare on me. Been a while, Midosegi. I nod in agreement with our addition's statement. Indeed it has, Shigaraki. Then, without warning, another body drops into the booth from above, landing on Tokoyama's other side and making the boy jump in his seat. Damn, we really need to stop letting Giri take days off. The new addition says as she claims her own slice from the rapidly depleting pizza, making me think that we really should have gotten another one. She gives me a nod in greeting before taking a bite, then saying hello to my girlfriend after swallowing. Hey, Toga. I pout at her. Why does Himi get a hello and I just get a nod? Cause she scares the fuck out of me, Sky says point blank. Which is understandable, really. Himi was left alone without me for a few weeks, and there's only so much that Shigaraki and Kurogiri could do to keep her from indulging in her blood fetish more than usual. In a non-sexual context, I mean. Like how she told me that she dyed one of my villain outfits red with the blood of a rabbit woman so that we could match after we're allowed to go back to villainy. Sky wouldn't have been as desensitized to Himi's antics as one was forced to be, so it makes sense that she'd be scared of her. Especially with how queasy she gets around blood. Something that really isn't suited for someone who's a part of a villain organization, but oh well. We all have our quirks. On to more important matters though. I lean forward and put my elbows on the table while interlacing my fingers, all of us completely ignoring the shivering form of Tokoyami and Maleficent wrapped around him reassuringly. So, Shigaraki, tell me. What's been going on with the Lovi while I've been gone? Chapter 115, Catching Up. Fumikage Tokoyami has heard many things said in regards to villains and how their vile deeds have corrupted their personalities into a horrendous mimicry of what the typical citizen would be. He has experienced what villains are like, has been forced to fight for his life against the malicious machinations who sought to end him. After having Midosegi and his paramour attending classes at UA with him and the other hero course students, not even mentioning the child they've taken under their care, he knows that villains are not the irredeemable monsters that many would portray them as, but simply people that walk along the darker roads that life has laid for them. They are not pure evil, just as heroes are not pure good. But even with that understanding firmly within his mind, Shiggy's got a girlfriend. Shiggy's got a girlfriend. Watching the same people who attacked their class acting similarly to their most laid-back members is a bit. At least his fear from when he was trapped in the booth has been replaced with simple awkwardness. Looking on the less shadowed path, he is also able to observe the interpersonal relations that the League has with each other. If your dialogue repeats one more time. Midosegi and Toga both pause and tilt their heads opposite ways perfectly in sync before exchanging looks and shrugging. Toga gets up without another word while Midosegi slumps back in his seat. We're done. Not like you've got the nerves to make a move on her anyways. He says with a teasing voice that causes the League's leader to have a murderous face. Tokoyami honestly has to wonder if Shigaraki has refused any attempts to try and reclaim his allies since Hosa due simply to the fact that he finds them incredibly aggravating. I can't help but snort in amusement at how embarrassed Shiggy is about his crush before slipping under the table to avoid his outstretched hand. After a moment I pop my head back out to check if he's going to try again, but he's accepted the futility of going against my superior dodging techniques, which I really have no right to have developed to the degree I have, and withdrawn to grumble insults about me into his cup of soda. So, I say, moving past the teasing session Sky started about Shiggy's crush, what are you two doing at the mall? New game, the two answer at the same time, though Shiggy with excitement and Sky in resignation, which is understandable. We're all familiar with how passionate he is about video games. Unfortunately, this has led to the occasional problem when Shigaraki goes out to get more. Legally, I mean. Sometimes when he's bored he'll just ask Kurogiri to open a portal inside the store and he'll grab an armful before coming back, and it's honestly much easier than when he has a specific game he wants. It's those cases that causes problems, mainly when he overhears someone talking bad about a game he likes and he dusts them. Or when he gets into an argument about a game with someone, gets annoyed, and dusts them. Or when someone spoils a major surprise and he dusts many people, though that one is much more reasonable. What game? Of course, their response immediately gets the interest of Eri, what with Shigi having started her on the path of a gamer. New Halo, Shigaraki glances at me and smirks evilly, more evil than his usual smirk, anyways, and we both know why. True to form, Eri looks at me with her patented unicorn eyes, all sparkly and begging and much more deadly than any boring old puppy dog eyes. I have but two things to use in an attempt to prevent the inevitable. If you go back to the lobby, Himi and I won't be there with you. I pause before side-eyeing Shigaraki and Sky. Unless you two think you can successfully kidnap us from the mall. Shigaraki sizes up the feathered boy next to him, who shivers at my fellow villain's attention, before his smirk widens. You know, it shouldn't be too hard to just walk out of here with the two of you. Are you sure about that? Like a spirit manifested from the apathy of the occupants of the mall's food court, Shoko suddenly appears behind Shigaraki with a voice colder than her ice. The leader of the lobby jumps in his seat and bangs his knees against the underside of the table, causing him to curse in pain. The hell? He turns around in his seat to glare at my first friend, who has smug satisfaction dancing in her eyes but absent from her expression. Where did you come from? My mother, Shoko says deadpan before moving around the table to take the seat next to me that Himi vacated to go get another pizza. Just in case though, I give her a peck on the cheek. The two of them have spent so much time together that even I sometimes have trouble telling them apart when Himi turns into her, and Himi said that whenever I fail to give her a kiss while she's transformed she'll stab me. Since that's more of a private activity, I started just giving Shoko a kiss on the cheek anytime I see her and Himi isn't around. Neither of them seem to mind that, so greeting both my girlfriend and my friend with a kiss has just become rote at this point. Shoko seems pleased at my automatic greeting, even though I'm pretty sure she isn't Himiko, but I wouldn't put it past her to not get the new pizza just so she could get a chance to stab me in the middle of the mall. We would both find people screaming and running away in a blind panic pretty funny, after all. She hasn't changed into Himiko after the kiss though, so she's probably the actual Shoko. Unless she has something planned, but probably not. Probably. So how is your mother? I ask curiously. I wasn't expecting her to show up at the mall today since she said she and the other Todorokis would be welcoming the woman back to their home. Conditionally, and with someone from the mental hospital on the premises to make sure she isn't too overwhelmed, but it's still a big step forward for her. Overwhelmed, Shoko says point blank. Father kept as much of a distance as he could while still being present, which helped, but she saw the training room and started to spiral into a panic attack, according to the nurse. She helped her calm down before putting her to bed, so the rest of us were able to go do other things. That's nice, I say. Nice that the family actually wants to be together and is willing to put in the effort to make it happen, I mean. Not that Shoko's mother had a panic attack. Pushing that to the side, I look back at Eri, who seems to be trying to murder me through unicorn eye exposure. Oh, right. I nod at the reminder and raise two fingers. The second point is that you won't be able to go to Island and meet Melissa. At the reminder of going on a plane and meeting my cousin, the unicorn eyes vanish and she gets a cutely intense thinking face. A few minutes later, just as Himi gets back with an additional 2 supreme meat pizzas and drapes herself across my and Shoko's laps, she nods and looks back at me. I wanna go. I smile and ruffle the girl's hair before looking at Shigaraki and shrug with a "what can you do" look. Welp, that's unfortunate. Maybe you can figure something out over the summer break? There's definitely a couple of good opportunities to stage a kidnapping. Our glorious Lovi leader scowls and accidentally dusts the pizza slice in his hand. Kyogre has 2 weeks on his vacation. Damn smoky bastard even had the nerve to lie and say he was going on a cruise with his girlfriend. Seeing me exchange a surprised look with Himi, he frowns at me before leaning across the table while grabbing another pizza slice. We both know that he doesn't have a girlfriend, rabbits. I raise my hands up in surrender. Well, how are we supposed to know? Maybe he hooked up with one of the new recruits. But Shiggy shakes his head and takes a big bite, speaking through a mouthful of food like the uncivilized savage we all know him to be. Nah, too low level and not enough time to work their way through his route. His eyes flick towards the 2 actual hero students before he continues, probably realizing that he can't just be blatant about the members of the Lovi. We've got a fanboy who is a mix of you and Stain, a guy who never takes off his mask, a dramatic bastard, and a condiment. Sky turns her head away from the table as she snorts soda out of her nose from amusement, much to the consternation of Tokoyami who took the full blast. She coughs and uses a napkin to clean her nose before chuckling. Don't forget about ya smoking arsonist, she teases Shigaraki with a smirk before turning to me while doing a stupendous job of ignoring the girl using my arm as a beverage to wash down her food, and another poking ice needles into her hair buns with one hand while scratching my hair with the other. She does have an eye twitch at our dynamic but forges on regardless. But yet, apparently Giri is hooking up with some lady he met on a blind date. Sketchy, I say, but he's happy, so, she shrugs. I nod in agreement. Yet, I'd never agree to a blind date. I pause before fixing that statement. Well, unless Himi wanted us to have a one-night stand with a completely random person. My girlfriend nods her head in agreement while Shoko pouts at me. That I can see, the expression changes are very mild. What about me? She asks petulantly, causing me to tilt my head. What do you mean? She stares at me for a few more seconds before letting out a sigh. Then I feel a prick in my neck and see Tokoyami startling back in his seat. A quick glance down reveals that a newly pouting Himi has pulled one of the icicle needles out of her buns and stabbed it into my collarbone. Not in a spot that will kill me anytime soon, but I'll definitely bleed out pretty fast once it's either removed or melts. What was that for? She just sighs and shakes her head before tilting back so she's fully laying down instead of lounging so she can meet Shoko's eyes. Don't worry, we'll make things clear at camp. Shoko brightens up with a visible curl of her lips while Shigaraki suddenly looks very interested. Oh? Care to elaborate? Before anyone can answer, an alarm echoes through the mall announcing that villains have been sighted in the building. He and Sky curse and scramble from the table, Sky using Tokoyami as a launchpad to jump out of the booth before they both rush off. Less than a minute later, a worried Eureka is at our table with a security guard who's looking around with one hand on her taser. Evidently she saw Shigaraki at our table and made the smart decision to alert someone with the authority to do something about it. Someone else overheard them and sounded the alarm, which was not part of their plan and allowed Shigaraki and Sky to escape. Still, Eureka did the smart thing, so I pet her head to congratulate her. Sure, she pouts at the pet-like treatment, but she doesn't complain, so it's clear that she actually likes it. Or she's too scared to tell me not to do it. Either way works. Chapter 116, Off to Island. So, is everyone excited for the trip? I ask the occupants of the private plane as I leave the bathroom, dressed in a fresh set of non-bloody clothing. Seated in the plush red seats are, of course, Himi and Eri, who have been waiting for the Island Expo ever since Melissa mentioned that she would be sending us tickets way back before the sports festival. I have, admittedly, been doing what I can to avoid her calls since then due to the whole coming out of the villain closet thing, which was much harder than it should have been with her being stuck on a technically private island/isolationist nation. Evidently being genius programmers also means that they are genius hackers. Couple that with the wide variety of inventions and the fact that Melissa consistently makes stuff for her personal use, and I've gotten very good at ducking out of sight whenever she hacks something that can display video and audio nearby to try and find me. I still have no idea how she can locate where I generally am, but she can. Thankfully she stopped after Hemi told her that the three of us would 100% be going to iExpo, but not before leaving the ominous threat of how we better come. Or else. I'm pretty sure that ominous or else means that she would build a miniature nuke and slip it into my bed. Safe to say that, with the exception of Ari, we agreed that we would be there no matter what. Though it's a good thing that Ari decided she would rather meet her crazy Aunt Mel than hang out with her gaming Uncle Tomu when he showed up at the mall. Melissa would have been so mad if she wasn't here. Speaking of mad. May. No inventing on the plane. The dreadlocked girl growls, literally growls, at me without looking while her hands continue their frantic, undecipherable movements among the scattered remains of one of the plane chairs. Honestly, I expected something like this when she begged/threatened/bargained for us to bring her on the trip. I'm just relieved that she hasn't tried to take apart something more important in the plane, like the engine. Though I have no doubt that she was eyeing it when the plane took off, even though I couldn't see her. Nope. And I spoke too soon. I grab her by the back of her shirt and drag her away from where she was about to take a jury-rigged blowtorch to the side of the plane. I lift her one-handed when we get to our destination and plop her onto the lap of the fifth occupant and reason we were even allowed to go to iExpo, causing the young old man to startle awake mid-snore. I click my tongue and shake a chiding finger at him. Bad old man. No letting the gremlin invent on the plane. As if to punctuate my point, something explodes among the abandoned debris we walked away from less than a minute ago. Thankfully it isn't big enough to blow a hole in the aircraft, but I'm also pretty sure that May had only just gotten started. Gran Torino grumbles to himself before snagging May by the back of her shirt as she tries to jump away and resume her mission to show those Icelanders that she's just as good as them. When she mentioned that back at the airport I asked if they refused to let her join them or something, but she just looked at me like I was crazy and said no. Evidently she just wants to prove that she could join them if she wanted, but she's determined to build up the future Hatsum Industries, something she wouldn't be able to do with how guarded Island is about their most dangerous or impressive inventions they keep regulated to the island. I let out an amused huff and fall into the seat next to Hemi while she cackles at the other girl's antics. Ari, meanwhile, continues to ignore us and play on the mobile console in her hands. Maybe I shouldn't have let her bring that, given she's been on it the whole flight, I assume, but I doubt she'll be paying much attention to it when she sees how cool a nation of geniuses is. Especially since Melissa said that she's made a few inventions specifically with my daughter in mind. She's a good cousin, and I have a feeling that this is going to be a good trip. Said feeling continues even when May manages to free herself from my godfather by turning her phone into a taser, locks herself in the bathroom, then rushes out 5 minutes later and locks the door just in time for an explosion to go off and a warning about needing an emergency landing to come from the plane's speakers. She doesn't even have the grace to look sheepish about it, just laughing and saying that she used too much soap in whatever it is she was trying to make. Oh well. Figuring out her inventing process is a fool's errand, one that us lowly non-inventors can never hope to comprehend. Maybe Melissa will have better luck since she has about the same amount of mad genius as May does. Not that I'd ever say that, of course, they would both kill me. Literally in May's case, since she knows I'll come back, though Melissa might do it anyways. Inventors can be like that sometimes. Anyways, it's an unfortunate fact that an emergency landing means that Island security will be coming to guide and investigate us, so it's back into the suitcase with me. Which is doubly unfortunate since it's too small to fit a living person due to needing to qualify as a carry-on. Oh well, at least Hemi will get to enjoy herself before they show up. Everyone will just have to work together to clean up all of the blood before they get arrested. I pop out of the suitcase like a demonic jack in the box, covered in blood from the incredibly recent dismemberment and consequent game of corpse Tetris, and sweep my arms in a wide curve above my head as dramatically as I can. Ta-da! The wonderful me appears. I grin widely as if my teeth can sparkle, completely ignoring the fact that they are also coated in blood. Despite my expectations of either applause or screams of horror, what I get instead is a calm and calculating voice that sends a shiver down my spine and makes me briefly contemplate snapping my neck so I can go bother receptionist again instead of dealing with what will undoubtedly occur when that tone makes an appearance. So, he really does come back to life, the voice says with the clinical detachment that thinly obscures the frantic, no, manic fascination of someone who has just been presented with a challenge. I swallow and slowly start to turn around in order to face the person who spoke, only for said person to immediately let out a high-pitched shriek and continue speaking, now completely lacking the previous threatening tone and filled with horrified embarrassment. No, don't turn around. Izuku, you're naked. I stop and glance down to see that I am indeed lacking in the clothing department, except for my shirt. Which is incredibly suspicious since I know I should have the underwear I was wearing like I did when I came back to life on the plane. Which means, Himi, I sigh, please give me my pants back so that I don't flash my cousin. Ha, no blush. You're going to have to try harder than that, Himi. I'm smart enough to only think that though because she will absolutely take it as permission to do things out in public, things that will most likely 100% make me blush. Alas, what my cackling girlfriend hands me is not a pair of pants, but a full-length blue dress accompanied by one of those stuffed bras that make people think a girl has bigger boobs than they actually do. Still, I refuse to fall to her efforts to make me blush. I calmly slide the bra up my shirt to strap it around my chest before pulling the dress on while wondering why Himi has a stuffed bra in the first place. It's not like she's ever worn one before since she doesn't need them. Maybe she nabbed it from Sky before we left the mall? Regardless of where the random piece of women's underwear came from, the end result is that I am now in a dress and look like I have a bit of a chest. Now that I think about it, hasn't Himi mentioned that I look androgynous enough that I could pass as a girl with a little work? Himi, you know you could have just asked if you wanted to see me in drag, right? Himi snickers before giving me a peck on the cheek. Yeah, but I thought your cousin's expression seeing you so casual about it would be funny. I turn around and see my cousin, Melissa Shield, a tall girl with long and thick blonde hair and wide glasses over eyes that toe the line between blue and green, flipping which they are depending on how the light hits. I can agree that the redness in her cheeks from her embarrassment, coupled with the baffled/mildly jealous expression mixed with the narrowed eyes is pretty funny. So I give Himi a thumbs up while using my other hand to flick some of my hair out of my face. All is forgiven, dear, I say in a very convincing feminine voice, which causes Himi to do a double take that has me snickering. Not my fault you never tried to get me in a dress before. It's not the first time I've pretended to be a girl and it won't be the last. Of course, the previous times were usually when I pretended to be Izumi so I could mess with her friends without anyone realizing it. I'm pretty sure a few of them still think that her favorite ice cream flavor is rainbow sherbet even though she always screeches about how it shouldn't be counted as a single flavor due to the individual colors having different tastes. Anyways, I give Melissa a wide smile and a wave, ignoring the offended look she has from my earlier comment about her face being funny as I greet her and gesture towards Himi. It's good to see you again, Melissa. This is my girlfriend Himiko Toga. I pause and look around before fixing my eyes on said girlfriend, who has suddenly decided that this is a good time to start whistling. Innocently. My eyes narrow. Himi. I say leadingly in an overly sweet tone. Where is Eri? Rather than getting my answer from the person I'm asking, I instead get it from a loud explosion that launches something in a large arc through the air on a direct course towards the three of us. The object crashes into me and forces me to the ground where I let out a sigh before lifting a soot-covered little girl up into the air without bothering to get up. Sure, there's a bit of blood welling up from where her horn stuck my shoulder, but other than that Eri looks fine. Still, this is not a typical situation. Eri, what did we say about May and her inventions? Supervise, not participate, she rattles off immediately. I nod. That's right, so why are you the one being blown up? She points in the direction she came from, where there are in fact more explosions coming from now. There's a contest and they said audience participation. I nod again. Fair. I let my head drop so I can get a view of Melissa behind me. This little stabby gremlin is Ari, my daughter. Said stabby gremlin nods, happy with the description, before waving enthusiastically at Melissa with a bright smile. Hi Auntie Mel. Melissa.exe has crashed. Cute capacity exceeded. Chapter 117, iExpo. After getting Melissa to reboot from her airy cuteness overload, we leave to rescue the people being subjected to May's, getting a couple of cheers in the process. Surprisingly, there are also a few calls for us to bring her back, but I choose to ignore those. It took a lot of effort to get her trapped in the umbrella I grabbed from some random table, and I have no intention of letting her out just because she mind broke a handful of inventors. She bites, you know. Has she had her shots? Himiko checks with me while staring at the inventor's thrashing outline. Because I don't want to get something weird when I drink your blood later if she hasn't had her shots. I shrug, still in a dress and thus still using a feminine voice. I think so, but knowing her, she probably made something that made them moot. May's thrashing manages to tear a hole through the umbrella, where she pushes her head out to glare down at us lowly non-inventors and Melissa, who is looking on with an air of amusement as we walk. I work with mechanical and electronic babies, not biological ones. Of course I wouldn't mess with my shots. I give her an unimpressed look. So you wouldn't try and turn someone into a cyborg? That's mechanical, so of course I would. She answers without a hint of hesitation, clearly offended by such a ridiculous claim, causing me to roll my eyes. Cyborgs are mechanical and biological. How else are you going to make sure that all the fleshy bits work like they're supposed to? Then I'll just make an android and transfer a human mind into it. She shoots back like it's the most obvious thing in the world. I can't tell if she's joking or not. Should I be concerned? Because Island made conscious transference illegal a decade ago. Melissa says with a look that speaks a lot more towards curiosity instead of worry, like it should. May, meanwhile, looks like she's contemplating my previous offer to join the villains more seriously than she has in the past. Wait a minute, 10 years ago. Didn't you mention that you were going to trap one of your bullies in a nightmare simulation around that time? Are you the reason for that law? I accuse the blonde with narrowed eyes, seeing her look away and whistle suspiciously. She's totally the reason for that law. Before I can press her for details though, purely out of curiosity and not at all to try and convince her to make something for me to do something similar to others, she points at something behind me. Oh look, a distraction. A distraction? Where? I whirl on my heel, almost dropping. May umbrella, hat, while Himiko snickers and Ari tilts her head to the side, evidently not understanding why I would allow a distraction to distract me. I'll have to teach her proper distraction etiquette later, but for now, distraction. Oh, is it that area where a giant iceberg just appeared? Getting a nod of confirmation from my cousin, I lead our group to said location, which is evidently an area where people use their quirks in a simulated combat area to take out a series of robots as fast as they can. We get there just in time for the female announcer to declare this the fastest attempt today, with the participant taking only 6 seconds to eliminate all the enemies. A quick peek down and, yep, that's Shoko. She looks up at where we are as if she can sense our eyes on her, so of course I give her a wave and congratulations. Good job. She doesn't bother using the stairs that the area undoubtedly has, instead opting to ride a pillar of ice up to the railing where she gently hops down next to me. This is quickly followed by a moment of hesitation and a one-armed hug, which is great progress for getting her to start initiating physical interactions with people. She doesn't even have a hint of a blush anymore, which is a vast improvement to when she would run away not long after holding hands for a few seconds. Hello, Izuku. What are you doing here? She gives Himiko and Eri a nod before her shoulders tense and she fixes her eyes on Melissa, who gives the dual-haired girl a wave in greeting. Hi, I'm Melissa. Izuku and Izumi's cousin. The tension in her shoulders dissipates and Shoko gives a wave of her own. Hello, I'm Shoko Todoroki. Izuku and Himiko's friend and classmate. There's a few moments of awkward silence that I interrupt with a clap of my hands, drawing everyone's attention to me. Anyways, I'm not sure why you're here, but since you are, why don't we look around the expo together? Shoko nods immediately, along with Eri, while Himiko shrugs noncommittally. Out of the five of us only Melissa looks uncertain, eyes darting between Himiko and Shoko for a few seconds before voicing her own acceptance. That's all that's needed before our iExpo montage begins. There are a lot of inventions on display, most of which is admittedly geared towards hero work, though more generalized as opposed to being specialized for specific heroes. There are also a wide variety of transportation methods, with a prototype version of one of Melissa's own inventions. I don't know why she decided to make a collapsible super pogo stick instead of sticking the springs and stuff into a pair of boots, but she's really proud to show it off to us, so I don't say anything. Especially since she probably has an actual reason for it that I'm just not seeing. Surprisingly enough, we also run into some of the other members of Class 1A who are also here for the expo. They greet Shoko and Himiko easily enough, though they become a bit awkward when addressing me. Most of them do, at least, but the few that I'm closer to don't have any problems. One group of such classmates consists of Momo, Kyoka, and Denki, who ask if we'd like to head to the fancy ball that's happening tonight together. But before I can shrug and answer in the positive, Denki asks me why I'm carrying a shredded umbrella, causing me to look up and sigh at the sight. Welp, May's loose again. I pause and tilt my head, trying to see if I can hear any screams or explosions, and shrug when I don't. Oh well, she can be someone else's problem until she gets arrested. I look back at Momo's worried expression and give her a smile. Yeah, let's meet up at the ball, see the three of you tonight. We exchange goodbyes before our two groups separate to find more exhibits, though I think ours is better off since we have Melissa to show us the more interesting areas. Like the not advertised area where the large weather machines for the artificial island rise from the ground to tower over the residents. They aren't active all the time due to the immense power requirements, only meant to keep the island safe from the more dangerous weather phenomenon that could threaten the residents or stability of the island. That's how the day goes, more sightseeing, more gushing over the technology from Melissa, and the occasional cute question from Eri, like if anyone on the island made anything that would let anybody stab someone easier. Surprisingly, there have been a few inventions like that, though the inventors were quickly taken in for psych evaluations and the inventions placed in a secure holding area where they wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. Coincidentally, that is also the area where Melissa's quirk enhancement device ended up, though the I-Island Council or whatever they call it is still under the impression that it was designed by her father, David Shield. A couple hours before sunset, Melissa lets us know that we should start getting ready for the ball, especially if we want to get there early enough to meet up with our friends. So we wave goodbye to Shoko, who has to go to her hotel room to get dressed before following Melissa to where our luggage is. Which, apparently, is in the main tower where all the important scientists have their own rooms. The central tower not only functions as residence, but also has floors dedicated to various other functions, and even has the ballroom where the ball is being held on the bottom floor. Something about how holding the ball in the most important building shows their confidence in I-Island's security measures. We ride the elevator up to Melissa's apartment/lab, apparently just missing her father, who is looking for her, according to a porky man with suspenders and thinning hair. Unfortunately, he also lets slip that All Might is on the island, apparently having wanted to catch up with his old partner. On a more pleasant note, it seems like their relationship has taken some damage after the news reached David about how Yagi essentially abandoned me to focus on Izumi. The porky man even said that it looked like David was going to punch the hero. It puts me in a good mood, knowing that I have an uncle like David. A good mood that lasts up to the point where the door to Melissa's apartment opens and I turn on my heel with my hands in the air. Nope, not dealing with that. Contrary to my declaration, both Himiko and Melissa hook their arms under my own and drag me into the home, with Eri telling me that I don't get to run away. Which is obviously the most ironclad declaration that can be made, for who can argue against the word of Eri? Still, that doesn't mean I have to be happy about seeing Izumi awkwardly sitting at the counter with a cup of tea, evidently waiting for us. Sure, we're cordial to each other and occasionally make small talk, but I still don't want to spend more time in her presence than I have to. Especially when it's clear that Melissa plotted whatever this is with my girlfriend. When did she even have a chance to do that? We've been together the whole nope. I was dead for a while when we first got to the island, they probably came up with it then. Izumi stares at me without reacting at all when the girls drag me in, and I have a minute to wonder why before she opens her mouth and gives me the answer. Why are you in a dress? I may or may not have forgotten how I'm dressed. That would explain all the awkward looks the 1A residents gave me. I probably should have asked Himi if she had a wig so I could just full-on pretend to be Izumi for the day. Oh well. I give her a shrug. Clothes got ruined and this is what Himi gave me. She blinks slowly at me as the information processes for her before seemingly deciding not to ask, instead turning to Melissa. Well, I'm here. What did you want to talk about? Our cousin's eyes dart between each person in the room, thoughts clearly running a mile a minute before she nods. I want to tell you all the truth about quirkless people. Chapter 118, Origins. For such a serious discussion, I choose to follow Izumi's example in having something to drink on hand, if only so that I can make sure to do a spit take in her direction when Melissa gets to an appropriate part of the story. When she asks me what I want, I say something as dark as my soul, so she gets me a hot chocolate. You know me so well, I say with a fake swoon. Or maybe it's real. Himi did grab a rather large cup to drain a bunch of my blood into so she has something to drink as well. Eri, of course, is too young for serious adult discussions and as such is playing video games in the living room. So, quirks. Melissa starts with her fingertips pressing against each other on the other side of the table. You both know about the first recorded quirk appearance, correct? We both nod, though I personally have to hold back the urge to do a dramatically inappropriate spit take. Even I can admit that it would be in poor taste just because she said recorded. Well, that's just what it is. The first recorded quirk. She continues, confirming my thoughts. There were other appearances of people with powers that had been popping up at the time, even in people who were substantially older. However, the glowing baby was both the first instance that could be identified as someone having been born with a power, and where doctors and scientists could identify a difference. She pauses to take a breath and a sip of her tea. Which is kind of funny since she's American, but apparently Yagi introduced her to tea while she was growing up and it just ended up as her comfort drink. The way her fingers are drumming against the steaming cup show just how much having this conversation is stressing her out, so she definitely needs it. As things progressed, with that first difference continuing to become a common identifying variable for those born with their powers, and with the following generations having visibly stronger powers, it was decided that they would label that common identifier as the metagene, which is today known as the quirk factor. However, she says, starting to speak more slowly as she meets all of our eyes. That does not mean that those without the metagene, yet continued to display powers, simply stopped being born. And unlike those who were born with a quirk factor, these individuals' bodies continued to operate the same as those humans who displayed no powers whatsoever. Oh, Himi interrupts, making a smacking sound as her lips come loose from the rim of her cup. You mean how people with a quirk factor are born without an appendix, any wisdom teeth, and a single toe joint? Let it never be said that my girlfriend lacks knowledge about the human body. Though everyone who's a part of this discussion is aware of those facts, it's actually not common knowledge to the general public. Why would it be, when it's doubtful whether or not it would ever become relevant to them? Unless they become a doctor or something similar, they would never use such information. Melissa gives Himi a nod. That's correct. So, there were 3 groups of people running around at the time. Baseline humans, quirked humans, and what we'll say are mutant humans. As a rule, it became clear that quirked humans were going to become the new norm for the human race. As history shows, the baseline humans were not happy about this, and the quirk war began. However, she holds up a finger to punctuate her point. What is not taught in history is the fact that mutant humans were forced to fight both sides. She takes a sip of tea, allowing Izumi to speak up. But why? Shouldn't they have been on the side of the quirked humans since they all had powers? I shake my head at her naivety. No, because they weren't the same. Quirked humans could go to a doctor, and they would be able to identify the common factors in which they were the same. They could be categorized in the same group. I peer at Melissa. I'm assuming that the same couldn't be said for mutant humans. She nods. Correct again. Mutant humans displayed powers, that's true, but apart from that no one could point at any sort of identifier. Their bodies were baseline human, but their powers clearly marked them as quirked. They could blend in with either group or neither, depending on whether or not they chose to display their abilities. This made the other 2 groups suspicious and hostile, since they could never be sure they wouldn't sell them out to the other side if it became convenient for them. Mutant humans ended up returning the hostility, and it was at this point that all 3 sides came to the same realization. Her eyes focus on me, trying to pin me to my seat. Mutant humans were lower in number than both of the other groups, but their abilities were naturally more powerful than those with quirks. This made them dangerous to both sides, made them scared. And scared people are dangerous people, Himi says somberly, prompting me to reach out to take her hand in mine and give it a comforting squeeze that she returns. Scared people are dangerous people, Melissa agrees. Mutant humans were targeted by both groups, and with numbers on their side it was only a matter of time before they were removed from the equation. So they decided to do what the other sides were already afraid of. They chose a side, and blended in with the people they chose to support. She shrugs before continuing in a sarcastic voice. It's not like any of the baseline humans could tell they were any different if they didn't use their abilities, right? And they displayed their abilities, so the quirked people couldn't say they weren't quirked, as long as they didn't talk about having baseline human biology. She shakes her head. There's just one problem that nobody seemed to think about. Here, she pauses, clearly wanting us to fill in the blank for this part of the story. Judging by the serious thinking expression on Izumi's face, she's trying her hardest to figure out what it is. Himi and I don't need to do that, though, because we already know. We've known for a while, actually, and all thanks to one little throwaway comment made by All for One, warning us of his own experiences. There were more powers coming into the open than quirks and mutants. I say confidently, causing Izumi's head to whip towards me with wide eyes before turning back towards Melissa just as fast when she opens her mouth. There were more types of powers coming out, she agrees, giving me a considering look. I'm assuming you know what they were called. I shrug and take a sip of my hot chocolate before answering. Well, I was told about how benders don't have a quirk factor, but judging by your expression I'm assuming that there are even more. Melissa wiggles her hand in a so-so gesture. Yes, but also no, she sighs. There are definitely more powers out in the world than just quirks, and even benders, so long as you know to look. She snorts. Honestly, they aren't even particularly hidden. She gestures towards me. I mean, just look at you. There's plenty of evidence about your mutation, but since you have a double-jointed pinky toe most people won't even consider that it exists. To be fair, Himi pipes up, his power is kind of bullshit. Izumi nods rapidly in agreement, which is an ultimate betrayal. My girlfriend and the sister I'm cordial with but would still happily torture aren't allowed to agree with each other. That has to be against some sort of code. Point, Melissa agrees easily, adding on to the betrayal. Still, there are plenty of powers out there that aren't quirks, but it's a problem trying to categorize them unless they or the government decides to acknowledge them as something other than quirks. Plenty of places are all too happy to just call any sort of power a quirk and move on with their lives. Like the Powerpuff Girls, I say with a grimace. Despite their clearly not natural origin, the states have them as officially having the same quirk known simply as X Factor, with an addendum that they each developed unique sub-quirks that differ due to their personalities. Very obvious, very complete nonsense, given the entire town they live in knows how they were born, and their father/creator even published an official news article about how it happened. So yeah, I can see what Melissa means when she says it's hard to quantify the diversity of powers that actually exist since it's easier for the people in charge to just say something is a quirk. But it seems like we've gotten off topic. So you're saying that some quirkless people all actually have powers, like Izuku? Izumi asks after shooting an impressed glance at me, but Melissa shakes her head. No, I'm not saying that some quirkless people have powers. I'm saying that quirkless people stopped being born completely by the halfway point of the quirk war. She doesn't wait for us to respond or absorb that information, plowing on and picking up speed as she talks, emotion quickly seeping into her voice as it starts to rise. Quirkless is an antiquated term that literally shouldn't apply in this day and age. Everyone has a power at this point, but do the people in charge make the logical decision to bring that to the public's attention? No. They choose to allow the misconception to percolate through public perception without restraint. They make an active decision to allow a portion of the human population to be looked down on because they can't work past their own paranoia. I can't help but smirk at her rant, shooting him a smug look that all but brags about how awesome my cousin is, which causes my blonde vampire to roll her eyes and tilt her head in a da sort of way. But why are they paranoid about this getting out? Izumi almost demands to know with a scowl on her face, interrupting our cousin. What's so terrible about this being common knowledge? Melissa takes a calming breath and lets it out slowly, repeating the action a few times before she's ready to finish. Right. Well, we all know Izuku's ability, which we can all agree is much more impressive than the vast majority of quirks, correct? We all nod. Well, I like to call my ability problem solver. Basically, whenever there's a problem with something, say, a phone, car, one of my inventions, and so on, I can identify whatever the problem is and gain the knowledge of how to bring the item to full functionality. My eyes narrow at her. Every good inventor needs a good explosion. I say, recalling her usual claim whenever something she's making blows up on her. She returns me a lopsided grin. Yep, she says, confirming my suspicion. It doesn't matter if the item I problem solve hasn't been fully invented yet, my ability will still tell me how to bring it to full functionality so long as it's actually capable of being so. She looks back at Izumi. Pretty powerful, wouldn't you say? She nods, prompting Melissa to point at her. Exactly. Mutants like Izuku and I, our powers are a magnitude stronger than all but the most powerful quirk, and even then it's up for debate. Governments are scared of what we'll do with that power, once we know there are enough of us to fight against them.